Hey yo, it is WNBA radio, and on a night where there is a little confusion on what's happening in the portal, I was talking to a USC fan, and they are just baffled, absolutely freaking confused on why somebody would want to leave of USC, or at least that's what they said. I tried to explain to them that it's pretty simple because I mean I feel like it's not a hot take, but USC there's no way they're like a top four team next year, right? Like, there's no way because like you're losing Kiki, you're losing Juju. Um, Everyone already has their feelings on what the coach is going to be like. Yeah, it's not really much of a hot take. But yeah, anyway, we'll get into more of that a little bit later. We have some topics. People in the group chat wanted to make a mock draft tonight. I think we wanted to make that because we saw somebody, I think it was some type of reporter or somebody, made a mock draft. And this is like the fifth mock draft from a WNBA reporter that didn't have Hailey Van Lith in the first round, which we're trying to get to the mystery on why people are not high on Hailey Van Lith, especially after that masterclass of a NCAA tournament run that she just went on. So we're going to figure that out as we go through this. So let's get to the topics. First topic is going to be the transfer portal. I mean, that's pretty much been the talk of the last few freaking days. We're going to talk about Olivia Miles again. We're going to talk about the USC player, I think Avery, right? I think it was Avery who just announced that she's entering the portal, which a little bit confused by that, or at least some USC fans are confused by that because she's a freshman who is playing at least 20 minutes a game, which is like rare on an elite eight team, right? But I don't know what one could possibly be thinking of. I mean, I'm sure like you'll get NIL deals at USC. I'm sure that you'll get minutes, which is what everyone would want, right? Who knows? Maybe she wanted to go to a winning program or a little bit more. Um, we're also going to talk about Notre Dame a little bit more because another player entered the portal. That's our fourth player already, like this freaking week, which is insane. Then topic two, we're gonna talk about the topic two. We're gonna create the mock draft. So we're gonna wait for some more people on the panel to get into that. Topic number three, we're gonna talk about Notre Dame, and there's more trouble and stuff that's going on. Um, Listen, I understand why Olivia Miles wants to leave because of the whole NIL thing, like we discussed that at the last basis. I'm still confused on why everyone else is leaving. Like at that point, it's got to be more than the money. It's got to be a coaching thing. Maybe it's a Hannah Hidalgo thing. I don't know, but I do need answers, so we're gonna go over that. Topic number four, Sarah Ashley Barker just declared for the draft. She also entered like a coaching program, so we'll like briefly talk about that. Um, Topic number five, Haley Van Lith still not the first round. I think we'll get into that as we talk about like creating a mock draft. And then the very last topic, which could be the first topic, it doesn't really matter. Um, the NCAA awards, or at least a few of them were named today. I don't think all of them are out. They didn't release like Defensive Player of the Year or Freshman of the Year or stuff like that. But we did know that Juju did win Player of the Year, and the coach from UCLA did win Coach of the Year. So there's a lot to talk about with that. Um, so yeah, we'll get into that. What's up, Court?
Well, shit, it's not Friday.
Okay, there's always something going on with Court's mic. Well, Dama was here, and then she just left. So we'll see what happens with that. Um,
I said, well, shit, it's not Friday, so there's nothing much up.
oh yeah, well that's true. What's up, Ghost?
Yo, I just wanted to say, I think Lauren did win Defensive Player of the Year
You
today.
said she did?
Um, yeah, because her
Really
and Coach
interesting.
took a picture together.
Yeah, let me write that down. Lauren Betts, Defensive Player of the Year. What's I gotta look up her stats, like her defensive stats. Was it? A lot of people weren't really talking about like Lauren Betts defensively this year, were they?
I mean, you're 6'7". You should have been the defensive player of the year. You should have been leading in blocks and rebounds and all that shit.
I mean, I just remember an interview with Stephanie Dawson when she won like defensive player. I believe she won defensive player of the year, like over at UConn. She says like if you're big, really all you got to do is just stand in the middle of the paint. Since there's no 3 seconds, and you're going to be nominated for that award like every single year, especially if you're really talented. But yeah, let me
I
look
mean,
at her stats.
who was the award gonna go to? Kiki.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. I feel like at some point in the season, she just became the de facto defense player of the year because she like got out of the player of the year award race. So
Oh, you think it's like a consolation prize?
not a consolation. I mean, she deserves it, but it's like that's why I don't think there was that much discussion on like who else could have won it because there wasn't a case made for anybody else during the last 2 months. Like there was no school promoting a player, nothing.
I mean, like, there was no school promoting the players because they knew that Lauren was gonna win. I feel like more SEC players should have been looked at because that's one of the best conferences that has one of the best defenses in the country. But we move.
We move. Were we talking about on the last space that Lauren Betts was not second place in like player of the year?
Yeah, no, I'll die on that. They didn't come out with the results, but I don't think she even finished second.
She shouldn't have been. Paige should have been second.
Yeah.
That's just a tragedy. Like, Paige should have been second, not no fucking Lauren Betts. And that's no disrespect to her, but Paige was a better player this year.
Okay, we're gonna get into all of these awards. Kayla Jr., what's up?
Hey y'all. What did y'all have anybody else in mind for that decent defensive player of the award? Like, do y'all think anybody else had a chance of getting it?
I'm sure Hidalgo was up there.
No one had a chance. It was Lauren Betts. It was her award to win. Come on, she's 6'7" and she's leading in block. She was always gonna win it.
Okay, that's just blocks. What else is she leading in?
That's what I was asking. Like what else?
But what you guys don't understand is they go by blocks.
No, they don't.
Like, yes, they do. Like, if you look at the W, they go by blocks. If you look at college, they go by blocks. Yes, they do. I said by college too, Karlan. You can't hear? Clean your ears.
So basically, she got defensive player of the year award for rim protection. Is that?
Yes.
That's suspect. Okay though.
I'm gonna compare her stats to like some other defensive player stats that's been happening this year. Who else is a really good defender that should have been like everyone's been talking about?
Or like somebody from Duke.
Is it number 4 from Duke? She's like 6 foot. Yeah, she had a case. Her.
Duke women's roster. You said her number 4?
I don't know her number. I think it's number 4.
Yeah, no. It's number 4.
It's number 4?
Okay. She was definitely blocking like crazy in that last South Carolina game. Defense was locked down. All season, though, not just that game.
Okay, I'll look her up and just compare the stats. Let's get to our first guest. Dre, what's up? Welcome back to the show.
Hey, what's good? What's good, y'all? How y'all doing?
Hey,
what's
Dre.
up?
You got to take
What's up? Yeah, what's up? What you coming in here like that for?
I can't be polite.
Well,
fuck off, court.
What do you think of the
Don't talk
Lauren
to her
Betts
like
winning?
that.
Yeah.
What'd she say?
What do you think of Lauren Betts winning Player of the Year?
Period.
Or Defensive Player of the Year?
Now you're doing too much.
Bro, it was like, bro. Come on, dog. It was Hannah Hidalgo, Juju, and Lauren Betts, bro. Come on, bro.
Ooh, I
it was really
about
just
Hannah.
Lauren.
Mad at me about my
Juju was
take,
getting
but
blocks this year.
Rory should have been in there too. I don't care.
From Texas?
Yes.
Stop it, please. All right, bro.
What are you saying? Stop it for? Have we not seen Rory defend? She's on the best player every game. But you know,
enough.
We move.
She did her thing on HBO. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna give Kayla her 10s because we saw Rory try to shoot, but she couldn't. So.
You mean Hailey Van Lith? You know what? Not too much. I don't care. My girl locked down defender. I'm gonna stand by it.
No, I'm gonna give her a 10.
No, you should. That's your 10.
She was playing great defense on Hailey. Versus that CU game. Lockdown.
3 for 16. 3 for 16, by the way. But that's here and no there.
Yeah, that's
But
true. We got to
that's
give
just
her
not.
credit for doing something Hannah and Olivia couldn't do, or
I just
Sony.
feel like Hailey
That's true.
struggles against SEC teams in general.
Nah,
Let's not go down too much of that rabbit
She
hole.
nah.
does. Let's not. She struggles against
Let's
SEC.
bring it up,
I
Ghost.
can't comment on that because I don't really watch TCU. I watched when they played South Carolina that first time, and she was the only one that was hooping. So she ain't struggled that much against South Carolina. I don't know. I don't really watch TCU, so we're just gonna have to see.
Come on, look at the history. HBL struggles against SEC
Look at
teams.
the
Okay, why are
history.
we talking about this though? She ain't playing against the SEC team ever again in her
Bro, let's
life.
move
Yeah,
on.
not even a
Move on.
conference.
Move on. Move
Ghost
on. Move
Ghost
on.
is hurt.
You okay?
Ghost.
Because it sounds like it hit you somewhere where it hurt. It's okay.
No, no, I'm just saying we talk about hypothetical matchups anymore. That was the past. Can we move
This
on?
shit hit him hard. He like, y'all not
All
gonna
right,
talk about my.
so clearly it has to be like a percentage thing because I'm looking at Lauren Betts's like stats this year. Oh wait, hold on. I'm looking at something now. All right, she averaged like 1 steal and 3 blocks a game.
Yeah, there it is.
1 steal, 3 blocks a
Three
game.
blocks.
But
Yeah.
but Hannah averaged 4 steals.
Karlan, it's about blocks. I'm telling you.
It's about the blocks, bro. That's all
Come
there
All
is.
right,
on.
and then
It's about the
the
blocks.
Okay, I
player the
still want to
player
hear the
from Duke,
stats.
yeah, the player from Duke, Jaden Donovan, she averaged like 1 steal and 1 block a game.
Yeah, no.
It's about the block, Karlan. I don't like. I've been telling you this. It's about the blocks. They don't care anything else about other than blocks. If you have
That girl from
blocks, you're
Duke,
gonna win.
that girl from Duke, maybe it's just certain games, but the games I've seen, she been on it defensively. So I don't know.
Yeah,
It was the games. It was the
yeah,
games.
we'll see. What's up, Damo?
I'm annoyed right now. The fucking Knicks, bro.
Huh?
I
Girl,
said,
I wrote them off.
Wrong space.
sorry.
I wrote them off when Brunson got hurt. They're bums.
Damo, I thought you were a Nets fan.
Man, stop fucking playing with me.
All right, well,
You know I'm not a fucking Nets
Nets
fan.
run New
Yeah, I'm a
York.
Liberty fan, but
Damn.
I'm a Knicks fan.
When I looked at this goal, they was up by what 13?
That's what I'm saying. Like you see why I'm pissed off right now. Like, what are we doing?
Damn.
Precious is ass,
Shit's
bro.
crazy.
Precious is
Uncle
ass.
Shawnee, what's up? Welcome back to the show.
Hey, I just want to. Lauren only averaged 3 blocks and 1 steal a game.
Is that not impressive to
Like,
you?
those numbers are damn near the same as Juju, so no.
Let me
Look
look
up
up Juju's
Juju's. Look
numbers.
up
Hold on.
Juju's. Because you know I'm a yeah.
Dre, wipe your mouth, bro.
I can never. Okay.
So I kinda was in
We're.
conversation, but you guys don't think Lauren Betts should have been a defensive player of the year?
I don't think so. I don't know. Like, if we're talking about like combined stocks and like to not even be top 5 in rebounding at 6'7".
Ooh.
I feel like that's
Uh,
just a newer age of like basketball, or especially like women's basketball. Like there are a lot of 6'7" players that just don't rebound like that because they're not asked to do that.
but I feel
I
like
feel
that's
like you shouldn't have to
bad.
actually do it. You're 6'7", the tallest person on the tennis court. Grab the damn
Just
rebound.
grab the rebound.
Like that's
Like
why
Yeah,
I'm
but
off.
you gotta. I get why they made her defensive player of the year, but the rebound thing to me is just like if you got to look at it too, like guards are becoming better rebounders than the bigs, regardless, because BG at her height doesn't even rebound. So like I don't really consider rebounds as like a determinant factor whether you can play defense or not. But like it really comes down to like the blocks, really the blocks and the steals and stuff like that. So I'm not sure of Lauren's averages, but like yeah, rebounds really don't they don't really account for it because you got guards that are better rebounders than some bigs. So
Gotcha.
so
I
Carlin,
don't
you
know.
seen the stats
All
yet?
right, so Juju's stats are she averages 2 steals and 2 blocks this season.
That's kind of impressive. That's kind of impressive, gang. No glaze.
yeah,
No glaze.
as a guard it is like so
That's
I don't
why.
know.
That's why I'm like, if you're looking at like steals and blocks, those like their numbers are damn near the same. So
I think
So
Well,
who should have been? Who do you think should have been defensive player of the year?
that's where we came to an issue. We can even bring up another person.
but maybe they gave it to Betts because obviously the most valuable defensive thing
Mm.
is like protecting the paint, right? Because that's where most of the
hmm
shots are going. So it's like
Or
easier
they
to give
just
it to
Hey,
her.
hey, wait, hold up. I don't know
or
what the statistic was, but wasn't there some crazy like stat that said that like Lauren on the court compared to when she was off the court was
See, I'm trying to
like
find that stat. Yeah.
that defensive rating or something. It was like something crazy because I remember they were talking about it when she sat out that second quarter, um, in that Elite Eight against LSU.
or they
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
want
they did put that graphic up, but that also just goes to like the paint presence because like it's just about protecting the paint because on her
She's
team,
six
Yeah, and you got
yeah,
to
seven.
give her
like
credit for it.
that,
Yeah.
yeah.
or
I
they
mean,
don't want to give Juju
but if
full
you guys
quarters.
don't think Lauren Betts should be it,
Hold
who's the other person? Because I haven't seen nobody name any other person that should be defensive player of
If
the
we
year.
going by like blocks and steals, then I guess you can say Lauren is,
Who leads in blocks? Is it Lauren? Or
Her.
who leads in steal? Oh, well, obviously Hannah.
Right, but I'm seeing on the timeline people saying she shouldn't be defensive player of the year, but I have not seen nobody else name another person. Is what I'm saying. So who?
They just talking. They just
it's
talking.
not
They said the
no
same
like
thing.
I
no,
think it's
it's not
because
Defensive player
that
of the
because
year
because
of
is
like
like
if you're going by blocks, okay, cool. Like
that's what I'm saying.
I can see that. I can see why Lauren be defensive player of the year, but if you're going by other things, it's some players' names that could have been in that hat, but
But who though? Who?
The ones we said.
That's what I'm
I
like.
wasn't. I
Correct,
I
wasn't
correct
don't
in
me
here
if
think
for
I'm
when
Demo
you
wrong.
did.
said
Was
it.
she
That's why
here
I'm
when we said
asking.
the other names?
I wasn't here when you said that. That's why I'm
Oh, go ahead,
asking.
Demo.
Who?
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that award is voted on, right? So
Yeah.
I feel like if we're assuming, or at least I am, I'm assuming most of the voters don't watch, right? So if they're gonna go off of stats, if they're gonna go off of who was in first, and you know what I'm saying, like okay, this team is in first place. They obviously have a number one ranked or a number two ranked defense, and that's the best defensive player on that team. They probably gonna get that person defensive player of the year, especially if they lead in the country in blocks, lead in the country in steals. You know what I'm saying, something like that. So it don't really surprise me, especially when this isn't like a year where you can really point to nobody that was like a hands down like standout defensively, right? Like I can't think of nobody that was guarding all five positions. Um, I mean, you can put like Sonia Centron in there, right? But I don't think she's defensive player of the year based on versatility. She just
Mm.
don't quite have enough counting
All right,
stats, right?
and before we give it to our next guest speaker, I just want to point out I was looking at the stats. Lauren Betts is not even leading the entire league in blocks. She's top four.
Who's
She's
leading?
number four.
Who's leading
It's
it?
No, no, we
Who's
got to
number
talk about
one?
this. Then we got to talk about who.
number
Who's number
one.
That's what
one?
I'm.
Hold
That's
on.
what I'm
Number
saying.
one is a
So
player from Middle Tennessee University
I was just
named.
gonna say, y'all got to remember, this is
okay.
college basketball. There's like 750,000 teams that are available to have a league leader in blocks. Like
So we had
it
a
was somebody at
conversation the
Chicago
other
State
night.
leading the league in blocks 2 years ago, and I'm sure you guys don't know who that person's name is.
I
Yeah, and
think
then second place is somebody from like Southern Illinois.
You
yeah.
know what I'm
Oh
Well,
saying?
you
Like
wow.
know
that
they're not
person's
giving an
not gonna.
award
They're
to
not gonna
any of
win that
those
award.
people.
They're not
Let's
giving
be
that award
real.
to
We're
nobody
not
else.
giving it to the award for any other
They're just
for
giving
those
I
it to the
people.
agree,
pockets
Damo.
of
Georgia
But
players.
Tech is snubbed every
I
year.
think there was a conversation the other night where it said Lauren Betts doesn't get promoted. But this is what I'm talking about. You get what I'm
She
saying?
does.
Like,
Yeah.
She does.
wasn't that a conversation the other night?
No, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Like there are definitely people who get promoted more than her, but to say that she don't get promoted isn't true either.
Because
Like
if now that you come in with the facts, like if she's not leading, she's not even leading in blocks and stuff like first or second. Why aren't those other people getting the recognition
Because it's
then or
and
whatever?
I just want to be
But
clear.
I
also,
She's
can.
not
I
even
wait. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I
fourth.
can answer
She's
this.
not even fourth. She's tied for fourth.
Yeah,
So
I can answer this.
right, but I also want to say to add on to what I was saying, um, I wanted to know who else. If Lauren Betts is not defensive player of the year, and we're not just going off of blocks like all around defensive people, then who is?
Wait, I can answer this because they definitely are never going to give it to Sedona Prince because her stats kind of like rival. It was just crazy. Here, let's go to our guest speaker. Let's go to our guest speaker. Amy, welcome to the radio show. Do you have a take or a question for the panel? Oh wait, you just dropped. Wait for it. Wait for it. I invited you to speak whenever you're ready. Sorry for the
I
long wait.
I just feel like these awards are just like by popularity contests. They don't really
Yeah.
look at the hardcore numbers.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're
No,
normally based on
I agree
reputation.
100%. But it was a conversation the other night that Lauren Best doesn't get promoted.
She does.
So
Whoever
That
said,
was OZ saying that, and he not even here.
I wasn't even gonna. I wasn't.
but
Well,
I
even gonna
OZ's
say
in
that shit.
Twitter jail right now.
I don't understand why y'all
I
take
was like, he's in the
OJ
goulash.
seriously.
No,
He just
but
looks
that's
for.
my point though.
He just looks
That
for.
was my
He
point.
just looks. He just wants to argue. To argue. Y'all need to stop taking OZ seriously.
No, I get what you're
No,
saying
we
though.
don't take
No,
Double.
OZ
but
serious
he
at
has a
all. But
point because even like when I was scrolling through Instagram earlier today, I saw like an Under Armour Lauren Betts commercial, and she was barely in it. Like she was dribbling the ball for a few times, and it was just mostly about like just Under Armour
isn't
outfit.
she Jordan Brand? It don't isn't UCLA Jordan Brand though?
Yeah, it is, but that doesn't mean she's a Jordan Brand athlete.
Right, but I think they go off of like the actual school until you go pro. Like AZ Fudd is Under Armour, but she wears Nike.
I mean, Hailey Van Lith has
That's
signed
what I'm
a
saying. Like,
Adidas.
and they
Isn't UConn a Nike school though?
that's what I'm saying about that's what I'm saying. So like I don't I do think I don't know, man. I see Lauren Betts is getting promoted. Like I'm seeing her everywhere. Maybe because like I maybe the stuff I follow and things like that, but like
I mean,
I
she's
don't see what other
everywhere,
people
but
not
she's just
see.
not everywhere like Juju is, like Paige is. But she's definitely getting promoted.
I get
Also,
what you're
I'm just gonna
saying.
say Under Armour doesn't do a good job of promoting their athletes when they're not named Stephen Curry anyway.
Facts.
They barely just started including Malaysia, but they you know what
They
I'm saying?
barely
People
talk
wouldn't
about
even know.
Embiid.
No, but they do have a good women's roster, but like they simply just don't promote them at all. They have it. They if you would look at the Under Armour athletes like Kelsey Plum, they got AZ, they got Malaysia. Like they have I seen them promoting Pow Pow recently. Like they have a good roster, but you wouldn't know unless you actually like follow for real. So that's really on Under Armour for real. But I didn't know Betts was an Under Armour athlete. I didn't know that.
Mabry is too.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
She
even
we,
know.
is.
we,
I
we,
literally
I
will see the
didn't even know
announcement
that.
that so and so signed with Under
we
Armour,
knew that.
and that will be the only thing I ever hear from them again.
Yeah, like they're kind of behind when it comes to their female athletes. They're really behind.
Well, most of
Well,
these
I don't know if it's
are
just
like,
because of the tournament, but I'm starting to see more of the commercials, like more of Fuwali, more of her, and South Carolina and them. But yeah, I'm starting to see more of it.
but most of these sneaker companies are like, Skechers doesn't even promote Rakia. Reebok barely promotes. Like none of these companies promote their women.
Nah, Sketches ain't putting out a commercial.
No,
Now when I
no,
see
that's
that,
what I'm
then I know.
saying. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. If you listen, I'm saying they aren't promoting their women. Their women athletes. They need to because you can make money off of them, but they just choose not to.
Kayla, are you gonna buy the
Hey,
new
congrats to
Skechers?
Kiki.
Fuck no.
Hey,
Listen, if the shoe look
congrats to
nice,
Kiki.
I'm not opposed to people buying it. Like if it look nice, if it feel nice, why not buy it? Like brands are just overrated, period. Because Nike don't even make good shoes sometimes. Let's be
I just feel
honest.
like they're missing out on a lot of money not promoting these women properly. Like you're gonna make so much money, but you choose not to. You choose to promote men who barely make you money.
That's a fact.
Oh Lord.
Let's go to our next guest speaker. S, welcome back. You got a take?
Hi, did you guys talk about that article that dropped about Wally? Like there was like it's, let me find the article, but it's like something about how she's like a masterpiece in the making or something like that.
Mm-mm.
Did you guys see
We
that?
did talk about it.
I
I don't.
didn't read
You
it.
said you guys
I
did
don't
talk about
even.
it?
I don't even think it's a topic.
No, I didn't. I didn't notice it.
I think it should be a topic because I that article was kind of
Can we
nasty
talk
to
about that after our other topic so we don't
uh,
miss?
all right.
I don't even know who the person you said. Who was it?
Fuwali.
Oh, and what were they saying?
It was the article, the name of the article is a masterpiece under construction, the most interesting work in progress in basketball.
What
Let
does that
me.
mean though?
How do
Like
I pin
it's
Yeah, I was trying to like, what?
it? You have to read the article. I
yeah,
ended
I
up
don't know.
reading the article. I ended up reading the article, and it was very like I don't know. It felt like it was gaslighting me gaslighting us to like be like, oh, it's okay for her to be on the bench.
Mm.
Like I don't. The article it was not like there were some piece parts about it, and it was just like uh
Sounds like modern journalism. They got you.
Yeah.
it was just like
Sounds like clickbait, to be real.
no. This is SC clearly approved the article because she has some quotes in it. Like I think you guys have to like read the whole thing. It's kind of
Yeah, put
crazy.
it in a jumbotron. I'll definitely read it. What's up,
I
Brandy?
read it. I read it.
Hello.
Damn, Brandy, you came in hostile.
What's up,
I
Brandy?
said, how is hello hostile?
That's what I'm saying,
Because I
right?
just want to mess with her. Drake, shut your ass up.
I ain't never heard you cuss like
What
that,
topic
Court.
y'all on?
So we're
Y'all on the first topic or
Yeah,
what?
so we're still yeah, that's the first topic. We're still talking about like NCAA awards because that list
Um,
just happened. Lauren Betts won Defensive Player of the Year, Juju Player of the Year, and how does everyone feel about UCLA coach winning Coach of the Year?
Hell no.
Suspect.
Fake. That
Suspect.
was
Boo,
fake.
boo,
That was
nigga.
fake.
Nah,
Boo.
suspect.
Fake.
I think Coach of the Year should have went to TCU coach.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
did. That
Yeah, yeah.
program went
I agree.
from having a open gym with
Ooh,
volleyball and honor society students on a roster to making it to an elite eight.
they said statistically it is the greatest turnaround in basketball history
Should have went to
that a
him.
program has done.
It should have went to him. I don't like UCLA coach since she retweeted the dirty Debertot thing. Like, bitch,
That's kind of crazy. Go ahead, Damo.
So I'm looking at the article and it said they should call her sometimes. That's crazy. They said sometimes she plays magnificent, but sometimes she fails to do the basic shit. Basically, I mean that you could say that with any other player. Like, I mean, I feel like you could say that
like
with any player. I mean, we all watch Malaysia. She'll come in the game. She can heat up real quick. She does what she do, but then she'll get benched for a mistake. I mean, if that's what they're referring to, but I mean, the way they put it in the article, they didn't they didn't hold their tongue at all. Like, yeah, maybe that's what
I
you're talking
don't
about. I don't know.
An intern wrote it, definitely.
know. Like if you read the article, like it's clear like SC approved the article, and I'm like, why would you approve an article like this? And seeing like the fan base praise it, even though if you say anything about any of the other players, you can't say anything about those other players. But when it comes to her, they're like hypercritical about her, and I really don't understand why.
I
Like
mean, I
she made a mistake, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's why she's on the bench." And then if she plays well, they're like, "Oh, that's why Dawn is making her like that's why Dawn's like
like
what
won't
Dawn's doing
praise
with
her and
her
stuff, put
works."
her in. I get what you're saying, but
Yeah, like
also
I don't
two things could be true. You know, she two things can be true. She can be good when she's good, and when she's not, she's not. And but I do think fans have a tendency to coddle women basketball players, like for some reason. But like if that's what they feel and what they observe in the games, which I feel like we all do, um, and then it is what it is. Like I do feel like Malaysia is a talent, though. I feel like she deserves more playing time. I honestly believe she should start, but
Hmm.
that's
I
neither
just
here or
read
there.
some of the article. I just read halfway through the article, and I think it's an article that they could have saved their print on because they just stated things that we see with every sophomore player. They said that sometimes opponents can say something to her and it'll get her to do something crazy. Sometimes the crowd will hype her up and it'll get her to do something crazy. What sophomore player don't do that?
Everyone heat checks, I feel like.
Like
So
everybody heat checks. Everybody gets in, it gets into the flow of the crowd. Or when trash talk happen, everybody want to attack somebody one on one. It's not going to stop now, and it's not going to stop later because that's the nature of basketball. That's the nature of being a competitor. Like they could have saved their print on this article. They
Yeah,
stated stuff we already knew.
that's what I'm saying.
I
Like
feel
it's
like
not they
the
wrote it from a
article.
fan perspective. I feel like
I was just gonna. You took the words out of my mouth. Like I feel like a fan kind of wrote this, like trying to justify the rotations or whatever, dog. Like if that's what you observe, that's what you observe, because that's kind of what we all observe. But to write it, you definitely could have saved some your print, number one. But number two, I feel like they gaslighting us, bro. Like why is the standard so high from Malaysia for Wiley and not the other players on the court, right? Like I feel like if I say the name, it's gonna cause issue. But the, she's allowed to get away with like basic basketball. Like she don't have to do anything extra, nothing that stands out. Just playing safe. You're on a team full of 5 stars. Playing safe is kind of easy. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know why we act like
And then a coach that's in the article, sorry, Demo, because
you
I'm reading the
good.
article. And then a coach that's in the fucking article talk about all this weird stuff behind the back, through the leg.
It's
what does
What?
that
basketball,
I
have
is
to
it
mean,
not?
do with
what's wrong?
anything though?
What?
What's wrong
You
with being
feel
a
me?
flashy player?
What?
Like being creative is all of a
Yeah,
sudden a
what's wrong
problem
with
when
being
one
a
person
Being
gets it.
creative is
They would
weird.
hate to see how your league play because I'm
But
telling
the
y'all
thing
that's
is,
like
wrong with being a flashy player? There's nothing wrong. You're just nitpicking at this point.
If it works, it works, right? Like Marine was shooting one hand, one leg threes. LeBron be shooting one leg threes, and that shit
the
cool
Marine
because it go
Joker
in,
be
Johnson,
right?
throwing passes behind his head. Like what are we actually talking
Johnson
about?
is
What?
Like
like
That's great
every
basketball.
3 point
What are we
shot by
talking
her is a
about?
fucking trick 3 point shot. Like, what is wrong with it? Like, there's nothing
I
wrong with a flashy player.
I think everyone heat checks they do it on the high school level, the collegiate level, and pro level. Like I don't feel like you should be punished for heat checking. Now, I do believe in if they're doing dumb shit, you could be benched. I believe in that as well. But like I feel like
Yeah.
if I do feel like she's not the only one and maybe that article was probably single her out, but yeah.
All right. So before we move on, what's up, Maya? You had your hand up.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, really quick because I read the article earlier. Um, so back when it was like more of a conversation, in general about South Carolina in terms of why Phil Wiley was coming off the bench and Phil Wiley should be a starter. Like I was one of those people that was like, a naysayer, like, in terms of Dawn and her coaching decision about having Fawali come off the bench. Like I was somebody was where I was like, why is she coming off the bench? Da, 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 da. But as the season went on, and when you look at other teams and then you kind of just look back in hindsight, it kind of makes sense that it's what she literally said it was. It's just I think a lot of people just couldn't accept it because of how great a player for Wiley is. That it's just to instill discipline. That it's like with certain players, a lack of discipline is just very detrimental to them. That yeah, they can do. I feel like the article had it. I don't know if it was a direct quote that someone called it weird or if that was the person that wrote it that said that. I have to go back to see if it was
It
in
was a
quotations or
direct
not.
quote from the coach,
Okay.
Sessions.
Well, the coach, I don't know why the coach called those things weird. I'm not really understanding that part. But, the things that she listed off, it's like, yes, Wiley is a great player, but she's going to be an even greater player having that discipline that Dawn instilled by having her come off the bench, by sitting her down if she made a mistake. Because I think what a lot of people are overlooking is like the fact that, they said that Full Wiley had a different coming up in terms of basketball than most people. So it's like I think that might be where the disconnect is where and then also I think maybe too the wording in the article might strike people as odd, but I think the core of it all is just more of an explanation of why Dawn did what she did. And and it's like you have to I'm still someone that I do think that, next year I feel like she should start. Like she definitely, is a starter. but I see why Dawn did what she did. I mean, we've seen examples of other players where, you wish they had more discipline. They're a great player, but the discipline is lacking and it's coming off on the court, and you can see that. Some people may deny it, but you can see it. It's not to say they're not a great player. That's not what that means. It's just they would be even better than the great that they are if the discipline wasn't lacking. So, I don't know. I feel like, uh, I don't know. When I read the article, I didn't really, outside of like the calling it weird, I didn't really see any issues because, like, I'm now, I have changed my initial mindset about how I felt about what Dawn was doing. Like, fully understand it's discipline over everything. You instill it now so you don't run into issues later. You instill it now to set them up to being at their greatest potential that they can be. Now the wording, I don't know. That's one thing, but the core of it is just discipline over everything. I think that's just, you know, that's how I
I
feel about
mean,
it.
and to be fair, like Raven, she commands the offense better. She's more poised. She has more experience, and I feel like that's why she's starting. You saw it in that Duke game when she slowed everything down and said, "No, we're not going to play at their pace. We're going to play at our pace," and just took over the basketball game in the last minute or so. So that's why I also feel like I don't think there's nothing wrong with Fawali coming off the bench because she can be that spark. But I also see both sides. Should she be a starter and would she be a starter and on any different team? Yes, she would. But Dawn knows what she's doing.
To be fair, they could have saved their print and saved this article for something more worthy of it.
They
It's
should.
not like we didn't know this. We didn't.
Nah,
We
But
facts.
knew. We knew for Wiley needed discipline. We knew she's an up and down player. We knew
but
this.
I also
Why did
feel
we
I
like
need an
this.
mean,
article about it?
a
I
lot
also
of
feel
people
like this was
kind of
clickbait
technically
though.
didn't
Like
know that.
we all knew this. I
I
think
was gonna
all.
But
say,
here's the thing, y'all. I think the thing is, to its core, people understand it, but it's like it just stopped when it came to Don and Wiley. And I will admit myself, I was one of those people that, when it was happening, when it was a topic, I was one of those people where I was like, Don, what the F are you doing? Start her. But in hindsight, I'm she clear, like, literally, I don't, like, there's no question, there shouldn't be a question in anyone's mind that she did the best thing to set for Wiley up to be greater than she already is, because it's the instilling of that discipline. It's like a lot of people were not understanding Dawn's decision. I feel like this, even though, people have their feelings about the wording, or whatever of the article, but to its core, I just think people needed to be reiterated, because not everybody, while you may understand it for other players, it's like it stopped when it was Don and Wiley. And I will admit, I'll be the first one to admit I was one of those people. But in hindsight, especially when looking at, like, other teams across different SEC, ACC, when you look at different players, it's like you really just have to take a step back and be like, you know what, let me reevaluate how I actually felt about this, because she made the absolute best decision, because it's setting Full Wiley up in the future. And it's like she could have just started her this year and just foregone the instilling the discipline, but where would that have left her team? Where would that have left her as having to coach her in the future? Where would that have left Full Wiley? You know what I mean? So I feel like it needed to be reiterated. This is why Dawn did what she did. This is why it works. And I feel like it did need to be reiterated, because it was such a big conversation throughout the season.
I mean, the Duke game also showed that. So that's why like a lot of people were like, oh, you know what? Dawn was right. Let me shut up.
go ahead, Demo, and then we can move on.
I'm 50-50 on it. Hearing it explained that way is definitely a different perspective than the perspective I have. But I feel like there's a happy medium that we're missing, right? Like when I look at Notre Dame and we see a star player play their team out of a basketball game, I
Oh,
feel
I
like
was just about
that's
to
what I'm
use
supposed to be talking
her,
about. You
Demo.
know what I'm saying?
I was just about
Maddie
to
But
say
like,
we
Westbeld.
gonna get. No, I was just about to say we gonna get an article on Hannah Hidalgo next about stuff that
you
we
feel
knew
me?
already.
We've seen her shoot teams out of the basketball game, right? So like it is what it is. It's just kind of the nature of her game, right? She's aggressive to a fault. Um, I think the happy medium can be like with Malaysia. Like if she's a starter and she's not like over aggressive, just doing what she needs to do to make the team win, then you leave her on the court. She started making mistakes and taking deep threes 5 seconds into your shot clock, take her ass out, right? In my head, I feel like it doesn't hurt your team having her as a starter, but I don't know that because I'm not in the locker room. I also I can't I'm sorry I can't in good faith give Raven Johnson praise for slowing the game down against Duke. They were up 2 with the advantage on a fast break. They could have went up 4. Both of those are good decisions in my book, right? Like it's a good decision to slow the game down because you ended up winning it, and you needed to. But those 2 more points would have made Duke more desperate. All I'm thinking.
Right, right. And then to end the topic, somebody said, and I quote, "Don is hurting the players. You have to allow players to make mistakes. The greats become great because a coach allowed them to make mistakes. We need to stop handcuffing women and let them be superstars. The things that make them great can be the things that make them bad."
You can both sides that statement, right? Because like you look at what happened over there in Notre Dame with Hannah, like you can see that the discipline was not there. Like she had too much of a green light, no discipline at all. So when you don't discipline a player, that's what happens.
Is that really Hannah's fault though? She's
It's
an
not
only a
Hannah's
That's
sophomore.
fault.
what
It's
I
not
said.
Hannah's fault. It's Nielle's
That's
fault.
what I said.
But I
I
get
said she had so much of a green light. That means it's a coach fault.
it's
Okay.
Nielle's fault. But I get what like Demo's saying. Malaysia can be in the starting lineup and be taught discipline. Like you can fuck up in the starting lineup and get benched.
All right.
You don't have to
Let's
be benched to be taught discipline. But I get it. Still
yeah.
think it's a race to ladders.
That's facts. So the next topic is the transfer portal, and I know a lot of USC fans are really confused by this, but Avery Howell just entered the transfer portal. That is the the freshman guard, number 23. I I kind of don't know why she wants to go to the portal. I would only guess this is because USC is not going to be that good next year without Juju and without Kiki, but that's my only guess.
Well, I don't think it's that. I just think it was a disappointment for this year for her, to be honest,
Sometimes
because
A disappointment.
yeah, she really didn't get many touches. She really didn't get to shine like she wanted to. Like, yes, the team is doing good, but I personally, I didn't get to shine like I wanted to. Like
You
you guys have to start. You guys have to
Juju
start
is on
thinking
her
like,
team.
okay,
I was
Carla,
just about to say that. Like
Like
okay,
what?
playing
but
behind
can
somebody
I
like
finish?
Juju.
Damn,
I just Avery
these
definitely.
players Lord, these players, they want to play. They want to get their shots up no matter if they have a star in their team, cuz you can get your shots off and still have a star in your team. But that didn't happen. It's not Juju's fault. It's Lindsay's fault. Like she does not know how to coach. You shouldn't have to learn how to utilize your player when your best player goes down. That is a coaching malpractice. And that is her fault that she's losing her players. Not anyone else's. It's her
I
fault.
won't be surprised if she goes somewhere close to home. I think there's a lot of thing that goes into a player transferring. The girl is from Boise, Idaho. It ain't shit in Boise, Idaho. It probably was a culture shot. It may be that she wasn't getting as many touches. It may be that they have guards coming in the next year and she thinks that those touches are going to continue to decrease. There's a lot that go into it. But I got to wait and see where she goes before I give my final take because
She going to
A
my
TCU.
culture
freshman
shock.
year, my freshman year in college, I went from a big city in Chicago to the middle of fucking nowhere. And it was a culture shock for me. And I went back home for college because I couldn't handle it. Like, college is a lot. And she's a college athlete. That's even more.
Interesting. Go ahead, Uncle
Culture
Shawnee.
shock is a thing. Y'all don't
There's
know?
that. Like,
Huh.
to say Avery didn't get touches, like, just isn't true. um, so, like, she is supposed to be the shooter on the team, so she definitely did get touches. I just wouldn't contribute that to a reason as to why she might have left. There's a million other things, like Brandy just said, but she definitely gets to shoot the ball.
Oh, somebody in the chat in the comments just said the same thing
Donnie,
I
like
just said.
I looked at her averages and it was like 5 shots a game.
That should be. That's what
That's
I mean. How many you
that's
want her to
not.
get? Like 10?
She has two
Yeah,
two
You
stars on her
got
Brandy,
team.
I'm
Juju
not
and
saying
yeah. I mean,
Kiki
from
on the
she's a
my
star.
team.
Brandy. I'm not saying from my personal thing. I'm saying as a shooter, no one wants to have 5 touches. She's probably like, I'm gonna go somewhere where I can shoot the ball more.
But as a maybe fifth option, you got to understand who's on the floor with you.
Okay, but that's probably her thinking, Brandy. If she thinks that way, then she thinks that way. She wants
I
that.
was just
She
gonna
wants
say
more
it's
touches.
it might not be to us, right? It might make sense. Right? She's like the fourth, fifth option. She a McDonald's All American. She thinks she coming to be Juju's sidekick,
That
right? She
girl
thinks
ain't
she
thought
coming.
that and Kiki Uriafen on
You
that
know,
team.
hey,
Come on now.
look, I don't know what those conversations was when she
Come
got there.
on,
You know what I'm
dog.
saying?
Come
Because she knew
on.
what the roster was when she got there.
She knew
You
what
know what
the
I'm saying?
roster
So like,
was.
What?
you feel me? You knew Juju was there when you got there. So like, I feel like I could be wrong, obviously, right? But you go from a McDonald's All American shooting 35 shots a game to shooting 5 shots a game your freshman year when you thought you was gonna be like at least 2B. You feel me? I think it's possible. It's possible that she wanted more shots. You know what I'm
So
saying?
Hey,
Demo, so what you're saying is she's definitely not going to transfer to Notre Dame.
Ah, so
Not
maybe
that.
not, right? But if Coach Noel can say that I can get you at least 15 shots a game, right, off of Hannah's gravity, she might slide. Because
You
like
know
in my
what?
head, if I'm a 3-point shooter, I'm thinking Juju gonna have enough, Kiki gonna have enough gravity to where I'm gonna get more than 5 shots a
But
game. I'm gonna be wide
she
open
would
in
low
that
key be
corner.
the first option if she stayed.
as a
No, she would.
3-point
She would be
shooter
the
No,
who
that
second.
don't
freshman that coming in might just take her minutes. So
and
No,
she
and
might
and,
And
might just want to
she's
get
not
up out of
really an
there.
off the
and,
bounce type of
and I
scorer,
was
so I
just
don't
gonna
think
say
God.
I
that.
don't really think she's gonna be I
I
personally
was
don't think she's
just
gonna be
gonna
a first
say that,
option
bro.
nowhere that matters.
As a person who don't handle the ball, is no way you thought you were gonna get more than 5 shots, maybe 6. But you don't even
That's on
have
like
the
7 to
ball in your
10
hand
maybe.
predominantly.
Wow. All right, let's go to
Right.
MK. Go ahead, MK. You have your hand up, and then we'll go Dre.
I'm a little late, so sorry if you mentioned this, but I do think just the fact that we're kind of in a gold rush with NIL, and I think Chavez kind of like shook people. I think what HVL did, like, she got a bag at TCU and it worked out for her. I just feel like it's so numerous, and a lot of these decisions for people transferring are puzzling. It reminds me of like, when you're at your job and that you ask for a raise and they give you like, you know, $2,000, but then you could find a new job, same level for, $10,000 more, $15,000 more. I feel like they have more opportunity to squeeze themselves in and get a lot of NIL money out of a program that's desperate for their specific need than to get the amount of money they think they're worth at their current program because they're already there. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like money is the biggest factor at the end of the day for all of this. Obviously, fit and everything is important, but I just that you can't underestimate the power of like, $1 million can change someone's life, their family's life, whatever. So I feel like you just can't have this conversation without mentioning that.
Go ahead, Dre, and we'll go Kayla.
All right, so look, um, honestly, I was kind of shocked about the news because you was a starter when Juju went down. You was playing around like 15 minutes per game. You get 5 shots, give or take 7. And I don't know, bro. Like you average 8 points a game too, so that's kind of good. So I really don't know what her thinking is, but I wish her the best, and I think that she'll have a good chance in any other team. But I don't know the thinking, honestly. Us USC fans, we really don't know because me personally, I'm fine with that. I'm the freshman and I'm playing 20 minutes a game, damn near. So it
She
is
was
what it
Also, the
is.
thinking
streets are
she wanted
talking,
to
saying
go
that
into transfer portal.
Talia, aka Tivo, They saying that she's gonna like transfer out too.
Yeah, go ahead. We don't want
As
you.
she
Apparently
should,
they did
because
want
honey,
her because they accepted her.
Yeah,
So
clearly.
not too much.
I thought she was a super senior.
I thought so too. I thought that was her
She
last
might be a
year.
super senior
Honestly,
because I'm on ESPN.com right
Oh,
now, and there's like no
who's the super
grade
senior?
by her.
TiVo.
TVO.
Oh,
Yeah.
she just needs to use that
High
degree.
school was pre-COVID. Hang it up.
Damn. Go ahead, Kayla Jr.
Oh, I was just gonna comment on what basically what everybody else was saying, because a lot of these players are going to different schools for the money, but they also going to different schools, that know their worth as a player. Like Demo said, some of these players are all Americans that barely see the floor. So, being able to go to another school that you can grow at, like Hailey Van Lith did, and get these brand deals to notice you, and that's even more money in your pocket. So yeah, anybody that want to come to Texas, if y'all can shoot and play
You won't
defense,
play.
All right. You
You
wish
won't
you
play.
wish,
if y'all can shoot and play
bro.
defense, we can throw a bag
You
at you.
won't
You mean
play.
if you can't
All right,
shoot and
all right,
play
all right, all
defense,
right.
there will always be a
You
spot for
won't
you at
play.
Texas.
Texas is another team with All Americans. You just add another All American to a bunch of All Americans.
We get people playing time, the ones that need
No,
it.
don't.
If you
She
want to
will not
Hey,
play, if
go
you
over
Kayla,
want to
there.
I know
play,
y'all
go to
don't because I
Tennessee.
saw
They
the
sub
bench and
five
all
in,
their
five out.
reactions
That's the
throughout
only
the
team.
entire tournament.
Wait, say it again, Carla.
Go to Ole Miss. They
Hear
need
you.
some offense.
Everybody
Coach
get.
Yo,
Hey, Coach, I don't know what Coach y'all doing, but she getting all them players at Ole Miss.
Um,
no
I'll
bullshit.
tell you what,
She racking them up.
these players are gonna have to learn this lesson sooner or later. Because if, and again, I don't know, but if Avery plans on going to the WNBA, if she wants to, and a lot of these other players, you're going to be on a team where there's going to be like multiple all stars, and you're not going to get touches. You're not going to get the minutes because that's just what happens. And you're going to have to work your way up. So you're going to have to learn that lesson sooner or later.
Yeah,
NIL
ask
ruined
Markeisha
college.
I mean, would
Davis.
she not be
She
a
went
first?
from playing in college to not playing at all in the W.
She
She's a
played.
Shit.
champion now.
She
She played.
played, but
She got
like
that. Yeah.
But
that's
she
the
played.
example. That's an example of being buried under stars. It's going to happen. Get used to
Would
it.
Avery not be a first option if she went to Duke?
Well, Duke is bad offensively.
Anybody who could shoot the ball is the first option at Duke. I'm just
I
being
was saying we
real.
probably got people on the panel that could be first options at Duke.
Shit.
I mean, she was
Not too much on Duke. That coach
because
like to play
No,
No,
you're
defense,
right. You're
so
right.
I love
I'm talking
Kara
shit. Duke be
Lawson.
hooping.
I
I'm
love
talking
Kara,
shit.
but at some point we got to start being honest, bro. I can't. We need some
I mean,
shooters on
Damo,
Duke.
I've been saying that you're great
No,
defensively, but you haven't
Hey,
it's
recruit.
not the
For the
first time
past
that
three
they.
years,
I'll
mind
never
you.
forget.
I was just gonna
I'll
say
never forget her
Their
leaving
best,
Toby out in the last
their
minutes of that game. I never
their
forget.
best offensive player comes off of the bench. Like what?
Yeah,
I
I'll
I
never
wasn't even
forget.
gonna go that far. This is the second year, maybe third year in a row where we've seen them win a tournament game, and that shit is under 80 points for
But
both
no,
teams.
we saw wide open
Hey,
threes
the final thing I would say
for
about Avery Hall is that she's a certified bucket.
Demo. We
So
can't do that.
it
So
is
we
what it
saw
is.
them. We saw wide open layups hit under the basket. We saw wide open threes hit the top of the backboard. Like we gotta stop this. You have to
Um,
recruit offensive players. If you
didn't
want to,
Richardson declare today?
if you want
Yeah. Hey, that's
Who?
my
fun,
dog. She comes.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to play
Reagan.
defense, recruit two-way players. But let's stop this. That was atrocious. Yeah, you played great defense, but goddamn, that was an ugly ass game.
Yeah, she couldn't buy a bucket, but yeah, Duke, Ole Miss. It's a lot of teams that gotta get some shooters, man,
I mean,
because
Ole Miss just got some players.
Ohio State.
need some shooters too. I'm not gonna hold you, Cody, because
Facts.
Cody's out. I wonder where Cody's gonna go.
LSU.
They know where
They
she's
don't
gonna
need her
go.
at
She
LSU,
been she
do
been
they?
hitting real hard.
Bro, Kayla, bro. You just
Come
talking.
They
over
said
to
they
LSU.
also said,
So I'm just talking, but she retweeting everything at LSU. So what we talking
but why?
about?
But why am I seeing that Heckle is also leaving USC?
Heckle too?
Don't say that. Please don't say that.
Is
Don't
that
say
I've
that.
is
been
that
seeing
the
it down my
freshman?
timeline. I
Is
don't
that
know.
the
I don't know if
freshman?
she's a freshman. I'm not sure. I'm not
She's a
sure.
Yeah,
freshman, dog.
freshman.
Yeah, they said I've seen like 5 tweets saying Heckle is leaving too. So
Oh,
I don't know.
It's got
K9.
room.
Bro, chill.
She's a
Bro,
sophomore.
stop.
It's gotta be
Stop
lengthy.
it.
It's gotta be lengthy.
I logged when I logged in. I'm like, what? I'm like, I seen the Avery Howell thing, and then someone said, oh, there's like K9. There's like the people gonna be shocked when K9 leaves as well. So I'm like,
Because
Nah,
oh,
if
mean,
Kanon leaves, it's definitely
the
on
game
Lindsay.
plan was get Juju the ball and that's it. Nothing else. No plays. Just
you
I
I
get
was
think
Juju
just
and
gonna
so
that's
something's
let
it.
say,
me
if all
happening
of these
behind the
players are
scenes
leaving
at
at the
the
Yeah,
same
that can't
school.
be
time,
just only on coaching. It can't be.
You know, like
Carlin,
something
the
like
game
I
plan was to
mean,
get Juju the
if you
ball and
if
that's
you
it.
had the
It
number
has to be
one,
coaching. Like,
if
what
you
are we
had the
doing?
number one, what was it, the number one recruiting class and the number one transfer portal class at the same time, you should be pretty good. You should be
Yeah.
pretty fucking good at basketball, right, or football, or whatever sport it is, right? You should be really good.
What
And
is
they
Olivia
were
Miles
solid.
talking
They
about?
were solid, right?
what you mean?
But I
What she
mean,
say? My bad, Demo.
nothing. She
She
just put
only
emojis.
she only got some whoosh emojis. That's all she got. I don't know what this is
Oh,
about though.
I like to think she's listening to the spaces.
Okay,
Well, Dre,
you
how are we
know,
supposed to know if we're listening with you?
Carlin, did y'all ever talk
like,
about what that Kenny situation at Kentucky?
Who? What situation?
At
Oh,
Kentucky
the
when he
The
coach?
snatched that
girl,
girl's scholarship.
the girl that got pushed out.
When did that happen?
Y'all didn't hear
not
about that?
again.
Y'all didn't hear about that?
The
He did that at
I forgot her name,
Virginia
but
Tech too.
the senior
yeah, she's retiring.
the senior at Kentucky, she got pushed out. Her father went on a podcast, I guess this morning or last night, to say that she got pushed out. It wasn't her decision. She didn't want this. She wanted to play basketball. She wanted to be on the team. They pulled her scholarship. And what else did that man say on the podcast?
I mean,
I don't know if you guys remember Ashley Owusu that transferred from Maryland to West Virginia. That's essentially what happened to her. I'm not sure
I
the
was gonna
details
say
never
he
exactly
was
came out,
Oh,
he
Demo,
was
I
but
I
horrible
remember
for her.
that situation.
because Ashley
yeah,
way better.
the details never officially came out. But they basically kicked her off the team for non-basketball related reasons too.
But
Like just
Demo, like this girl is not even close to what Ashley's talent was. Like her stats were
I get that,
non-existent.
but still, damn, you gonna go
Hold on
Yeah,
one
take a
second, Haley.
yeah,
scholarship
Let
that's
like
the
me.
yeah, that's
that? That's the
right.
she's still a human
principle.
being.
You know, like,
And like, wasn't the Ashley Owusu stuff like he was calling her fat and stuff, like nasty shit, like all
Yeah,
types of rumors
Court
coming
said
out.
to hell with it. Take it if she's not performing.
Because like I just don't agree with forcing a coach to keep a player that he just doesn't want.
Okay, it's a different way to go about it though.
It is,
Yeah,
yeah.
what if she tried to get her
it is
degree?
a different way to go
I mean,
about it.
what if
But
she?
like,
You could force a trend. You could do what Kim Mulkey do. We already know that Kim Mulkey, at the end of her meetings, because it kind of been confirmed a little bit, but not confirmed. At her end of the year meetings, she basically tell them to enter the portal. He could have did that with her. Just like, yo, like what you gave to the team. We want to head in a different direction. I don't see you getting minutes next season at all. I think it would be best for you in your career to transfer. That's all you had to do.
They
Taking
have that
somebody's
option on the video
scholarship.
game.
Why hadn't she said
They
that to
got
the
that
guards
option on
at
the video game,
LSU?
bro. You at the end of the season when you look at your roster and you got 99 people on your roster and you only need 85, they be like, encourage some of these gentlemen to transfer. That's what you got to do. Look, hey, look, buddy,
but
you've
she
been here
said
for
she
four
didn't want to
years.
transfer.
You're not gonna get no minutes.
She wanted to graduate in Kentucky. That she didn't want to transfer anywhere.
Okay, then don't take her scholarship. Bury
As
her at
I'm
the
saying,
end of
she
the
wanted to
bench.
graduate,
She want to graduate from that school, and you probably just took her only source of being able to go to that school.
right?
Be a fucking decent human being. Like that's just shitty. That's just shitty. There's no way you can think about it. Like that's shitty.
who
I
is
just want
that
to say one
talking?
thing.
Smaya.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we hear you.
Oh, okay. Was somebody else talking? Because I don't hear
No,
nobody
no, you're
else.
good. Go ahead, Dama.
Oh, okay.
It's loud over here, so no, I'm not talking.
I just wanted to say, like, what do you think happens in the pros when all those training camp contracts got to be cut? I mean, you got to do what's best for your team at the end of the day. Also, since NIL and money is involved, you're going to see more stuff like this and on the college level. Like
Yeah.
you can't keep everybody. And some at the end of the day, since NIL is involved, the money's involved, it's a business at the end of the day.
I mean, but you don't
Yeah.
lose NIL money when you go to the league. It just comes with you.
No, I'm not saying as far as like NIL. I'm saying like NIL money made college
Oh,
in the
to just like
transfer portal.
build your brand.
Yeah, like a business, like how the W goes. Like when you have too many training camp contracts, and you got to make those hard cuts. At the end of the day, people you like have to
I mean,
You
at
have
the
to
also
end
be
of the
cut a little
season,
bit.
though, at the end of the season,
Yeah,
that's kind
I
of whack.
mean, at the I mean, if
Like
you
they done
want to,
already
so
finalized the roster, did the media day, got pictures and all of that. Like, I can see if this is preseason.
I
right,
think
but they did
it's a
it
little
before the
different with
season. It's
college
just as
though.
like if you were doing it like before the W season started, they make training camp contracts. Whereas you won't get the media day and stuff. In college, you'll get it. You'll just get cut at the end. But at the end of the day, like if some of these coaches, they're on a timeline as well. You know what I'm saying? They have to meet certain deadlines. If you don't make the Sweet 16, some of these coaches getting fired. You get what I'm saying? I feel like Kenny had to make a tough choice. Yes. Like, do I believe that girl's scholarship should have been taken? No. But if he's on a timeline as well and he has a deadline, like he has to, you don't know what they told him. Like, listen, if you don't make the Elite Eight by next year, then you could be clipped too. So if you're not getting the production from a player, what do you do at that point? Are you? It's about your job or theirs. Like he didn't just say like you're trash, quit basketball. He said, I encourage you to transfer. You'll get more playing time somewhere else. She don't want to
No, he
transfer.
didn't do that. He took the scholarship.
He did. I mean, that's part. You can't keep the scholarship if you're not going to be
No,
on the
you
team.
can't keep the scholarship, but I think it's a little different than the pros. Once you become a pro as a woman, you already have your degree. Yes, you can lose your job in basketball, but you have other options. In college, you don't know what this girl whole situation was around this scholarship. I'd rather force you to transfer than force you out. He forced her out by taking her scholarship. He didn't force her to transfer.
But that's kind of what happens. If you're not on the team anymore, then you kind of don't have your scholarship anymore.
And she was a part of the old
You get?
regime too. That's what I'm like. And the fact the if we just
I,
like
Bro, just tell me to hit the transfer portal.
well and
Don't take my
But Brandy,
just
she
tell me to
also
hit the
said that
he
she
transfer
did.
didn't.
portal.
He did.
Hold
By
on.
telling, he did. He
But
did tell her to
she did
transfer.
the
she also
Kentucky
said that she didn't
hometown and
want
she
to
wanted to
transfer
play at
because
Kentucky and she just didn't want to play anywhere else but
she also
Kentucky.
said she didn't want to transfer because she would lose some of her credits.
That's the tough part of it, man.
Yeah,
Honestly,
like what?
it's
It's fucked up.
it is. It's a tough situation, man. Me personally, I would have. If she's a senior, man, I would have just let her rock on the team, to be
It's
honest.
fucked up. You can bury her at the
But
end of the bench. Kimoki got a girl that got
yeah,
a heart condition on her team.
Not yeah, it's not
At the
like
end of the
yeah, it's
bench.
not like
But
Kentucky's
Kim
gonna
Mulkey
be
also just won a championship
yeah.
and she's
At the
there.
end
that's what
of the
I'm saying.
bench.
Kenny,
She's
I
gonna
feel
retire
like
at
we
LSU.
don't know what they told that man. You know what I'm saying? He could, if he don't make the, what if he don't make the Elite Eight next year, and they be like, well, you're clipped. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, it's a tough situation, but again, I feel like the transfer portal and I like everything. It just make college basketball now a business. At the end of the day, it's like the pros. It's like free agency, to be honest.
That's a good point, but again, it's not like anyone's expecting Kentucky to be like top
No, but that's the
3
thing. They are.
SEC.
No, they are though. If you look at their NIL allocation money, they are putting money into the program to be like. That's why it's not far
Didn't
fetched.
another two of their players just hit the portal?
That's why
Yeah.
we don't know. That's why we don't know what's going. Because like we gotta. I honestly gotta think Georgia was one of the most paid players from the Kentucky, like in all of NIL from their like perspective collective. So
Is she even
they will
allowed to
be
get
spent.
NIL?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I
No,
don't think
I
they
don't
she
think
is.
she
they
was.
they do it under the table. It's what that like they do it in the men's game. They do it in the women's game. Like
I was just
it.
gonna say it's
Yeah,
loopholes around it. So
yeah.
Georgia can't sign like a Nike deal on her own. She can't sign anything independently because she's from Australia.
Don't put that
But
girl
her,
business on this. You know they listen to us.
my bad, right? But I do know that they because she goes to Kentucky, she can get Kentucky's collective, right? And Kentucky's a Nike school, so I'm sure they have a lot.
She just gets a bunch of boxes at her house, just
Hypothetically
free stuff.
speaking, Hypothetically speaking.
All right, so let's move on to the next topic, which is the creating the mock draft. All right, so we can either create this mock draft or we can just look
I
at a
think we
mock
need to
draft
wait,
and I'll start
Karlan.
reading it off, and then everyone can just be like, no, that's not right. So and so should be there.
Oh,
And I think we
Carl,
need to
which
wait.
mock draft are you getting? Because man,
I think
some
we
You
need
want?
to
Yeah, because
wait.
Ghost is gonna have a fucking heart attack.
Hold on, Brandy. You want to
some of
wait on it?
these people mock
I
drafts
think
are
we should wait.
crazy.
We don't even know, like,
I
we
think it's
just
Who
pretty
all the
set right
rookies?
now.
Olivia Miles was
Oh,
number 2 on a lot of mock drafts. She ain't coming in. They had AZ Floyd on a lot of mock drafts. She said no. Ayoka Lee was on mock draft. She said I'm retiring. Like, I think we should pump the brakes.
No, if it, listen,
Wait.
listen, if you're
I
listening,
think we should do
no,
it
like,
and then do it
yeah,
again in
no,
a week.
listen. If you're listening to this right now and those three you were looking at a mock draft with those three players going in the first round to prospective places, go look at a different mock draft because there are certain mock drafts out there that aren't mine that have been accurate from the start. One being Rachel Galligan, from Windsor. So you just got to look at who you're like where the sources are coming from and what mocks you're looking at. Because the whole Olivia thing, I think it's dependent on what your sources are and who you're talking to. But she might have never been the number two prospect. Like that's why I think, like we saw last year, we always want to bring up last year's draft class. Everybody had a certain certain mock, and it was never right. It's the same shit every year. So
That's why
Hmm.
I said you should wait.
no, but
How much longer do you want to wait? The draft is in
that's what
12
I'm
days.
saying. No, that's what I'm
It's literally like a
saying.
week,
There's no
right?
long. Yeah, there's no
Yes. Yep.
longer
Less than 2 weeks.
because just to put in comparison, a year ago today, basically a week before the mock, is when everything changed with Camilla dropping from 2 to 3. Same shit is going on, bro. Same shit. Same shit. The mock people that thought that they had the top three, top four, don't they just
Well,
throwing darts and we're
there's
copying
some
each other.
Can I
mock.
say something? A lot of these mock drafts are based off team need in the moment. So what you need right now may not what you may need like a day before the draft. You just don't know.
That's facts
So
because
Mock drafts has
Paige is
yeah,
content
listed
with
at number
everything.
one, and right now Dallas Wings need a savior. So you're absolutely right on that, Damo. All right, so should we
yeah, you're
should
stupid,
we should
dog.
we do it or should we not do it?
We know we should.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna read off a mock draft, or well, unless y'all want
Who?
to do it from scratch.
Whose mock draft
The
are you
one that
getting?
was
Yeah,
in the group
let's
chat that
just
was terrible.
not. Yeah, no,
The
no, no. We're not doing that one.
That's the
tankathon one?
one I
No,
was trying
You
to
fuck
want to
say.
use the
no.
tankathon
Yes, for good
I mean, it's
debate.
one? Oh
up,
my
No free
god.
promo. Don't say the name. No free promo. We're not using that mock
it's
draft.
updated.
Oh
Just
my
let's just
god.
let's just
It's
do our
updated. Why
own.
not
Okay,
use it?
okay,
It's
okay.
updated.
So this is the
Wait a minute.
official WNBA radio mock draft.
Let's run it. Let's run it. Let's record
Um,
it too. Let's run it.
I feel like I should
What?
Don't
play
be
It's
it.
being
spaces are
recorded
recorded.
already.
It's always recorded. But anyway, I feel like I should
You know
play
that's my
something.
tagline.
Is it?
All right, I'll play some theme
Please
music
don't get
for
This
it.
is
that
the
damn
first time I
credit.
ever heard you say that.
No, I swear, Corey. Come on, you can back me up. You know that's my tagline.
No, your tagline.
No,
Come on.
no. Your tagline is "This is a recorded space," not "Let's record it."
No, his
Yes, that's what I
tagline
just
is
said,
"fuck
Shawnee.
out of here."
Thank you.
That's your
All
Nah,
right, we're
his
tagline.
missing the
Hey
tagline.
plot.
yo,
Man.
Get the
nah,
fuck
she
out of
got me
here.
weak.
His tagline is
Get the fuck out
In
of
the words
here.
of
All
no. His
right, Dre.
Nicole,
Not
we're
too
tagline is
much.
that
missing the plot.
screenshot
Not too
emoji.
We're
much.
That's
missing the
his
plot.
tagline. A fucking screenshot emoji.
All right, here's
What if Sonya Citron say, I think I want to take a year off of basketball?
Oh,
Get
I'm
out
taking a
Hey
year
yo.
off.
Get out of here.
all right. Welcome to the WNBA mock draft. This is official. Oh, okay. Well, my music definitely did not work.
Can you have more energy when you say it again?
All right, welcome to the WNBA official mock draft.
Oh no.
All right, panel members, the number one pick in the draft. Can we all agree it should be a Georgia Tech native?
Karlan.
No, she
No.
missed me.
Stop
Definitely
Nah.
fucking
not.
playing, Carlin.
Mm-mm.
All right, all
Definitely
right,
Not
not.
the.
fine, 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 fine. Paige Beckers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, hold on.
All right, we got Paige Beckers going to Dallas. That should be easy. All right, I'm looking forward to this. Number 2 pick going to Seattle Storm. Who should it be?
Sony, and I'm not talking
Sony.
about the
Sony.
PS5. Sonia Citron. Come
Sonya,
on.
Sonya Citron.
Sonya.
Sony,
Sony.
of course.
Yo, that's actually a fire nickname.
3 and D.
No, wait, what's her number? What's Sonia's number?
11.
11.
The PS11.
All
All right,
right,
nigga, next.
Fire. Oh. And, all right. Sony at 2, going to Seattle Storm. All right, the Washington Mystics pick, which they got from the Chicago Sky. The number 3 pick of the draft
Malanga.
is.
Malanga.
Dominique Malonga.
We all agree on that?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, yeah.
Malanga. Okay.
Malonga. All right.
I
We're
think I
gonna
want
have
some
some.
grilled chicken.
Hey, we got some. We're gonna have a
Dominique
disagreement here,
Malonga.
though.
Ghost, don't
Come on.
start your bullshit, Ghost.
No, come on. Next pick. Let's go. Number 4 pick.
All right, the number 4 pick also belongs to the Washington Mystics. We are selecting.
We select a girl from Fort Worth.
Anissa Morrow.
Hailey Van
No,
Lith.
Kiki
Anissa
Morrow.
Haley Van Lith.
motherfucking
Hailey
Morrow.
Van
Oh my
Lith.
god, because I
Haley
was about to say
Van
Kiki.
Lith. Haley Van
Van
Lith.
Fort
Lith.
Worth.
Anissa
Who said
Morrow.
HBL?
Anissa
I think
Morrow.
I did.
From
And
Shania
Fort
Ghost
Anissa
Worth,
said.
Sellers.
Morrow.
Texas.
I think
Please.
Sellers is going
What?
to
They need a
Washington.
guard. They need a
I think
guard, so it's
Whoever
not
Sellers
too
who
is
far
going
said
off.
to
that is
Washington.
exactly
What
how
they got?
Chavez
They got
said the
4
city
top
of
3 picks,
Norman.
don't
The
they?
city of
Top 10
Norman. Like,
picks.
They
don't
got,
say
they got,
Fort
they
Worth
got.
and think we supposed to know where the fuck you
I
What they
think
got?
they
They
No.
got
getting
2, they got
Sellers.
3, they got 4, they got 5. Shoot, they got all the
You
picks.
don't need
That's
to
what I'm
say
They
saying.
got
Sellers.
rid of Julie. They need a
I
guard.
think they getting
Yeah.
Right.
Sellers.
And Van Lith is the
No.
best replacement, I think,
Yeah,
for Van
Shawty.
Lith.
I
Like
Let's
play
think they
go.
getting
style, you want a
Sellers.
scoring guard.
Okay, let's vote. Me and Shawty got HBL. Brandy got Sellers. Damo.
Damo just listening because I
Oh,
don't. I
okay.
don't
And
watch the
Dre.
draft.
Court,
Dre.
Let
court,
me tell you, I don't got nobody.
court
This
has
Hey,
ain't
I
my
got
fight.
Anissa, man.
Okay.
Court has
Anissa
Anise.
Sellers.
Morrow.
Court has
I say Anissa.
Okay, so it's 2. Hey, Karlan. It's 2 Anissa, 2.
Bro, they gonna have a starting five of bigs and
Hold
nobody
on,
can
hold on,
pass
hold
them the
on.
ball.
That's what I'm saying,
That's
bro.
why I said Haley Van.
They
So
still
Karlan, you
got
got to make the
Brittany
decision
there.
between Anissa, Sellers, and HBL.
Sellers.
Anissa.
HBL.
Or
Anissa.
Haley. Karlan, make the
Anissa.
decision. Break the tie.
Anissa.
I've
Marlon, out of
always
those three,
said.
who do you think is gonna be?
I've
Come on.
He's
always
not gonna
said
pick
Anissa
Anissa.
Morrow is a mystic. Always.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have her as a
Always.
mystic, just at number 6.
That's like 10 guards on. I mean 10 forwards
That's
on
I
a
that
think
team. You already made
Anissa
her
is
list.
going to the
oh.
Valks, bro.
Just wait till Anissa
Why?
get her handle a little tighter.
Why
Anissa
did
is going to the
They got
Valks.
The
cards.
Atlanta
That's
Mystics.
what I said. Anissa at the Valks.
Anissa is going to the Valks at 5,
Sellers,
y'all.
bro? Why didn't you guys
No.
pick Sellers?
So
First of all, in the
wait. So what's
last
the pick?
game,
What's the
they had
pick?
Kiki top 3 pick.
Anissa.
Is that the pick?
No, it's Sellers.
No, they
Karlan. What?
No,
Yeah,
Carlin picked
I think he
it.
Carlin
said
said
Sellers is
it.
The
Anissa.
census
Anissa.
one, Anissa. Anissa is number
Yeah,
4.
number
Carlin
4 pick
Let's
is
keep it
Anissa
pushing.
Morrow.
Brandy.
So
He's the only one
Facts.
that picked
Okay, the
Sellers.
Connecticut Sun want to trade up to 5.
For what?
We give up the number 7 pick and a second round pick to move up one spot
For what? For who?
for Haley Van Lith.
Why? Let
I knew
HBL
he
go
was gonna
to
say that.
No, because
I don't
we got
think HVL going in the top 5.
yes, she's going.
I
I
don't
think she'll
think
still be
so.
available
yeah, I
at
don't think
7
she
though.
I
is.
don't
I
think
I
feel like
think
she'll
so.
she
You
still be
don't think
available.
Washington
she
gonna take
may
her at
go top
6?
10, but I
Okay,
don't
okay,
think she
okay,
going
okay,
top
okay. Y'all
5.
think? What y'all think? Never mind. Let me stop
You
because
can't make a
it might
draft.
Now
not be
go
me.
ahead,
Just
Caleb.
finished the mock draft. Got the
Where y'all
board.
think Sarah Barker going?
Can we just finish
Second
the
Girl,
mock
round.
draft? Y'all
that's
got
Top
Wait,
second
five.
round
don't
talk.
jump
Honey.
me. Don't jump me.
y'all
Top
got
five.
That is
Just
second
wait a
ADHD.
round
minute.
talk. We ain't even got there yet,
Carla,
Okay, yeah.
Caleb.
Let's
Second
go back to the
round?
pick. We need
Carla,
some
number
decor.
Second
5,
round.
please. Number 5. These people got ADHD. Number 5,
All
please.
right, the number 5th pick belongs to the Golden State Valkyrie.
Then that's Kiki Iriafe.
Who are
Come on
they?
now,
Who are they
let's
Yeah.
picking?
stop.
Yes, Kiki.
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 Bro, I'm sorry. I'm not part of no mock draft that got Kiki going before Haley Van Lith. Are you serious?
Very
What?
Come
much.
on.
My nigga, we dead
We're
serious.
Bro,
dead
We're dead ass.
serious.
I'm sorry.
And we're
we
not
not
Unfortunately,
saying
lying
Don't
to
give
that
you.
this
that
is a
giving
Haley
dead
Ghost
ass
his
space,
flowers. Yeah.
and we dead ass right now.
Kiki
we're
is
not saying that
fine.
Haley is not good or whatever. We just saying we being realistic. She's not going
But
to the
but even
Valkyries.
being
Okay.
realistic, that like the Valkyries have a million
She's a good
forwards.
player.
What does Kiki
Y'all
going there
just
do for
gave
them?
the Mystics two more forwards. And now we talking about the Valkyries having a million.
Exactly.
The
That's their
Mystics
whole
literally
roster.
got a starting five of
Karlan, number
forwards.
6,
All right.
please.
Okay, I ain't co-signing this. Keep going. Keep going.
All
Let's
right,
like,
so it
man.
is
I didn't give the
a
Mystics a big. I gave them a god.
I
majority
Just
guess.
majority
know Ghost
I
is
decision.
gonna
guess you
clip
just
y'all.
gotta take it, Ghost.
Yeah.
Just
Karlan,
know
6,
Ghost is
please.
clipping y'all after this. Just know
Dominique
that.
went two, Becca.
Karlan,
It,
6, please.
yeah, it is a majority decision. Kiki Airfin will go number 5 to the Valkyrie.
It don't matter anyway, because Flajay finna come out and fuck up the draft.
Can we
So
just
there's that.
finish? God,
Number
no.
6, the 6th pick belongs to the Washington Mystics.
Sellers, Cheyenne Sellers.
Yeah.
Sellers.
Sellers,
Sellers?
yes.
Yeah.
Sellers.
Who is
No,
What?
no,
talking
no, no.
like
I don't
that?
agree with that. No.
I don't understand how Cheyenne
What?
Sellers gets drafted
That's
before HBL. That is
Y'all
that's
beyond
Okay,
what
me.
put
wait.
I'm
This
trying
Georgia
to
nigga got
say,
Amore
this nigga
belongs to
got
the
Shawnee.
going
Mystics?
Come
How do
on,
straight.
bro.
y'all
Shawnee,
not
you
know
take the
how
mic. Take the
Cheyenne is
mic.
going before
Take the mic,
HBL? This
Shawnee.
is
Take the
wild,
mic.
bro.
Check the DMs,
Take the
Maya.
mic.
Y'all got recency bias with HBL
I
for one
I can
This
game.
see.
no,
Wait,
no.
wait,
We need
wait.
to
Can I
stop
can I be
this.
She
honest?
said for one
I can
game.
see. Now it could be a toss up between Sellers and HBL if they're concerned about height. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep. Yep.
Not really.
I mean,
But Van
I
Lith is
kind of
smaller.
Really, if you want to talk about it, it would be a toss up between Sellers and Georgia Amore.
Thank
I
Oh,
you.
forgot
yeah,
Georgia
let's not
Amore.
forget
Now
I
Georgia.
done
he
Exactly.
is.
forgot.
Let's
They
not
are
forget
already up
Georgia.
No,
I
it's
there.
not
forgot
a
about
toss up
Georgia.
between Sellers and anybody. It's a toss up between Amore and HBL. Sellers is going six. She's going before them.
Thank you, Brandy.
Those two are fighting to see who go first.
Thank
Cheyenne Sellers
Georgia
been
going
doing
first.
this. Not new to this.
All
She's
right.
Georgia
not
going
new to
first.
this.
All
She's
right.
been doing
All
this.
right.
Sellers, number 6, Carlin.
So, okay.
Sellers.
Well, I guess majority decision. Sellers will have the 6th pick to the Mystics. All right.
Oh,
I
wait, wait,
guess
wait. Can you reread the top 6 so far, as constructed, please?
Oh,
yes.
brother.
Bro, keep up. Come
Oh,
on, Ghost.
brother, this
That's a
guy.
lot. It's a
Yeah,
long
it's a long
draft,
draft.
man.
Okay, so the top 6 picks thus far in the WNBA
Mm-hmm.
radio mock draft. The Dallas Wings, we have Paige Beckers going number 1. At number 2, we have Sonia Citron going to the Storm. At the Mystics, at the 3rd pick, we have Dominique Malonga going to the Mystics. The 4th pick also belongs to the Mystics, and we also have Anissa Morrow going there. The 5th pick, the Golden State Valkyrie, is going to go to Kiki Arafin. And the 6th pick of the Washington Mystics is going to select Sellers.
Okay. There you go.
There you go.
Let's move.
Okay.
Let's
All
All
right.
go.
right,
Haley Van Lith.
the
Seven.
Don't
seventh
even ask. No,
Number
we're not.
7 is Haley Van Lith. That's
Yeah.
She
where
ain't
she's
dropping no
going to
more.
go.
the
She's
seventh
Coach
not
pick
had
dropping.
to
belongs to
push her at
Hold
number
Connecticut.
on,
1.
gang.
No,
Wait,
she
wait,
Georgia
won't.
A. Moore not getting picked before HBL?
wait, wait, wait,
Bro,
wait,
No,
wait.
she's
oh
Are they
not.
my
saying height?
God, bro.
She's
You
gonna be in the
see
crowd
what you
though.
do? She drops
7th
HBL is
one.
is
going to
Hailey Van
Connecticut.
Lith.
Oh
Hailey
my
Van
God.
Lith.
Yeah, I got Haley Van
Oh,
Lith too.
brother. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dama.
They really never mind.
Yeah. So I see HBL at 7 to Connecticut. Um, Not only because she's had a really great season, which I feel like she upped her draft stock, but also she has a relationship with Jim Rosati. So I see that at number
Yeah.
7.
That's why I didn't push her higher than that because
That's the I've
she
been
going
pushing that since
7.
December, and that like I
She's
was
going
time out,
7.
time out. Hold up. I was told I was crazy for that logic, and now I'm being told I'm crazy that her value isn't seen higher than what it was before. Make
What
that
goes?
That wasn't
No.
it. I think her
Uh,
play was what was holding people back, not because of her relationship with the coach.
no. Okay,
But she
I think
she redeemed
listen.
herself.
No, I think she was already a first round pick in December. I think, to be honest, that when New York and
Ghost, I agree with you.
oh,
I
okay.
agree with you. She had a really this season. HBL. I know people are only going to look at what she did in the tournament, but if
Mhm.
you, I've watched a lot of HBL games for the whole season. She really has like cooked. That's why she was the player of the year for that. For that conference. So it wasn't just like a fluke or anything. Like she really played well all season long.
Yeah,
I would
Haley
I
I would
Van
just
Lith
honestly
was
say
going first round, but she wasn't going first round 7 and up.
Guess no, she was going to
Not in
whatever
December.
Connecticut. I think she was going to
Not
whatever
in
pick.
December.
Yes, I think she was going to whatever pick Connecticut had. And then I
No,
think
now yes. Now yes, but I'm saying
always,
in
But the
December
thing
always,
is,
she
I
wasn't going
don't
seven
always.
and
Nigga
up.
said
No,
always.
I
I'm
don't
You
telling
think
just
you.
lost.
Connecticut
This is why
picked.
she wasn't
Well, we
going
didn't even
seven and
know
up. She
Connecticut
wasn't
didn't
going
have the
before
seventh or
Olivia.
eighth pick, so that's no way that could be true. They didn't have the seventh or
So
eighth
I don't think
until
Connecticut.
until Indiana and New York traded it to them, so
That's
it
what I'm
wouldn't have been true.
saying.
I don't
Before
see Connecticut
December, she
pick
wasn't going seven
Hailey
and
Van
up.
Lith and
AZ was
Georgia
still there
Indiana.
and Olivia was still there.
So they're gonna
That
pick
just
one of.
knocked her down 2 more spots.
I can't see them picking Georgia and Haley. I can't.
Yeah, Connecticut has to get a forward, to be completely honest. If you look at their roster, they are very guard heavy right now. They do not have a lot of
Right.
forwards because Nicolina Milik, it already said she is not coming to Connecticut. They have Caitlin Bickle as one of the four forwards they have after that. And the thing is, they have another overseas player as a part of that. I mean, I feel like that overseas player is definitely coming for sure, but they have Caitlin Bickle and three other forwards. They need more options at the forward
Well,
position than they do at the guard.
Emma Messiman, what is she at forward?
Lisa, girl.
Because
Yeah, she's a forward that can play a
but
three.
the problem with
Right. So
Emma,
she, I feel like that's where she'll end up
but the
after Eurobasket.
yeah, but the issue with yeah, like you said after the Eurobasket, because the issue with her though, I don't know if she is going to go to Connecticut though, because the latest interview that she had as of March 8th, she said that is not going to go to a team that's in the middle of nowhere. That is literally Connecticut. And she was talking about the amenities of the city. Like she was talking about literally things to do in the city. She says she is not going to a place in the middle of nowhere.
Her
Okay,
initial
Okay,
so
her initial interview, she said she wanted to go to a contender, but she also said she wanted to go to a big city.
And the thing is, we also have to keep in mind that in that same interview article that she did, she considered the place where she was while she was in Chicago as not having much to do. If you think about Chicago versus Uncasville, she's definitely not going to go to Uncasville if that's one of the most important things to her. Because if you think there's nothing to do in the place you were in Chicago, oh, there is nothing for you in Uncasville except a past connection to your coach. That's
I
it.
mean, unless you're a boring person that doesn't like anything to do but just to stay inside your house.
Damn, she said Chicago was nothing to do. That's
Yes,
crazy.
and like I need to link the articles, but yet, and then if I when I link the article, you are gonna have to translate it from whatever language it was in. I think it was in like, well, I'm not even gonna pretend like I know what language that was, but yeah, she said there was nothing to do where she was in Chicago. So it's like we all know what Chicago is. So if she's saying that about Chicago of all places, there's no way she would even go to Uncasville. If she's saying that she does not want to go to a place in the middle of nowhere, and if she thinks that somehow describes Chicago with all the things that Chicago has to offer, there's no way.
Damn, who knows where she ends up then?
yeah, it's not like
She's not
players
gonna
have a
like.
choice.
She's not gonna. She looks like she's not gonna like half of the cities that's available.
Go
Oh,
ahead,
Carl,
Ghost.
Emma Meeseman would definitely have a choice. Like
Oh, you're talking about
she's the
Meeseman.
one. Yeah, we're talking about Meeseman. She definitely has a choice. Like she could go anywhere she wants.
All right, go ahead, Ghost.
Yeah, I just want to put it out there. I have no, I don't co-sign Washington getting Sellers at 4, especially because like before in the projections they had them getting Olivia Miles, or I did at least, or one a point guard, and now with Olivia gone, I don't see how that basically propels Cheyenne from being a perennial top 10 pick to now a top 4 pick.
But Ghost, this draft class isn't strong. It's a weak draft class and all, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know, but I don't. I think some of
I don't agree with
you.
that. I
It's
don't think
not
it's
That's
like
what
weak.
I'm saying. Bro,
it's
like
not like
I'm
it's the
not
2024 draft class where okay, Cheyenne Sellers.
okay.
So
Stop.
Court,
It's not
I
even
think
that. You
you
losing
value
players in this
just
draft
franchise
class.
players more, but in actuality the league is made up of role players. Like you need role players in order to win anything. And this is a great utility draft for that. So
Cheyenne Sellers moves up because we're losing people who are above her. That's why she
Okay,
moves
then you
up.
could say the same thing for Hailey Van Lith.
And
I just
that's
want to put
why
this
she's
out
going
there.
7.
She was going 7 before. But how did she time out? How was she not going 7 before? When she just did that to Olivia
Ghost, she was
Miles?
only going 7th in your mock draft, not anyone,
In your mock draft.
not anyone else.
You. That's what I'm saying. You guys aren't
Other
looking. You
people
guys are
have
all looking at
in the second.
yeah.
Okay, so let's take a
Oh
vote to
wait,
it.
wait, Karlan, real quick. Sorry to interrupt. For anyone that wanted to read that Emma Meesseman article, I just linked it to the jumbotron.
But the thing is, like, Ghost, like, seriously, like, only you had her in the top, in the first round. Other mock drafts did not have her in the first round at all.
Okay, no, that's what I'm saying. And then we're going back, and what was the conversation before?
So why would
That
you
there were some players,
second?
there were some players in the top 10 and some mocks that aren't even coming out.
But the thing,
So like, it's
why
like,
would you
so like,
go from a second round, from second rounder all the way to the top 5? That doesn't make any sense.
that because she was never a second round pick. Have
Yes,
you
she
thought about that?
was.
No, she wasn't,
She wasn't
bro.
even.
I'm gonna stand on that. No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. She was never a second round pick. If we're having discussions about Hailey Van Lith right now, and we're talking about recency bias. Recency bias is her going from literally the 7th pick to a top 5. It's not her going from
Not
second
even
round all the way
Ghost.
to the
Like,
top 5.
people who do this, like, really, who got the last year's draft right, they have her going to Chicago, just making the first round. No higher
Yeah,
than 10.
I mean, bro,
No higher than 10.
we're gonna come.
She's not
We're
going
gonna come
over.
back to this
She's
because
not
I
going over
promise.
Lisa
These.
Martin.
Hey, I. This
She's
is.
not going
I
over
promise you go
Milan.
back to.
She's
Hey,
not
time
going
out. Time
over
out.
Sonia.
Okay, that's what you told me about me when we had this conversation about her in the first round. That's why I'm like, maybe to you, it's ridiculous for her to be in the top 5 because you thought of her as a second round pick before she did what she did to Olivia and Hannah and broke up that team. But she's been a first round pick. She's been. I'm sorry, yeah, like she's not proving it to you. She's just, I think,
When
solidifying what front offices
when
and
was she
GMs
ever?
already thought.
When before the season started, she was never projected to be in the first round before the season started.
I think after Paris, GMs had their eye on her. I don't know at what point, but I think after Paris, she was most definitely getting looked at by front offices and general managers.
All right, go ahead, MK. I know you want to say something, and then we have to take a final vote because we're only on like pick 7.
I thought we went with HVL.
Yeah,
Yeah, Haley 7.
We did.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Haley at 7.
Okay. What's up, MK? You wanted to say something? Okay, or not? All right. The 8th pick of the draft also belongs to the Connecticut Sun. Who are they picking?
Needs to be a forward.
I have
Well, who else is
Joyce.
in the
I
draft?
have Joyce from Lithuania going here.
I
Shit, I don't. That's all the
I
people I
have
had in the
I
draft. I
got
don't know.
Justy. Yeah,
Sanaya
I
Rivers
got
is
who
in the
Ghost
draft.
got. The
I
Justy
have
girl.
Aisha.
No, I got Justy, the girl from
Lit.
Lyon.
Aisha is better.
No, one of them from Lyon. I think her
I
name.
just have
Yeah,
Lit.
Justy.
She's a 3. She's not a 4. They don't need another 3. They need a
Ain't that
big.
girl like 6'2", 6'3"?
She's
Yeah.
6'1".
She's 6'2".
Well, whatever. They need a big.
Oscar only 6'2".
She's not. She's 6'4".
What?
Yes, she's a power forward.
They getting one of them international players.
They need a big. They need a power forward. So Aisha would be better. She's a big who can knock down the 3 too.
And I've said this in the WNBA radio chat, and I just want to throw this out there publicly. I do think if Lingerie doesn't come out, this is a spot where with these last 2 picks, where if Anissa does fall to maybe 6, where Connecticut can move up, depending on how some stuff shakes up. So I know we're doing this mock, but just want to throw that out there.
Okay, so who's the 8th
Has
pick?
anything to give up?
So who's the 8th pick?
I
I
voted
don't even know.
Joyce.
I thought I was going with that girl
I'm going with
too.
I'm
Joyce.
going with Sipka.
Yeah.
All right, looks like it's Joyce.
Yeah, I'll go with Joyce too.
All right, so we got Los Angeles next.
Yes, the 9th pick of the draft belongs to the Los Angeles Sparks. Who are the Sparks selecting?
Georgia Amore.
Yeah, Georgia.
Hundo, 100%.
They need a guard.
Really?
Yeah, they need a guard.
Oh, I'm not convinced it's going to be Georgia.
It's probably Pow Pow.
Odyssey is there, right? Yeah. So
Harry
Pow.
do they?
McDonald's
It'll probably
Harry
be Pow
McDonald's still
Pow.
there
Harry
too.
I'm
It's
McDonald,
they
thinking
have to
Pow
sign him.
Pow
Kelsey
or
Sims,
Georgia.
Yeah.
It may
It'll
Kelsey
be
probably
I'm
Pow
be
Plum.
saying
Pow Pow
Pow.
or Georgia.
Sonya.
Pow Pow
It
or
may be
Georgia.
Pow Pow
Georgia.
or Amore. We can go Pow Pow.
It'd probably be Pow Pow, especially because not that Keeners was being consistent, but they just lost like they're supposed to be go-to
The shade.
shooter outside of Rakia. Listen, I hope Kia is everything she can be on Chicago this season, but I also watched her with my own eyes on the Sparks this whole last season, okay? So
But
I'm gonna be honest.
she was still recovering from an ACL injury.
Nah, I
That's
ain't
great.
gonna give
And
her
she
that.
still
She
was
just
not
had a
shooting the ball.
stinker. She had a stinker. Hopefully she
I'm
recover well and play good this season.
Damn. So we're going Pow Pow.
Yeah.
yeah.
Nah.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess. I guess.
I
I
can see
Man,
it.
what
guess.
was that?
That was me like throwing up, coughing, just signaling. I ain't co-signing this.
Hey, y'all gonna be shocked with who I got at 10 because I
I
think
mean,
this the person who
but you
actually
had
Brandy.
Sanaya
this
Rivers
the person
in
who
the first
actually raised
round.
their draft stock and y'all
You
ain't
and I
talking
both,
about it
Brandy.
enough.
You and I both.
Huh.
Let's get
All right. The tenth pick belongs to the Chicago Sky. Who are they
Serena
I,
selecting?
Sundown.
Serena
Sundale.
Sundell,
Sundale. Hey,
That's not too
hey,
far off.
put her on the
I like
team.
that.
Put her on the team
Chicago
right
Sky
now. I like her game.
selects
Serena
select Serena
Sundown.
Sundell.
Serena Sundale. I
A,
like
a
her.
6'2" point guard. Period.
I
I like
thought I
her.
thought y'all were looking for shooters.
I like
She can
her.
shoot
She is
too.
a shooter. She could shoot.
She can
She
shoot.
can shoot. She just prefer not to, but she can make it.
We also
She can
have
shoot.
shooters. We
She
also
And
looks
we
the
have
also
shooters.
pass,
have
but she can
shooters.
absolutely shoot if
We
she
just
has
need
to.
her to pass the damn ball. That's
We
it.
just need somebody that can pass the ball.
And we need length too.
She
She's
can play
6'2".
defense. She can switch. Yep, Serena Sundell.
I like her.
A 6
unanimous. So
a
Hey,
mind
guess
you,
what?
our last
Guess what?
unanimous
Cause
was
that
2 and
16 and
10.
22, we gonna get our shooters, so we not worried about that. Serena Sundale.
All right. Seems like everyone agrees. All right. The 11th pick belongs to the Minnesota Lynx.
We don't
they
care.
need a big.
Did Georgia get drafted
I
yet?
think the
Georgia.
Minnesota Lynx is gonna take
Georgia's not
Sifka.
dropping to a. Is Georgia not drafted yet?
Yeah, I was
No,
like, wait a minute, Georgia not
She
the pick
about
Bro,
to
yet?
drop to the
she's not
Georgia
10th.
Amore.
dropping off out of the bro.
Georgia Amore not going to the Lynx. They already got two short point guards. I think they're gonna get Sifka.
That sounds about right.
They're gonna get Sifka.
So not Sanaya Rivers?
Oh,
No,
she can't shoot.
she can't shoot.
Nah, Charlotte.
Sifka
Charlotte
is
not the wrong
six.
step.
Sifka is Court was right. She like 6'4". She can shoot. Yeah, they need that. They need that. That's what they need.
Exactly. They need height. They need length.
It would
Sifka.
have
How
been
do you
it
spell
would
her
have
name?
been Lee, but Lee decided that she want to retire. So
Okay. How do you spell her name?
Sivka.
by the way, I had Georgia going to the Sparks, but y'all said no.
All
I don't
right.
see her on
And
the
then
Sparks.
all right, also worth mentioning the Las Vegas Aces have forfeited their pick. Now moving on to the 12th pick. The 12th pick of the first round, which is the last pick, it belongs to the Dallas Wings. Who are they
Ge-
Oh,
selecting?
Georgia
go ahead.
Amore.
Georgia.
Georgia
Georgia.
No, we
Amore.
don't need
Georgia.
Georgia Amore.
Carlin, you
Dallas
tell us.
Dallas Wings
Amore.
No,
just
I
won the
can promise
draft.
you Georgia Amore is not going to be a wing.
Car,
I can
Amore.
promise you
tell
that.
us who y'all get.
Michaela Timpson? No.
I honestly, if because y'all picked Sundell, I really wanted Sundell to either go to well, I want her to go to the Aces, but I guess that's nothing. To be honest, I would love for the Wings to get a 3. I'm looking at Sarah Ashley Barker, to be honest.
Man, Sarah Ashley Barker
Oh.
not going to have. Y'all is getting Georgia Amore.
It's the last pick of the
Paige,
first
Paige
round.
need a backup, and y'all don't have Uzu no
She has a
more.
backup.
Who's the
She has
Who's
backup?
two
the backup?
backups. Her backup is Ty Harris, and then we have
Oh,
Oh,
I
I
forgot
forgot
y'all
about
had
Yamamoto.
Ty.
Ty.
Damn, she
Dang.
forgettable. I really forgot
No,
about her.
I
Oh
really
my
forgot
god.
that she was. Man, I really forgot she was on the team because Dallas has like what
They forgot about
Man,
her
4
on Connecticut
now?
too. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
see, this was
Unfortunately.
my mock draft because I had my mock draft written down, and y'all almost got my mock draft to a T, but not really.
And Ty
My
Harris is a
mock
shooter
draft
too, by the way.
was Pow
Since he
Pow
wants to
was
be.
going to go to Dallas, and Georgia was going to go to The
Who's
spark. I was thinking what Karlan was thinking. Y'all
Hmm.
need a like a high. Pow Pow can play the three a little bit and she can shoot. Y'all need that in that position.
No, no.
I'm
We
like, y'all
definitely
should
need
have
a
got Pow
shooter.
Pow.
But the
We
thing
definitely need a
is,
shooter, but
LA
no,
can
not
go
Pow
with
Pow.
either Georgia or Pow Pow, so it's interchangeable, to be honest.
LA? Georgia going to LA makes
But
no sense. If you just had the short guard
Bro.
conversation about the links, it's the same thing with the Sparks.
I
Oh,
All the
mean,
that's
So
guards
you're
were
true.
yeah, I'm
telling
great.
sorry,
me
Georgia's
that
a way
they
better
being
Dr.
school.
Shani,
selective. They
they
being
just did
selective,
it to the
Shawnee. Just let them.
Mystics.
They have.
Just let
We
them.
literally just gave the Mystics too big when their whole
But
roster
hold
is
on,
big.
he's telling the
Again, I
We
wasn't trying to
didn't. We
get. Yeah,
didn't.
I said
like
No,
we.
we
I didn't
didn't.
do that.
LA
I didn't
has.
do
No,
that.
we
Hold
didn't.
on,
We
LA has
didn't.
Ari McDonald and Odyssey Sims.
Yes, and KP's not tall either. So, like, come on now.
So like, I don't see them getting a third point guard.
Well, Georgia
To
Amore
be
may fall out the top 10 out of the first round
Which is
because
why I
there's
said Pow
no
Pow.
way
That's crazy.
as
HVL
a
and Amore is going in the first round.
as a
Why?
Wings fan, I
Because
would
Ghost,
rather have either
you
Why?
Sarah
can't
Parker
take
or
Why?
short
Sonata
players.
Rivers.
You can't take up
Why?
HBL and Georgia Amore. That's too short. Wait,
Who
Oh
is she
my god.
replacing? Who is she replacing? Out of all the players we just named, who is she replacing?
Who you talking to me?
Yeah, who is Georgia replacing out of all the people?
Here,
I
I'll repeat the draft. I'll
okay.
repeat the whole mock again. At number one, we have Paige Beckers. At number two is Sonia Citron. At three is Dominique Malonga. At four is Anissa Morrow. At five is Kiki Arifin. At six, it is Sellers. Seven, Hailey Van Lith. At eight, we have Joyce. Nine is Tahina Pow Pow. At 10 is Serena Sundell. And at 11 is Siska.
you gotta.
Yeah, so who is
Did I
Georgia
pronounce that right?
replacing outside of HVL? And I don't even think she can replace HVL.
Yeah, I got Georgia at 7 going to Connecticut, and I got
If,
Haley going at 4 to
if
Washington.
HVL go high in this draft, Georgia Amore is not.
Why?
Because they're interchangeable, to be honest. I just wanted to spare your feelings. They're
So
fucking
somebody has a
interchangeable.
question. So somebody has a
So
question
what's
in the
Olivia? What's
DMs.
Olivia Miles then?
Not in this draft.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
Haley
interesting you
Haley
said
Van
that.
Lynn.
It's interesting you said that, Ghost, because we have a question in the DMs for the entire panel. Somebody asked, y'all are very high up on Haley Van Lith, Pow Pow, and also Georgia Amore, but why isn't Deja Kelly
Well,
talked
I feel
about
like
as
I'm
one of the
high
top
on Pow
guards in the
Pow
draft?
because
Because she
She's not a
shoot
point guard. She
50%.
can't
She
shoot.
shoot 10% from
She's
three
not
and
tall.
50% from the free throw line. That's why.
I also want to say that Pow Pow is the second best 3 point shooter in this draft. The best 3 point shooter in this draft is
Has
Aaliyah
not been
Nye.
mentioned yet. Yeah.
It's Aaliyah Nye. She's the best 3 point shooter in
Oh,
this
she's
draft.
going to the sky at 16. Don't worry
Period.
about it.
But
Don't worry about it.
Pow Pow is the second best 3 point shooter in this draft. She does not need to slip to the second round. It's disrespectful.
I
Point
just
blank.
want to
I mean,
know why
isn't
y'all
it?
don't think that
Wait, but
HBL and Georgia Amore is
but
interchangeable.
they're not. But
they're
Madison
Why?
not.
Tell
Hayes.
me why. Because they do the same thing.
Isn't Madison Hayes also? She declared, and she's a really good 3 point shooter.
Why is
I think
Amore
HVL
and
is a better
HBL not
defender.
interchangeable?
I do think HVL is a better defender.
Uh,
I think it's just a better defender, and for me, that's like a when. Well, I don't know how many spaces ago that was, but the potential versus proven. Like,
Do you know
I
that
think I
Georgia
think Georgia's
Amore
got all
got
the
a better
potential.
defensive rate than HBL?
they don't.
I think I think Georgia's got all the potential, but I've seen HVL play against other pros, so to me that sways me more.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay,
Like
Yeah,
then
I
say
think
that,
but
she is
but
more experienced against
I
pros
think
too
you got to
because
say that because they defensive rating or Georgia is better. That's why I think they're interchangeable.
I
Yeah,
think the fact that Olivia's not in this draft anymore is, I think, telling like for like a justification for some people to move Haley up, but that's not the case. I think Haley was already above Olivia
No,
after
she.
that game.
Come on.
Goes,
Let's.
I don't care how much you dislike Olivia, and I'm not even gonna say you dislike her. You just think highly of HVL, and that's cute, but she wasn't going higher than Olivia Miles.
I honestly think she
She
was
just
4.
wasn't. She wasn't
I
going
think she
higher
was
than
4.
Olivia
Olivia
Miles.
was going
I think she
second, and she
was.
declared.
No, she
Yes,
wasn't.
she
No, she
was.
She
wasn't. No, she
was.
Yes,
wasn't.
she
No, she
was.
wasn't.
Yes, she
Olivia
No,
was.
she
Miles was going
wasn't.
Ghost.
second.
No, she wasn't. She was
She
never going second after Seattle traded. Don't even try to spew that. See, that's what I'm saying. Whoever gets picked second, don't even try that narrative. Don't even try.
No,
Ghost.
Don't
Whatever.
What
try.
narrative?
Ghost.
What
That
narrative,
that
Whatever you
that
Ghost?
think
that
about the
Seattle that
second.
Seattle's only selecting who they're selecting that too because Olivia dropped out of like no, they didn't try to jump over, they didn't try to trade with Chicago and then try to jump over Chicago and like what? No, ain't no fucking way.
Ghost.
Here, let's listen to our guest speaker, Latoya. Welcome to the radio show. Do you have a take or a question for the panel? All right. Well, whenever you're ready. Sorry, y'all can continue.
But yeah, I was gonna say I agree with Brandy. Ghost, whatever you feel about the second pick, that's you. But Olivia was always gonna go over HVL in that draft.
I do think you
It
got to pay
doesn't matter
attention
in
to the
your
comment
mind
that this
what
person
number it
said.
was. It doesn't matter in your mind whatever number you think it was justified. She was always going to be above HVL in that draft. It didn't matter what the numbers were. She was
No,
gonna
no, no.
be above.
I'm not talking about that. That's not what I'm getting flustered over. I'm getting over the flustered over the fact that you guys are trying to say that the two pick is only going to be the two pick because Olivia Miles isn't in the draft anymore, and that's
Nobody
completely
said
incorrect.
we
that.
didn't say that.
Yes,
We just said that
yes, yes.
Olivia
Play it
Miles was going
back.
to be the
No,
second
play it
pick.
back. You said that, Court. Play it back.
I said Olivia Miles was always going to be the second pick. I don't know.
That yeah, that's exactly what I just said, and that's incorrect.
No, it's
I don't think
not.
that's true. I don't think she was going to be the
Uh,
second pick.
Thank you, Shawnee. Like, bro,
all
get the
right.
fuck out of here, man.
Our guest speaker, Latoya. Did you fix your mic? Do you have a take or a question for the
Yeah,
panel?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think Miles is overrated.
I don't
I
disagree.
don't know. That's to me. And I think Hailey Van Lith and Amore. I think Amore is better than Hailey Van Lith because Hailey Van Lith get in her head a lot. So if you shut her down, then it's over with.
Amore is actually a point guard, and I think people skipping over that. Like she's actually the point guard.
Yeah,
And
she a true point guard.
GMs, like somebody in the comments said, they did kind of value Georgia a little bit more because she transitioned to the SEC and her game got better actually. Haley had to transition out for her game to get better. And then you watch her play against the SEC for her last game and she struggled. That's gonna be the last thing that's in their mind. Not the game before that, but the last game.
No, it's not, bro. Let's stop pushing that. Let's stop pushing
I ain't
that.
pushing it. I
Yes,
just
you
said
are. You brought it up
The only,
every single
I ain't
time.
I
the
ain't
Literally
only reason
every.
I would
pushing.
have
I
had
just
Oh
the only
my.
reason I would have had HVL to the Mystics as well is because she can be a combo guard. So especially when you have Slim over there and you have Jade over there, like you can kind of rotate them as to who needs
so
to be
you
where.
agree that she's not the best point guard.
The
Brandy,
best point guard like of the draft, or
Yeah.
she was never the best point
She
guard
was
of the
never the
draft.
best point
But
guard.
was that the argument at some point?
Wait,
No.
did y'all look at the WNBA GM confidential for the guards?
It literally was
yeah.
Okay.
what I just
No.
said.
Brandy, I agree. There's some things about Haley's game that concerns me. It was really highlighted yesterday.
I
One being the fact that she's 5'7". I do think Amore's better. She has better handles and she's a better passer. Which I think, and she's faster than her. So I actually think her game might translate a little better than Haley. I would love for Haley to do well, but I definitely see the flaws in her game and why she was lower rated in the draft.
So we have a question in the DMs. Somebody asked, "What do y'all think about Sanaya Fagan and where she's going to get
she's gonna
drafted?"
go in the second round. She may be a
Yeah.
Chicago
Yeah,
Sky.
second round.
And
I
I'm not
think
gonna
she.
hold you. She may be a
Seems
Chicago
like
Sky.
everybody's a Chicago Sky.
I think
No,
she.
we didn't say that. See, we didn't say that. Cause
I think she's going to Vegas.
we
To be
need a
honest.
backup four. So
Vegas.
I'm thinking she may be a Sky. I may pick her up at 22 for real.
When we get into the third round, because that's when the Liberty got to pick.
Oh my God.
We'll get there
I
No,
sometime
think
no.
between like 2 a.m.
But y'all don't
Wait,
need a
time
pick.
out.
Like y'all
Y'all
don't need a
are gonna
pick.
need another guard. So why don't
We
you
need it.
draft
We
Okay,
Deja
whoever
Kelly?
we draft, we stash in the draft. We draft in
okay.
and stash in.
Why
So
don't
Period.
you draft Deja Kelly?
that 12th pick, right? The 12th pick. I think the Wings would like Sanaya Rivers. Is anyone going to argue that?
You would take
Okay.
I'm going to write
Sanaya
it down.
We'll
over
take Sanaya.
Isaiah?
Mm.
Isaiah.
Yeah, you been
Yeah, they
Shawnee.
both look
What's
hurt.
up? What's up? You think Isaiah's going before Rivers?
I
I
think
have no
Sanaya
idea.
is going first because she's bigger, and she plays better defense. But Azaya is the better
Yeah, we need
talent.
that.
But
I think
I feel
Azaya
like
is the better talent.
Yeah,
if
and
you
I'm
read
just
the
like,
DM's thing, it said that Rivers she really can't shoot and she would be in the league only because she's a point guard.
yeah, I just think if you're like really trying to put the talent, I think Isaiah just has more. So I would pick her over Sanaya, I think.
He said no to Georgia Amore, but accepted Sanaya. Georgia Amore can do everything better than Sanaya, but defense.
Yep.
Yeah, but we don't need a point guard.
But y'all don't need
Yeah,
defense.
but
Like
Wait,
y'all,
we do it. Yes, we
like
do.
y'all got a decent defensive team
What
for
team
real.
doesn't need
Our
Does
defense?
starting our
Dallas
starting
win?
Like
five
yeah,
is decent. Our starting five is decently good defense, but our backups, we need somebody to help out Maddie Zegras when she
so why
comes
wouldn't
off the
you
bench.
get Timpson then?
Who?
Timpson,
I said Michaela Timpson,
Florida
and
State.
he gave crickets.
Oh,
Great rebounder. Great. Like,
Kayla
what are we doing?
Timpson so
we
This
don't
soft
need
nigga
help
though.
said we
rebounding.
need to help out Maddie Zegras.
We do. As a second
Demo,
unit,
Crickets.
quit getting your rocks off, bruh. Stop that shit.
Timpson
our second
soft.
unit right now is only like a
She's not even a
training
starter. What do
camp
you mean by
contract.
help her?
Who's on a starter?
Zegras?
She's definitely
No,
starting.
no,
She
I don't
started. All
think.
right,
No,
y'all
I
got
don't think
No, I don't think she's
she.
starting.
You don't think she's
Maddie
starting?
can start, but I don't think she will.
Oh,
Just because
Dejanay is gonna take the
historically
spot.
our bench production has been terrible, and we need someone who is we know is consistent to
Yeah,
score off
no,
the
Liv is
bench.
gonna start.
If she starts, then nobody's really scoring off the bench for us this year.
niggas relying on Maddie Zegras buckets. I'm crying.
No, Maddie's a
Whoa,
bucket.
whoa.
Wait, you
Maddie's
guys
actually
didn't watch AU. This is how I
Yeah,
know.
Maddie's a bucket.
Maddie's definitely a
Cause
bucket.
let me tell you something. Maddie is a bucket. Like,
Like
I don't know,
there's a
man.
reason why in her senior season, like if you look at all the stat leaders for like across college, her name was on all of those damn lists.
Not even
She beat
that.
out
Look,
Caitlin Clark
if
Think
in the start
Maddie
about
of the
this
doesn't get
season.
hurt,
lineup: Amore, Ty Harris at the 2, and Maddie. Y'all literally go from a scoring lineup to a scoring lineup.
No,
Well,
we're not
before
taking Dejanay out of the
well
starting lineup.
before Ty Harris does the two
but
position, she needs to not be scared to shoot.
not
You
not only
can't be
Hey,
that.
wait,
scared.
wait, hey, real quick, is Paige starting at the one?
Yes.
Yeah, that's hands
Yes,
down.
What kind of
Okay,
question is that?
okay,
She
yes.
started.
okay, okay, okay.
But I just wanted to say, if Maddie doesn't get hurt, she probably wins
Demo, mute for a
MVP.
second.
If Maddie
I
doesn't
got
get
him.
hurt, she probably wins most improved player because she was balling, balling.
All right. I'm putting Sanaya Rivers at 12.
No, Karlan,
It's
you did
his
not listen
pick.
to
Let
us.
him pick for his team.
No, if I don't agree, then who? Y'all want James there?
I would put Isaiah over Sanaya.
Yeah,
Sanaya! How's Sanaya dropping this far?
Isaiah is the
She's
better
dropping
player.
that far because she don't do anything really well, honestly.
But
Everybody in this
has the
draft
ball.
do what she do better than her. Let's keep it a buck. Come on now.
Ghost,
Yeah,
did you see the
I got
GM
Rivers
confidential
second round.
paragraph?
No, no, can you pin that please?
Yeah, I'll pin it. Let
Thanks.
All
me
right.
Thank
So the
look.
first round is
you. Thank
completely
you.
done. I'll
Dang,
read it
Carlin,
off
I was
again.
gonna read it real quick.
Hold on, because I'm gonna be on
I
mute for
think
a
a
while.
lot of these
Uh,
players gonna be waived anyway. That's why a lot of these teams going overseas or signing players that haven't played already.
yeah. Well, that battle of the 12 is gonna be ridiculous this year.
I
How
think
many people
9
get
of the
cut?
12 are gonna make it.
All right. So the
Ghost,
final first round.
I just put the guard GM confidential article in the jumbo. There's a separate article for the post players, but this is for the guards.
All right. So the entire first round mock draft by WNBA Radio is Paige Beckers goes number one. Number two pick is Sonia Citron. Third pick is Dominique Malonga. Fourth pick is Anissa Morrow. The fifth pick is Kiki Arafin. The sixth pick is Sellers. Seventh pick is HVL. Eighth pick is Joyce. The ninth pick is Tahina Pau. And the 10th pick is Serena Sundell. The 11th pick is Sivka. Sorry. And then 12th pick is Isaiah James.
Hey, send it to me.
Um,
I'll make
we
a
we
graphic of
can't
it, and
we
I'm gonna
can't
add
read this
all of us.
article. It's behind a paywall.
You can read it. You just have to
Oh,
press the thing
Yeah,
before.
there's a way to around
oh wait,
paywalls.
do
I
you
forgot
have
how.
an iPhone?
I'll put
Yeah, I got
in
one.
the
Wait,
group chat, Ghost.
dang, Carlin, hold up. Do you have an iPhone?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you click the article, do you see where, like, next to the URL on the left, that button?
Mhm.
So click that and click Show Reader.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right, there we go. All right, thank you.
All right. Well, that's the mock draft.
We didn't even do the second
They said,
round.
hey, they said total package player, end quote.
Y'all want to do the second round?
Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy.
All right. Well, the first pick of the second round belongs to the Aces. Y'all think Georgia Amore is going there?
No, I don't think Becky will risk
You
another
said what
small
in
guard.
the Georgia Amore, the first pick of the second round?
Yeah, to the
I don't think
Aces.
she
Hell
drops
no.
to the second round. I think
No,
that's crazy.
Yo, that
no.
I
thank you,
think the same
MK.
thing,
Where you been
MK.
at? Where
I
you
thought
been
she should have
at?
went in the first round.
Nah,
Absolutely.
Brandy, you were
I
part of
did
the
have Georgia in the
mix.
first round. I had Georgia going to the Sparks. Ghost, are you listening to me?
She did say
You,
that, though. She did say that, Ghost,
All
that
right.
she had.
Well, let's try to figure out where Georgia's going to go. So the 13th pick is the Aces. We don't agree with that. The 14th.
yes. No.
Oh
Yes.
wait. So she is going to go to the Aces.
Let's vote on it. Yeah, I think we were just like some of us were disagreeing that she was gonna fall this far, but at this point,
I
I
don't
don't
think
let's
think
she's an
I don't
Aces.
think Becky will pick another small guard. Like it did not
like
work
a
with.
Kelsey Plum replacement. You don't think
She's
so?
not a Plum
No,
replacement.
Yeah, she
no,
wouldn't be a replacement for Plum on
I
that team
mean,
because
she
Plum
just got
wasn't
Dana
playing.
because
He
Evans. Come
wasn't
on
playing
now.
point.
she
That's
had
true.
Deja Fair and that did not
She
work at
has
all. So
Dana Evans, who's the same height.
exactly. So
And
they're not
Georgia is
picking.
a better point guard.
Yeah, and to be fair, the 14th pick belongs to Dallas again, and we're not picking Amore.
I'm not gonna lie. I really thought they took Dana to be a backup shooting guard. Like I
I
can't think that a team like the Aces, back to back champions, would look at Dana's poor performance as a point guard and really be like, oh yeah, after we lost the championship run the previous year, let's get someone that was totally ass at the point guard position and let's have them learn instead of just getting someone that's literally a great point guard to be a backup for Chelsea. Like, oh yeah, let's get her to learn from Chelsea while we're trying to make a run for the championship. I don't,
Uh,
I don't,
Dana's
I
gonna
feel
I,
be.
like they would have put her in her natural position of a two, and not have her just be there to learn behind Chelsea when it's like she
Okay,
wasn't good last year.
Dana's gonna be
how
good
about
for
we
us.
put
You can mark my words on
how
that.
about we
As a
put Georgia
shooting
at
guard,
9?
I
She's gonna
really
play
feel
both.
like
She's gonna be a combo guy for us.
Hold on. How about we put Georgia at 9 and Pow Pow at 13?
Yeah, she's got to go over Pow Pow. That's crazy.
Carlin. I feel
Georgia
like
is 9.
have
Mm,
her learn
no,
and
because there's
practice.
no way Georgia. I don't think Georgia's going to the Sparks. Doesn't make sense.
Carlin, I feel like they're gonna have her learning and practice, of course, behind Chelsea, but in the games, especially from game
Nah, she
one,
gonna be
she
a
needs to be a
Dana
shooting
Evans
guard.
gonna be a combo guard. She worked on her
To be
game
honest,
overseas. She was a
if we're
combo
being
guard
honest,
overseas too. So
I feel like Georgia goes to Connecticut and they pick Georgia over Haley, but that's just me.
Go ahead, Damo.
I feel like the responsibility for Dana is going to be different in Vegas, right? Like I don't even think it's necessarily going to be her playing the two or playing the one. I think her as a combo guard works fine, right? Like I don't think they're going to be teaching her anything. This is year 4 for her, year 5. She's already who she is. So like I really think that they brought her in to score the basketball, to play full court defense on your point guard, and to occasionally run the pick and roll. Like I feel like if Becky Hammond sees her throw a pass off the backboard, she's gonna cut her same day service. So like I don't think she's gonna put her in that position to not succeed. I think she's gonna be put in position to
I
succeed.
mean, that's what I literally just said. Having her play like more of her natural position. That's what I just literally said.
No facts.
But someone in the
Like,
comments asked, "What about Aubrey Griffin?"
No, I don't see her going this high. Maybe third round.
No,
Yeah,
I
not
didn't.
Aubrey. No.
No, I guess they meant in general. Like, I guess they mean like what team
The
She,
Liberty will
think
be
I
she
taking
should
No,
her
to
at
be honest,
you're not
I
38.
don't
there.
think
The
she gets
Liberty, the
drafted.
Liberty could take her if no team wants to take her by third round. We'll be glad to.
I
Will
don't
Eagles
think
will
she'll
be
get
Okay,
taking her.
drafted, to be honest.
we could take her at third.
She's actually good. She's just injury riddled.
She could hoop for real. But yeah, where do we have, not to circle back, but where Isaiah James? Where did we say?
To 12th pick
She was the number
for
12 pick
Dallas Wings.
to the
Dallas.
Cause,
Wings.
cause I'm reading this the GM confidential thing, and I'm gonna read to you what a GM said about her. It said, "I could see her turning out to have an 8-year career. I could see her
Okay.
fizzling out and it just not working. I see her as a microwave scorer off the bench, and those are necessary." Like, is that not crazy to say about about a player, like an 8-year career? Like,
I
that's
mean,
it?
Damo, not really,
Damn.
because if you look at how she played at NC State, it was just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, her and Rivers had no control over what the fuck they were doing. So, and I'm 50-50 with it. Is it crazy? Yes, but also it's not, like, it's true.
So based off of that, right? Based off of what that GM said and what you're saying, do you see her as a 12th pick then,
I didn't know. I
or should
have
she
her
be
12.
second, like somewhere in the second round?
Yeah, I had her second round.
Okay.
Her and Rivers second round.
Yeah, I only brought her up because we were talking about Sanaya, and I was like, I don't know that I would pick Sanaya before Isaiah, but those are the options presented.
Something I really do find interesting about Isaiah's, you can see the commentary in the three GMs, like the bottom three GMs, but that first one is like it's like they're not even talking about the same player.
Nah, they must not like her because that was personal.
Like you would not think they're talking about the same player at all, and it just makes me feel like wherever she goes, how much you want to bet that GM is the one that made this comment?
Yeah, yeah,
No,
This
that
is
that
like
comment was
Rivers is
crazy.
worse. They said Sanaya Rivers. If you can't shoot, you got to be a point guard. That is crazy, but it's true. She can't shoot, so she's
And
gonna
where did
have.
it?
Huh?
And where did we have Pow Pow?
Nine
oh
Sparks.
Ninth.
wait, let me.
Nine.
I
Okay,
feel
because
like
I'm reading some of these comments with the GMs thing.
I really feel
Kind of
like Pau
track.
Pau is going 13th to Vegas, but
Vegas doesn't have a first round pick.
no, 13th. That's the first pick of the
Oh, that's the second. Oh, okay, yeah.
because Georgia A. Moore, no matter how small she is, she's going first round. If you
Somebody,
want to
the
argue,
GM. It looks like the GMs are concerned that does she, if somebody said, does she have enough to get by people and create at the next level? That it looks like that's what the consensus is about her.
yeah. So that,
Um,
I feel like she's 13th pick. But if you look at this draft, Georgia A. Moore is the second best point guard in this draft. She's getting drafted in the first round.
Yeah, because like whoever this GM is, if they have a pick in the first round, and if Georgia somehow makes it to whatever pick that they are, I feel like they're grabbing her. The last GM on her section, because for them to say like point guards are a premium, they're hard to find. I feel like if she falls to whatever that is, they're taking her. Whoever.
Compared her to Steve Nash.
the Sanaya Rivers one is crazy. One of the GMs said the good news for her is she could be a point guard, and if you can't shoot, you better be playing point guard. Like
I
what?
told y'all who Georgia gonna be
Like what?
interchangeable with.
Yo, they are
No,
dragging these
stop pushing
players in
that.
this thing. Like this is
Oh,
Yeah.
crazy to me.
But
oh.
the other GM, they said she's the most athletic guard wing in the draft, but is there a place for a non 3-point shooter guard wing in the WNBA? Like, damn.
Yo, they are
No.
cooking Sanaya Rivers, and this
How you
like
gonna be a wing and you can't shoot? It doesn't work.
they said the athleticism is mesmerizing. At times, she gets a little bit out of control.
They said that Haley's never going to be the best athlete or the quickest. Yo, they are roasting these girls. This
Bro, that's why they wanted to remain confidential so they can get they jokes off. Like, why are y'all dragging them? Like, this is crazy.
You see
they
what
said that
they
she's gonna be guarding players that's bigger and faster than her.
you see what they said about Sony?
No,
Yeah, they said she's a complete player.
I've been telling niggas that. I've been telling niggas that for
Oh
a
my,
whole year now. Cause
bro,
this just
just
so happened
Mhm.
to be my year anniversary on Twitter on this page. And I've been
and he
telling
was
niggas
supposed
that
to be
for a
a
year.
Chicago guy.
hey, look at that.
They
What's that last
100%
quote?
said like
What's
she's.
the last quote?
Let me go back because I scrolled
Oh,
past.
okay,
Hold
okay,
on. Let
okay.
me go
Yeah,
back to
read
it.
that
Hold on.
the
Hold
full
Hey,
last
Sonya
quote.
Citron, I'm sending you my bill.
on.
I'm sending
Let
you
me go
my
back to
bill.
Sony. They said big. They said big fan. Don't know the silly. Don't know the star power. But in terms of being a productive player on a winning team and raising the floor of your team, pretty big fan. But no, she got. I could honestly say like if there's like a rating, she got like I would honestly say she got 5 of 5 quotes like where everyone's just praising her.
Yeah,
Honestly, no bad takes like at all from these GMs.
and also Olivia Miles too. Hers too, because Ghost, I see you ignored
Yeah.
that first comment under Olivia's. I see you ignored that.
And she fits. She fits Seattle's system too.
Wait,
They don't
hold on.
be
Let me go back to it. Hold on one second. Is she after Sony? Is she after or before?
She's after Isaiah's comment. Like she's the one right above Pow Pow's picture.
like to me. If you ask me,
Oh
the
hell no, they trolling. They
hold
trolling.
on,
They
hold on, Ghost.
trolling.
I feel like the Seattle Storms lineup is gonna be um Skylar, Sony, um, what's her name? Alicia.
Gabby.
I forgot Gabby's on the team. Skylar, Sony, Gabby,
That's what I'm
NECA.
saying. Don't sleep. Don't sleep
Because
for
Esri.
it.
Lexi Brown, Lexi Brown is not starting over Sonia Citron. I'm sorry.
Who?
Lexi Brown. Sonia's longer. She's taller. She's a better defender. She's a better shooter.
Yeah.
I won't argue with that.
Nobody's arguing.
That sounds about right. But
I
nah,
mean,
I
Lexi
be seeing
can
I be
shoot.
seeing Sonya Citron haters, but like I mean, everyone who's a fan sees the
But
vision,
Donald,
even the
the thing
GM.
is, me and Brandy were arguing, motherfuckers, talking about Sonia's numbers aren't like Sonia's numbers weren't up because who she's playing with. The motherfuckers refused to pass her the ball when she was wide open. Neil Ivy, she is horrible. She had that girl in the corner. She would
Corey,
not
I
give
had to convince
Sonia's.
you too, motherfucker.
No,
Huh?
Brandy was the first person to ever say that Chicago
Shit.
may have been targeting Sony this whole time.
No, what I'm
For real,
saying, me
for
and
real.
Brandy were
And then that
arguing
got
about
confirmed with
New
Seattle's
New
trade.
York was.
Well, Chicago's not. New York
New
was
York
too.
was.
Like that's why we
Yeah.
traded the pick because we couldn't get her. Like
but
it was either Sonya or nobody. Obviously, that's why we traded.
man,
I feel
Sonya.
Damn,
like
I didn't
that's
even
why
know that.
Chicago traded theirs too.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
That's why
I don't even
Chicago.
think. No,
That's
I
why
knew it.
Chicago
I
fell back too.
listen. I tweeted out that New York was going to trade the pick when they last like this time like last year they were going to like the games and stuff like scouting players. They didn't do that this season. Like they didn't look at no college players. I feel like they had their eyes set on one person, and it looks like they tried to trade up too to get her. But when they realized that, it's just like, all right, we gotta go to Plan B then because I feel like a lot of teams were targeting Sonya Citron.
Man, she would have been great in Chicago.
GMs, no, man.
The
It'd be the
the
quiet ones,
only other
man, that really be.
But the thing is, I
the
was
only
telling
other
people,
option I thought they
you've never
New
watched
York was
Notre
gonna
Dame.
do was drafting
Like,
fast.
you never watched Notre Dame when Olivia was out with her knee injury because Sonia was stepping up
Wasn't
22
nobody
points.
really watching them for real. That's why I ain't listen to these motherfuckers this year. Cause wasn't nobody really watching her for real. Nobody sat on
Exactly.
their couch and watched that Louisville game for real. I've
So
been locked in.
Yep.
I've been locked in. And
When
motherfuckers just be yapping. That's why I ain't
that
listen to
Louisville
them
game when
niggas.
Olivia got hurt, she finished with 24 points, I think. Step the fuck up. And
so
step the fuck up during March Madness. Like, stop
there's a
playing on
question
Sonia's team, Blair.
there's a question in the DMs for the panel. Somebody asked, does anyone think that Sanaya Rivers can be the Dejanay Carrington of the draft?
Hell no.
No, but I would let me say
No.
this. I would say
What does
no
that even
because
mean? Like second round should be first, is what you're saying?
Second round hidden gem.
hold on, like I would say
Oh,
this.
okay, okay,
No,
okay, okay,
because
okay.
before the
I
knee hold
mean,
on.
I don't
Before the
disagree.
knee injury, Dejanay was a shooter before the knee injury. She was a
Which
shooter and a
one? Cause she
scorer.
had like 6 of them.
Six
When was
surgeries
she a
before
shooter?
25, man.
No,
Crazy.
I'm saying before her first knee injury, Dejanay
In
was
high
a
school?
scorer and she was a shooter. That's why I would say that I wouldn't compare them because if Dejanay does not injure that knee, she would be a scorer
It's
and a
not
shooter
like
right now.
Sanaya
I,
can't
I'm
hit a
trying to
three.
figure
She
out
can hit a
when.
three.
I'm trying to figure out when she was a shooter because she
I
wasn't a
never
shooter
known
at Baylor.
Dejanay to be a shooter at all.
She
I've
was
She
never
a
known
Not at
court.
her.
was like
Baylor.
Court
she.
went
If
all the
you
way
look,
back to Stanford.
no, I went back to high school.
Oh,
Oh, get the fuck
Oh,
out of
Everybody,
here!
oh, then
When the
everybody
lines
was
are
shooters in
shorter,
high school.
no, she
when the lines are
listen.
shorter,
She got injured in high school, and after that, she was never the same.
Court, everybody was a shooter
man,
in
You know,
high
you
school. You was a
okay,
shooter in high
OG.
nobody's
school.
AAU
Okay,
numbers, dog.
OG.
I can't talk. I can't talk
Or
about nobody's AAU numbers, bro. I'm
I
sorry.
think if we looked at the athleticism, I don't disagree with that. Sanaya Rivers is athletic as hell. She's
Hmm.
athletic as hell. She can get to the basket. She can handle the ball. She don't shoot just like Dejanay don't shoot. She play defense. I think Dejanay defense is better than hers, but I don't disagree. I still don't think it's gonna be like a hidden gem. But
so the reason, and I agree with that. The reason is because that 2021 draft was just straight BS. Like,
That draft
that's
was so
it.
bad.
This
Like
draft is not as bad as that 2021 draft. So
it's not.
if she gets drafted in the second round, I think that's pretty fair.
that draft had 10 people, including people on training contracts this year, who were in the league total.
That's it out of the whole draft.
And most,
Um,
You
and
feel
more
me?
than
I
half have
feel
not
like
played in years in the league. So, out of those 10.
I don't know.
Yeah. So nah. Um, I don't. Yeah. One, I don't think this draft is that bad, and two, I think
yeah,
we just
well,
gonna
we
have
need to
to
stop
see.
saying that too about this draft class. You right? We need to stop saying that shit about.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
I
It's a
think
draft full of
I
premier role players.
it's
It's
a draft for
okay.
role players.
role
Yeah,
You feel
players.
me? Yeah,
Yeah,
That's okay. It's
I think
premier role
that's what I'm saying.
players.
I
that's
think
what
that's
it
the
is.
difference between this draft and that draft, right? Like this draft has people that are going to be in the league for 10, 15 seasons. They might not never make no all-star, but they're going to be comfortably in the league for a long time. That draft class is literally
Yeah,
what 30, 35 people, and there are 9 players currently, and like 5 of them are on training camp contracts.
That draft was just terrible in
It's
2021.
just
So
not a
yeah,
good
I,
draft
it's
class.
when you say bad draft classes, I'm thinking 2021. Now this is now if you're calling this draft class bad, you don't know what happened in 2021 then,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hey, I
because
hate
that
when
shit was
people
the
get
terrible.
problem is
mad
that
that you say that
they're
this draft
comparing
is
this
full with
joint
role
to
players.
last year.
It is though. It kind of is
Yeah,
especially after the first round. It 100% is.
Well,
But
if you look at the draft, right?
Shit, after
Only
Page, it is. Everybody else after
hold
Page
on,
is going on that team to be a role player.
hold on, Bernie. Like
hmm
looking at this draft,
except
right?
except
Looking
Except
at this
it's
draft,
Malongo,
funny,
right?
bro.
maybe.
The
Yeah.
But
only
shit.
looking at this draft, right? The only two people who might start, we definitely know Paige is starting, right? And Sonia might start. But after that, you go down the list. None of those players are starting.
yeah, you're
None of
right.
the players,
You're
and
right.
Which is
that's fine.
okay.
That's
Anita might
true.
start if
uh,
she goes to the
I,
Valkyries,
I,
though. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
hold
nah,
you.
She's
Nisa
not
starting
starting on the
wherever.
look, hold
Valkyries.
I
on,
don't think she
and look,
starts over
She
the
doesn't
and
six
start
other
then
over
forwards they
Mo
have.
Billings.
I mean,
What
the 6
about
other forwards they have
and
stink.
then
She
yeah?
starts if she goes to
She's not going to
whoever
start
Connecticut.
over
Connecticut
Casey. I
takes.
don't know if she start. I don't think she's going to start over
She doesn't start when she goes
over
to.
Rupe
Mo,
Hair.
over Temmie. I don't.
She'll start
Yeah,
if she goes
I
to
think she starts over
Connecticut.
Tammy.
Connecticut
I
has
think
no
she starts
one.
over. Who,
So
who was the other one?
Anissa's best bet is to go to Connecticut.
Yeah,
Is to go where?
And I don't think
Connecticut
Man,
she's.
is
I
the best.
don't
Is it
look.
the best thing for like develop for having a facility? No, but you'll get playing time and you'll learn under Tina Charles. She
Yeah.
she herself says she doesn't care where she goes as long as she gets playing time. You're not
Oh,
getting a
honey.
lot of
Yeah,
playing time.
Connecticut might be it then.
You're
I was
not
like
getting a lot of
Connecticut,
playing
the
time
Valkyries.
in Golden
Anissa could
State.
be rookie of the year.
Not in
All
Golden
right,
No,
State.
she
man.
can't. Well,
I
All
mean,
okay.
right.
if she starts,
she could
Mm,
be if she
Not in Golden
starts,
State.
but Paige's name is on the trophy
Pa-
already.
I forgot.
Paige is
Okay.
gonna win
Right.
Rookie of the Year.
She
that's I'm
has
like
no
what
chance of being Rookie of the Year if she goes to Golden State.
I don't see why not. Like who? I don't. I think the
Demo,
even
they
though
are
Golden State has
forward
100
heavy. That's
forwards,
why.
even though they have 100 forwards, she's better than them.
Yeah, but they
She's
can't
better,
cut
but I
them.
don't.
She's better than all of them right
Demo, they
now.
cannot cut them. They have 4 to 5
That you
guaranteed.
don't have to cut them for
No.
her to start over them.
I'm not
If they
saying that.
if they make the
Listen,
choice to
Demo,
draft
damn.
her,
If
if
you
they make the choice
listen,
to draft her,
if you
I'm pretty sure
listen, if you
she's better
listen,
than all
if
of
you
them on
listen,
roster.
if you listen, if you listen,
Go ahead, go
goddamn.
ahead,
If
go
they
ahead.
have 4 to 5 guaranteed forwards, she's not gonna get playing time over vets.
Yes, she
No,
is.
she's
They
not.
stink.
Because
If she's better than the vets, she's gonna play over the
Didn't
vets.
y'all
oh
do
my
this to
god,
Angel?
You feel me? Angel
I,
wasn't
Oh,
I,
supposed to start over
I'm gonna be
Izzy. She's
clear.
better than them.
Anissa
This the
is the
new
better
this the
player
new
out of
clip
all
up
of
Y'all
right
are
them.
naming
here.
I
a
just
bunch of
don't
no.
Isabel
know if they
Harrises, bro.
This
Like
the
she's
new
better
clip
than
up
them.
right here.
listen.
She's not
Anissa
gonna
She's
is
start
better than them.
over
better
Mo and
than
Timmy,
those
and she gonna be a
players.
better player
She's
than
not
them.
finna start over Mo fucking Billings.
Oh,
Like cut it
oh,
out,
oh!
dog.
Wait.
no,
Who
she
said
wouldn't.
Anissa?
Nigga
Hey,
said
not
Brandy,
too
who
no.
much
said
on
Anissa
Mo.
wasn't the better
First of
player?
all, Anissa is going to be a 3 in
Remember
the
I
W.
said
So
when
she's
y'all get
not.
clipped up.
Anissa is going to be a 3 in the
Nobody
W.
said
She's
Anissa
not.
wasn't the better player.
She's not going to start over Kayla Thornton.
I doubt that.
Anissa's going to start over Kayla Thornton.
Whoa.
I doubt that.
Anisha's not starting over
She's
Caleb
not
Thornton.
starting
She's
over
not
Kayla
going to have to
Thornton.
start over Kayla Thornton because she can play next to Kayla Thornton.
She's
She's
playing the 3 in the W,
she
Demo.
even if look, even if she
Anissa is
plays the
6
three,
feet.
even if she plays the three, you can just put her next to KT. She's better than the forwards, the fours on the team.
She
I
is.
get what you're saying about height and all of that. It sounds good on paper, but she's better than those players. So like,
Okay,
I
so
can't
you're
imagine
going to
her
put her
not
in the
start.
game
I
to
can't
defend
imagine her
This
not
gonna be
Asia,
starting over
Court, the
to
one
Mo.
defend
that's
I'm sorry.
clipped
Staley,
up.
to defend
I
That's
can't
why.
imagine
Asia.
That's
her
why.
not starting over Mo
Demo,
Billings,
Demo.
dog. I'm
That's why I
sorry.
said like if she wants to start like Connecticut or Valkyries will be the spot for her to do it.
Those are the two places for her to go. I don't like. I get that they have veteran presence and all of that. She better than them, and that's
Goddamn,
okay.
where's Karlan? His Wi-Fi is
He
fucking
said
up.
he was going mute for a while. You don't listen.
Yeah, but it said his connection was messed up.
It's
Listen,
tornado season, you know.
and you
Yeah,
don't, you don't,
yeah.
you don't, you
I
don't
thought
skip over,
I told you I was in the
you don't skip over
tornado.
somebody who could rebound like that.
And
Oh, of
y'all,
course
That's a
not.
walking double double right there.
Like I could see if like the forwards were Fee. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, like I could see if the forwards were Angel, if the forwards were all star caliber player. We talking about a bunch of players that are borderline haven't
What
started
are
in the
your
W.
what are why are you guys so against her going to Connecticut?
I'm not.
We're
I'm
not.
I'm
We
not.
said
saying
those are the two spots. We
those are the
said
two
those are the
Of
two
course, she
places.
go to
spots that
Connecticut,
she could
Connecticut, she
start.
gonna start in Connecticut. If she
yeah,
go to the Val,
Connecticut
she's
is
starting
her
in the
best
Val. Come on now.
choice.
She's starting on the Valkyries. That's all
She
I'm
got
saying.
two
She's
Connecticut is
starting
her
in
teams
both
that
best
she want to
places.
choice.
start. She got two teams to go to and two teams
Not
only.
even, but like, I say 2 reasons Connecticut is the best for her. Right, one, she's gonna start right, and two, she's gonna learn one of
From
the
Tina
Tina
Charles.
Charles.
Court, you
Yeah,
just
she
a
has a great
lawyer at
mentor there.
heart. That's it. Just say it. You just a lawyer at heart. You just want us to agree with you about Connecticut, which we're already doing. We're just not fully agreeing with you, and it's not gonna be enough for you until we
No, no,
all
and that's
submit.
understandable. My opinion is she won't start in Golden State, and your opinion is this, and that's the end of it. Like, it's a
Is
I
it
guess we
really,
just gotta
Court?
wait and see, man.
Who's going to come back? You guys want to continue the conversation that hold up that Brandy and Court were having, or you guys just want to move on post mock and talk? Wait. Where were you gonna say,
Post
Sean?
rock, we never even made it past the first pick of the second round.
Well, to be honest though, there was some shit in the first round that I don't think we all really agreed with.
Yeah, of course not. I mean the reason we got stuck on Georgia is because she's gonna go in the first round. Um,
Yeah, there was
it's
some
just about where
because
I had her is not where other people had her, and
because I just don't want that spaces to get clipped because we put the mock that we came together like we made and we put it in the group message and we said, okay, does everybody co-sign this so we can make a graphic? And we got more no's. Nobody's responded. yes to the cosign. So I don't even think that that shit was the actual mock.
Oh, I just saw your message about that. I had to scroll up. I was not even reading the
I was gonna
chat.
say I didn't know that we had to agree on it. My bad.
Oh yeah, I did. I wasn't even reading the chat, so I missed all of that.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna make a graphic of the mock
But
that we
my issue too is like the same thing y'all were saying. Georgia's a first rounder. I just don't know where in the first round. Like,
I mean, you take Pow Pow off at 9, you put Georgia at 9, and you put Pow Pow at 13.
That's not happening.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Or you gotta move Haley.
no,
I I would move her, but not where y'all would
that's what
move
I'm
her.
saying.
Whatever.
Like, I
Let her
don't
happy
think that,
end.
I
like
don't,
Georgia is definitely going somewhere between 6 and 12. I just
Yes.
don't know where she's going, but she is going to land somewhere between 6 and 12.
It depends on the GM,
Yeah, I was gonna say
honestly,
it depends on
and
the
how
GM.
the roster is constructed. Honestly, and that's what I'm saying. The only thing we know for sure and for certain is Paige is going number one.
Yeah,
That's it. Like that's the thing. I
that's
don't really
true.
get in. I really don't get in too much with mock drafts or anything because I done seen some crazy things in the
But
past.
the thing is,
same.
like some people have Malanga at number 2, and I don't think like that would be slow. Like why would you get another big? You don't
That
need
makes
another
no
big.
sense to
I
me.
mean, I
Do you
mean,
do we
it,
want
It
to talk
does
this
if you're
out?
looking at
No,
NECA and how long is she got on
Yeah,
on the
but
no.
like you
team.
need a
Okay,
2. Like
But
why would you like you?
okay,
it
okay.
Sonya would like come on, Sonya Citron.
Well, because
and,
I
and
think
so
part of the
and so again,
argument.
because drafts are crazy and like anything can happen, it's not impossible for them to draft her and then make a crazy trade and make a blockbuster trade, right? You
because
feel
you
me?
still got Lexi if you need a guard at the
You
end of the
still got
day.
Lexi if you need a guard. You still got Skylar. And then what if they just want to break some
You
shit
got
up?
Erica
And
Wheeler on the
you feel
team.
me?
You
But I
have
wouldn't see the well. Wheeler's only on a training camp contract. I just wouldn't see the point of it, especially because they just got Lee. So I feel
You
like
feel
they
me?
just
And
stacked
really,
their
time
Yeah,
out.
Trade
that's
Hold,
why
bait.
I'm
like,
saying they
hold
What
don't
on.
if
need
Lee?
another
What if Lee's
big.
the trade bait?
No
You never
way.
know.
My
You
thing
have
is,
He's
2 young
valuable.
bigs, right? You have Lee, Yaru, and you have Ezzy. You don't need another big.
but
that
I'm not
okay,
passing
that's
up
my
on Dominique Malonga. Though.
You
That's a
feel me?
talent you just
But
don't.
that's all. You feel
Like I
me?
said,
Because that's
it
an
depends,
intriguing. That's
man.
an
It really
intriguing talent.
depends.
You can bring that talent in for cheaper than everybody on your roster right now. I know it makes sense because you already have the team set,
And
but
plus, we
it's a
don't know
draft.
if they're gonna
Anything can
keep
happen.
Ford. That's her. Oh, no, Holmes. Holmes. We don't know if they're high on Holmes.
I'm
I
not
think
saying
She
Euro
they
took a
will. I'm not
roster
saying
she
they
spot, to
will.
be
got she got
honest.
You never know.
injured and she couldn't play her rookie year last year. So we don't know how they feel about her.
I think Euro took her spot. To be honest, my thing
Holmes
is
is a
we've
4. She's not a 5.
it's still
You talking
like
about
I've
Joyner Holmes,
I don't think that
no
No,
matters.
no,
Mackenzie
no, no, no,
Mackenzie
no,
Holmes
no.
from
Mackenzie Holmes?
IE. Yeah, I've been following the storm literally this whole off season, and I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you, with how they've like kind of um got through this past off season with all the stuff that they had to get through to now to have the number like that front office is not giving Noelle Quinn I won't say they're not giving her the time to develop a player, but it's all in. I'm calling this team their mentality the same as the Connecticut Sun from last year, the 2024-2025, where they went all in. You look at the most of their contracts and how they're structured, it's all pretty much after this upcoming year. So most of them are going to be 2026 free agents, other than I think Jordan and somebody else. And I'm thinking, if you look at how Neck and Gabby signed, leaving money on the table, them being aggressive in the offseason, despite not being maybe aggressive to what some other people might think, but trying to get back into the top three, they're trying to win this upcoming year. Malonga's
Yeah.
not even Malonga's like a pick that like she's not even guaranteed to play this upcoming year.
You said
Like
Gabby left money on the table. 225 is still kind of. I don't call that leaving money on the
No,
table,
she
man.
definitely didn't.
no, she did 20. She let her and NECA both left about 20K, which is
Yeah,
gonna
but
be
Stewie, that leaving money on the table is what Stewie did for the Liberty. That's leaving money on the table. She signed for 208. Signing for 225 is not leaving money on the table at all.
I mean
Yeah.
the full max is what 225.
249 is I think is like the max. But you're
So
saying
she did.
they left. Listen, but you're saying yeah in theory, but it really doesn't make sense what you're saying that she left money on the table to construct out the rest of the roster. If she did, she would have did what Stewie did, which was take way less like Stewie took two
Oh,
like
okay,
two
yeah,
oh
no, no,
eight.
no. She wasn't gonna do
Yeah,
that.
so
She wasn't
I
gonna do that.
right. So that's what I don't see it as leaving money on the table to construct the rest of the roster like Stewie did.
Okay, well, my
I
point
still
was,
Gabby
But
wanted her money, but she made that very clear that she
listen.
wanted to be
You
paid.
can look at it both ways, right? Lexi Brown, right? She has a history of like, we know what she's
why
going.
why are we bringing up Lexi? They traded
But
two
listen
second
to what
round
I'm
picks
saying
for
though.
her.
It goes into
Like
the draft
what?
pick. If you listen before talking, you'll know where I'm going with it. Thank you.
No, because you're trying to tell
Lexi
me something I've
Brown
been
has
saying by
known
December.
to have
You're
health
trying to
issues, right?
gaslight.
So let's say if she goes down, right? Your starting two will be Zaya Cook. Like, what are we doing?
What are you
Zaya
talking
Cook
about?
was
Zaya
so
Cook is not even guaranteed to make the roster. That's why you're
she's
just
gonna
saying
make
shit
it.
now. Come on,
She's
bro.
gonna make it.
Come on,
Listen,
bro.
I watched Lexi and AU. Lexi actually was cooking. I actually watched. This was my first season watching AU, and honestly, I watched it to see like what the role players in the league would do, and a lot of them were like cooking in AU, and Lexi was one of them. Maddie, Lexi, like those are the ones that were actually showing up for AU Odyssey. So I wouldn't really like say that Lexi, like I don't know, a lot of people say that she's trash, but honestly she kind of cooked at AU.
I was like, Lexi is not trash. Is I honestly think a lot of players don't get a chance to play their actual role in the WNBA, whether it's coaching or whether that's roster construction. Like, I don't think Lexi is a natural point guard, and I seen LA trying to make her into a point guard. You feel me? I seen Kia Nurse trying to bring the ball up the court and be a point guard. Like that's neither of their roles. They can score that shit, and they can kind of score it off the bounce in spurts, right? But for the most part, they catch and shoot players at the W level. So it's like having to play your role and be free as a basketball player in a setting like AU. You know what I'm saying? Versus having to play your Cartman little cutout role in the W. It looks different. And people that don't hoop like for real, like you might not know, you might not notice that difference, but there's a difference. Like
Listen, if I don't I just if Seattle, who knows what Seattle may do, but I feel like if you have the number 2 pick, do you take Malonga or do you not?
like Lexi's in this league for a reason, right? Like she got drafted for a reason, and she's been on multiple teams for a reason. Like she's not getting cut and just left alone, right? Like people are signing her to decent contracts, trading for her, even if they're only trading second round picks, right? Like a shooter like her, she has value.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and I'm at first I wasn't a Lexi like believer till AU. I watched her. And like I said, I mainly watched to see like what the role players would really do. Um, and a lot of them, like you'd be surprised if you actually watch AU. A lot of them can like you said, Demon. They don't really get to play the position that they're most comfortable at.
Yeah.
So when you get into that position, then you're like, okay, this person really can hoop. Like
If
so.
you if you look at the Seattle Storm roster, right, they really don't have any two guards. Like the only like after Lexi Brown, you have Zaya Cook, right? Those are the only two guards you have. So you have to keep Zaya or you have to draft a two.
Why do we keep
What
bring?
do you mean?
Okay, let
Isn't
me
Erica Wheeler
time
there
out, time
also?
out. Hold up, Shawnee. Hold up.
Unless
Yeah, that's what I'm
unless you
saying.
put
Hold
Alicia
up.
Clark at the
This is the
two. You're
starting
not gonna put
five.
Alicia Clark at the two.
Bro, no, this is the starting five. This is why I've been saying since December the Seattle Storm are going to have one of the best rotations in all of the WNBA this upcoming
Just say
season.
the starting five goes.
What the fuck did I say Miles for? Skylar Diggins, Gabby, Sony, Ezzy, NECA. Off the bench, Alicia Clark. We got
Alicia.
Yaru.
Alicia.
Wait, what?
Alicia Clark.
Okay, my
Alicia,
bad.
not Alyssa.
Okay, and Yaru. And I haven't even got to Lexi yet. Lexi could be the eighth or seventh person off the bench.
She's not gonna be the 8th or 7th. Come on, Lexi's a shooter, man. I feel like she's gonna be a little bit higher off.
I don't know. They only sent 2 second. That's why I'm like, bro. Like she. I mean, I'm not gonna say I don't know because you're probably
She'll probably
right.
be the sixth person off the bench.
No.
Over
I
Yaru.
think she's gonna be the 7th.
Who knows? Who the fuck
That's
knows?
okay,
Because
but
this
that's what
roster,
like that roster is. But I mean,
it's
bro,
weird as fuck. You have
no, it's not.
Katie Lou Samuelson. Like, what the fuck?
Why are you bringing Samuelson into this? I just read you basically
What they're on
three
the
all
they're on the
WNBA
team. You got to talk
players.
about the people that's on the team. You got Erica Wheeler on the team.
Who's
Whether
barely gonna
you
get
like it or
15
not, they're
minutes.
on the team. They're on the team.
She might not even
Erica
get
Wheeler's
15
on the
minutes a
Right.
team.
I'm
game.
not saying she may not even make the roster, but I'm just saying she's on your team. That's what's on the official site. She's on there. So people are going to bring it up. She's on
Okay,
the team regardless. And if she does end up making a roster, then you know maybe she won't. I don't see her getting a lot of playing time. I'm not gonna lie, but
That's why I just don't
it,
see the fact of bringing her up when trying to talk
because
about.
because she's on the team. That's why when people bring it up, like people bring up people who I know for sure is not making our roster, but they bring them up on our team. So people are going to talk about it because it's always a what if. We don't know what the GMs are going to do. We don't know what's going to happen in training camp. She just may outplay somebody.
Yeah, Zaya, I don't think is likely to make the roster, but I do think Erica Wheeler is, just because that was an issue they ran into last
Yeah,
year
I do.
when Skylar needed to take a
Yeah.
break. There was like they
Hmm.
didn't know where to turn. They were having Sammy Whitcomb play the point, and she's not a point guard. So yeah, I think if it's mostly for that
Okay, so
purpose.
Uncle Shawnee, let me ask you something, right?
Mm,
You cut Zaya Cook, right?
mm.
Who's gonna be that other two guard?
You
Zach
have
Cook
Because
is a
two
point guard.
guards between
right now
Lexi and
I'm
Sonia.
looking.
Zach
Right
Cook is
now
a
I'm
point guard.
looking. Right, Lexi Brown and Zaya Cook are the only two guards.
Zach Cook is a
Between
point guard. He's like 5'6".
You do understand Skylar Diggins Smith or Gabby Williams is always going to be on the court, right?
between Lexi Brown and Sonia Citron,
Like
those are your
what?
two guards.
Gabby
I
Williams basically finished with almost playing the most amount of minutes per game on the Seattle Storm. So if you don't think her or Skylar is going to be on the court at one point, it's like makes kind of the.
That's the thing about that's the
I
thing about LA. Like I hated LA because they wouldn't utilize their players correctly.
well, yes.
Because there's no way in hell you have Ari McDonald, Lexi, and Zaya in at the same time.
Well, they were tanking.
I
But
Um,
it just doesn't make sense.
so the thing about Seattle taking the best player available, I'm not sure about that. Only because didn't they specifically say? Well, let me not say that. Skylar specifically said there was someone that they wanted, and they just were not sure if they could get her before they traded up.
Hmm.
So they had their eye
Hmm.
on someone super specific. It's not just
Come
about
on.
like whoever I
Thank
can get.
you, bro. Thank you. And people are saying that it's best available are some of the people that think that they're just going best available because they thought they were going for Olivia. Seattle doesn't make the move for like I've been very adamant in saying this. They did not trade up to the second pick ahead of Chicago for Olivia Miles. Just like I think we can all agree, Chicago wasn't taking. I don't think was the target for Chicago. Like Chicago, I put the whole timestamp and explained it. I put it on the jumbotron. But Chicago, I think it's safe to.
Well, we can't say we all agree because isn't it a little bit suspicious that Chicago suddenly traded away that pick?
Yeah, but they traded that pick after Seattle jumped them.
Yeah, so I'm like, I don't know. I feel
Oh,
like
I thought the shit froze. I didn't
Yeah,
hear nobody talking.
I
I was like,
No,
thought
she
what?
she
I
she
thought
had
you
nothing
broke
to
again.
say. She
I
had
was
nothing
letting
to
it breathe.
say.
She let it breathe.
She went quiet. Nah, they just Seattle. Okay, and that's what's crazy. Okay, basically, Seattle was trying to get Chicago's pick, right? And at that time, Los Angeles still had the second pick, and they were projected to get a point guard, right? So you could honestly say Los Angeles was at that time projected to get Olivia, and they still weren't scared of being behind Los Angeles. But
They
then,
weren't.
yeah, and then after Chicago, they said, fuck it, let's go to Los Angeles. And then they make the deal with Los Angeles, but then Chicago's like, fuck. All right. And then they trade for who? Ariel Powers. Like,
Atkins.
oh, Atkins, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad,
You
my
good? You
bad.
was cooking though. You was cooking.
My bad, yeah.
Wait,
Ghost,
but speaking of
Ghost.
AP,
I
has
have
she
a
signed anywhere
question.
yet?
Not that I know
No,
of.
she hasn't.
She in the
That's the
same
funny
free agency
part.
classes.
Hmm.
Ghost.
Yeah,
She's
that's
like,
a good
I
question.
have
Where
a
do you think
question.
she? Oh wait, go ahead. I'll wait.
I just have a question, Ghost. This is not shade, by the way, but I want to know if you think that the Storm are like genuine contenders this season.
Yes. Yes.
Because I was
Yes. No,
thinking,
no. Also, oh, what's up?
I was thinking like they should go for like Dominique regardless, because I feel like with the current roster, I don't think they're gonna make the finals, to be honest with you. So it will be better if they can actually get like the best talent instead of like
But
trying to,
it's not. But
go
okay,
for
no,
the
no.
picks
I would
because
agree. No, no, no. I agree. She's the best talent, but it's not a foregone conclusion that she's coming to the W this upcoming year. And I don't think
But that's
Seattle's
the
going
thing.
to.
Exactly. You save it for later.
No,
but
that's why I'm.
Seattle's not in a save it for later. They're in a win
Yeah,
now type of
the win
situation.
now mode.
But do you genuinely think that they can actually make it? Like, are they like I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying like are they like genuine contenders? Like like top two.
Yes, yes, and
I thought they
I
were
think once
contenders
they.
last year. To be honest with you, they just had to get their chemistry together. I feel like this year, with another year of chemistry, even though they made some trades, your core pieces are still there. As long
Well,
as
And
they're healthy,
2026 plays different because everyone's a free agent. So,
everybody's a
uh,
free
Right.
agent, right? So I feel like
so
as long as they're healthy, I don't see why they wouldn't at minimum be one of the better teams. They
they
might
fixed
not
the
contend for a championship, but they should at least be like comfortably in the playoffs.
yeah.
Top five, no doubt in my mind.
And they fixed a big issue they had in the playoffs, especially once Ezzy couldn't play because of concussion protocol. They were getting killed on the glass
Hmm.
all series. So they said we
Yep.
need to fix that because what the fuck was Mercedes Russell doing out there? Nothing.
they're also last in
So
the league for 3-point shooting, which I feel like they haven't resolved that issue
They
yet.
haven't
yeah,
fully
I thought
addressed
they were
that,
gonna
Which
but
go
is
get
Lexi
where
Brown
which
is
is
a
where
better 3-point
Lexi
shooter
which is
than
where Lexi comes in at.
right. I
yeah.
thought they were gonna get Marina honestly, so I was surprised that they didn't. But
Get who?
Yeah, yeah.
I thought they were
And
gonna
and
get Marina when they needed a shooting guard. But
and I think if they draft Sonya,
Marina
right?
Mabry?
yeah,
Oh well, yeah. I mean,
That
Connecticut
you feel me?
said no.
Connecticut, they holding her hostage,
yep,
but yeah, assuming they draft Sonya, like I think it at least helps their starting lineup 3-point shooting, right? Because Skylar's not a bad 3-point shooter. She was just the only one out there last year.
yeah. And
Um,
NECA was taking a lot of threes, and that's not even like her main shot. But she
you know what I'm
was
saying?
like second in the team, first in the team on like
Jewel
makes.
Jewel had a really off. I won't go too hard on Jewel
She's
Lloyd,
not
but
a catch and shoot 3-point shooter to me.
no,
You,
she's more like an ISO player. Honestly, she
Hold
yeah,
on,
ISOs and creates her shot. But yeah, she really didn't have the great shooting season like we've seen in the past. So that's why they ended up being last in 3-point shooting. They just didn't have it.
y'all.
Gabby could shoot some threes. She's not like a
She's not a
high
willing
volume
shooter.
3-point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like but she could do it. I mean, I've
Hmm.
seen her knock some threes down.
Yeah.
But
Shit.
Skylar is their most consistent 3-point shooter.
She almost got France a gold medal with the three
But
pointer if her
yeah,
toe wasn't so long.
no, 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 no. She
No, they
wasn't
would have
gonna get
gone
the
to
goal. It's going
overtime.
to overtime.
It's gonna go to overtime.
But Lexi is gonna help with that. Who else? Katie Lou. I feel like this is gonna be a great comeback year for
Yeah,
Katie Lou.
Alicia Clark
And
coming
Katie
back
Lou
helps with
is
that
is a
huge.
yeah. But yeah, Katie Lou when she's ready and going, she is a knockdown 3-point shooter.
Alicia Clark
So
is 3 and D. Like
Yeah.
that girl can shoot the ball. Well, let me say girl. That's a very grown woman. That woman can shoot the ball. So
oh yeah, so Malunga is coming. So yeah, I mean, why? I honestly, Ghost, I get what you're saying, but if I'm Seattle, I'm not passing up on Dominique Malunga. I'm just not. That's a talent that you just simply do not pass up on.
No, you guys
Simple.
might be right.
Period.
We'll see. We'll see. I that's why I love the draft this year.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at everybody out like after Paige. Like she is the best person in the draft.
No, 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 no. You might be right. I just don't. Okay. You might be right. I just hope
And
whoever the player is, it's that there's
mm,
no narrative of this player getting selected at two just because Olivia is not there. I think whoever they select at two is who they wanted from since they traded um Los Angeles. I
I
don't
get
want.
what you say. I get what you're
Yeah.
saying. But if I'm a GM and if I got a chance to take Malonga for 4 years on this current CBA, with and like I'm not passing that up honestly on a GM standpoint because look what happened with Leonie Phoebus when GMs passed it. People passed her up and then they traded her for multiple reasons and then she ended up being like a super great talent. So it's like, how many more times are people going to take that risk? You know what I'm saying? So it's just,
But
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, if it's me, I'm not passing it up.
let me ask you guys something. You guys don't think it's suspicious that a certain team traded away their pick after a certain player went to unrivaled?
what?
No, no. She's trying to say that
After
because
Olivia went it, after Olivia went to unrivaled, Chicago traded their third pick away.
No, I kind of explained this the day of the NC State Notre Dame game. Chicago was the only front office not at the NC State game, which was arguably Sony's best game of the season at that point. And I think GMs found out what the consensus was with what Seattle was moving
But
with the two pick.
Ghost, that was after the Unrivaled game.
Yeah, it was after because Olivia was out on Rival when they played Miami. Um,
Multiple
no, I
GMs
don't
were
really think so.
calling Chicago though because even as far as the Liberty tried to trade up too they tried to trade with Chicago to get the third pick to draft Sonya. So I don't know
So
though.
they traded their third pick after Olivia went to Unrivaled. That's not suspicious.
But
No,
after Seattle
because
was already ahead of
I
them,
mean,
though.
I don't really know what that means. If it is
Maybe she's
suspicious.
trying to say that they knew Olivia wasn't gonna come.
Yeah, that's what she's
Thank
trying to say.
you, thank you.
But Olivia, but
I still think Sonia would have been the
that's what
target,
I'm
and
saying.
Olivia
Olivia
would
would
have
have
been
been right
like
there.
Olivia. If like if we
Yeah.
can get
So
her, great.
if
But
Olivia doesn't come out, right?
then there's no point.
Let's hold on. If Olivia doesn't come out, right? No, hold on. If they knew Olivia wasn't coming out, right? Why would they keep their pick?
But that's under the impression
They
that
could have
Olivia was
they
always a
could have took
pick.
Malonga. I
You
like
don't
somebody
know
better
that.
take Malonga. Listen,
Right.
Olivia was gonna be the pick if Seattle chose Sonia,
But
and
that's what I'm doing.
that's how it was going.
But no, also like
Like,
I'm a little lost in the timeline, right? But
I mean, I think they're both right. Like,
I think they
I'm
both
so
right. I
lost.
think
So
you're
Demo.
but I
you're
think
both.
hold on. But
Sorry.
what I think though, right? Because I got a slightly different opinion than everybody, so I don't want you guys to explain what I'm gonna say because you don't know. I haven't said it yet. I think something along the lines of like Chicago wanted Sonya more than they wanted Olivia. They would have been okay with drafting Olivia, but when did we get Sloot in this timeline? Right? Because I feel like getting Sloot kind of meant that we were either not going to get Olivia or if we were going to get Olivia, she wasn't going to be a starter. And I think that might have changed a little bit of like what we were going to do in the draft also.
Yep,
you're
I
right
wrote about
We
because
that.
got we got Sloot
Because
pretty
Sloop
early
said she
in
right
Unrivaled.
because Sloop also said that she wanted to play alongside like a vet. So
So
that kind of made sense too as to
so
where.
Demo,
But
it's not suspicious that after Olivia goes to Unrivaled, a couple of days later, Chicago trades the third pick away.
I
But
mean,
it wasn't a couple days later.
I think a
The
lot
It
of
NC
things
wasn't a
can
State
be
couple
came
true at
days
the
first.
same
later. You're
time.
adding stuff now.
I
It's
think a lot
what
of
was it
things
like
can
a
be true
week
at the same
later?
time.
I didn't
Listen,
even think about it like that.
The,
I
I do
honestly just
think.
thought
there's no
Notre
way that they
Dame
were
was
drafting
returning the
Olivia after
favor.
signing Slew.
Listen, I do
I
think
didn't even think
that
about it
they
like
knew
that.
she wasn't coming out. I like whenever Naya said that, I think she was right that she knew that like they knew Olivia wasn't going to come out. I do think Sonia was the target, especially once they got Sloot. It made sense,
Yeah,
but
thank you. Yeah.
once Seattle jumped, and they're like, okay, well, that kind of
I think
doesn't
all
that kind of
those,
fucks up our plans. And they're like, we
yeah.
could try and go for Olivia, but then once Olivia's like, I don't know if I'm coming out, they're like, why even take that risk? Give up the pick.
Yeah. Because
Somebody
that pick loses
said
value, right? Like that pick would have lost value, say if we still had it, right? Like if we still had that pick, and Olivia's not coming out, we're not 100% sure what Flage is doing. What do we do at Chicago with the third pick?
Yep.
We have to trade it at that point, right? And at that point, who wants it?
well, that's why a lot of the teams ended up trading their picks, like LA, Chicago, New York, who else? Indiana, because it's just like the draft is not what they needed. You know what I'm saying? A lot of teams they kind of are going all in if you really think about it, if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah,
Honestly, LA,
But
especially where the team is at, like where the marketing is at, just trying to bring. If we're talking from like a money perspective, business trying to bring money to the team. They're like
they
superstar
need to
or
change
bust.
ownership.
Yes, they do.
Period.
Magic needs to sell that damn team. I'm gonna say this every single space until he does it. But they're playing a superstar or bust. So once they didn't get that first pick, they're like, okay, well, we have to keep pushing until we get a
Okay,
superstar.
so here's the timeline. The Unrivaled game was February 21st. The Chicago trade was February 23rd.
you didn't answer the Sloot question. When we sign Sloot?
No, no, that's what I'm saying. Someone said it wasn't immediately after. I'm saying The unrivaled game with Angel had 2020 where Olivia was there. It was the 21st, and the Chicago trade for Atkins was the 23rd.
They played NC State on the 22nd then? Because, oh no, on the 23rd?
Chicago traded for Atkins on the 23rd, and the 21st
I'm asking you about the
was.
NC State game.
I don't care about the NC State game. I'm saying they traded for Ariel on the 23rd, and the unrivaled game was the 21st.
All right, well, that game is the day that I
I
think
was
it's
gonna
Yeah,
say,
the,
I
no,
feel
I'm
like the
sorry.
game
Fuck all
also
that.
matters.
The
I feel
NC
like the
State
game
game
also
was the
matters.
23rd.
it
The
was the
NC
23rd.
State game was the 23rd, Shawnee. You were on the money, bro. Nah.
No,
literally the
Right?
what?
Like I feel like
that's what
And
I
the
matters.
said. I
23rd,
already
the
said
23rd is when we learned that they traded for Atkins.
Court's trying to justify stuff, even though we already said that we thought she was right. So I don't know what the point of that is. Y'all could both be right.
You feel me? Like, yeah, both of y'all could be correct. Like, I don't. None of us are in the GM's office at the end of the day. So, like,
No, I was saying that because someone up here said that the dates weren't as close as I said they were, and I said they were, and I just proved they were.
yeah, but you also like left out some of the context that we talked about. So, I mean, like, you're right, Courtney, in what you said, but it's partial context, and that's fine. That's fine.
And what are the contexts? Because I didn't hear it.
Yes, you did. We talked about it, and that's okay. It's a recorded space. You're being a lawyer right now.
She's big in her lawyer bag right now. She
You're being
said
a
I'm
lawyer
gonna
right
go
now.
into
What
the
did I say?
facts and I'm gonna pull
What?
it. Like it's okay. It's
It's
okay.
okay.
Court will wait a space or two and then try to use your own reasoning that you've used on the subject that you're talking about and then use it for her own purpose and
You feel
whatever
me?
she's talking
Like
about.
she came
Like,
up with it originally.
yeah, like, bro. All right.
Because like you know what I'm saying, we also brought up Sloot. We also brought up the NC State game, which apparently doesn't have a date now. But you know, it's whatever.
It's all right because so the number 16 pick, Sky select Harmony Turner. I don't give a fuck
You
about
Oh
feel
shit
me?
else.
Lord, take
You
her
feel
mic.
me?
This is
I don't give a
crazy.
fuck about shit else.
Drafting Sash Harmony Turner sounds like a genius idea to me.
Hey, somebody in the DMs asked about Liatu King.
The thing is with Liatu, right? She's 6 foot. She would have to be a 3, and she can't shoot.
Hey, that goes into back to Coach Ivy not promoting some of these players as well as she should have on some real shit, man.
She
Because
should have
Liat,
been.
Can
She should
she
have been
not
in the
shoot
June.
or we haven't seen it?
No, she can't shoot. Like she hasn't
oh,
attempted a 3 at all. Like
but
you
at
have
one
to.
point she was their best. Was it the TCU game where she was like 7 for 7 or eight
She
for
was eight
eight?
for eight through three
Eight,
quarters.
yes, bro. I was like, bro, what?
Look,
And she was like, I know she's a role player, but she was always a role player that in like
Yeah, but
it.
every 6 foot player can't play the 4.
That's true.
She would have to play the 3, but she also can't shoot the 3.
Yeah.
I don't know. Players like her, I don't see why she wouldn't be able to develop a three. Like, she shoots a lot of long twos.
yeah, that's what I'm
Like, I
saying.
feel like
I was like, I just don't
you
think.
feel me? Like I feel like something that you can fix.
Yeah, I was like, well, she hasn't attempted a three just because that might be in the
I'm not even
coaching that
gonna
she's not
lie.
supposed to shoot the three.
I
It
feel
doesn't mean
like
she can't.
Maddie will go before her because Maddie can actually shoot, even though Maddie's not the better player.
Yeah. That's how that valuation shit goes, though. Unfortunately, because you're right. But I mean,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't know.
a lot of teams are
That's
trying
the
to
only
get
difference.
bigger right now.
That's
Like a
that's the
lot of
only
teams are looking
difference.
for like
Maddie can shoot the 3, and Leah 2 can't. That's why she'll be drafted before her.
right,
I
but
mean, that's what.
she can shoot the three to what to play the three because she's not a
No,
post
not
player.
play the 3. Maddie's a 4.
She
She's what, 6'3", 6'4", one of them.
so she's supposed to be expected to guard the other fours because I don't see
She
that.
can't because she's a horrible. She reminds me of Satu. She's a horrible defender.
That's why I'm like she's gonna have to be a tall three. I don't let that go because Phoebus
But
is six
she
four.
can shoot. That's the difference between her and Leah 2. If you move Maddie to the 3, she can shoot.
Yep. One thing with Maddie,
Look,
I don't know who's doing that.
yeah,
I'm
Patty's
looking
gonna
at
end up
her
being three.
stats.
I
I'm
did it
looking
once on
at
accident.
I'm I'm looking at her stats And throughout her entire collegiate career, she has shot above 32%, 32, 34, 38, 36, 30, like career 34.9 shooter
About
on
average.
a lot of attempts. So
I think she's gonna be a tall wing, like Satu and like Phoebich.
Yeah,
Role player.
I
Because
agree
you
with that.
can't put her in the paint.
That's defense. You can't put Maddie in the paint. She's gonna get eat up.
Yeah. That backup four role, like that backup 4/5, you don't necessarily got to be a great defender. You know what I'm saying? But it helps.
I feel like you do because, like, if you look at all the fours and most of the fours and fives in the W, they're great players. Like, you can get away with not being a great defender at the
Off the
guard
bench.
position, but you can't get away with being a horrible defender at the
Off
big
the bench.
position.
Yeah, I don't know about like I'm not gonna be asking Michaela Timpson to guard Asia or Fee, but
That's
like,
why I'm like, yeah,
can
nah.
she guard?
Can she guard Stephanie Dolphin? We should be fine.
Mm,
Can she guard Isabel Harrison? We'll be fine.
mm,
Not those women catching strays.
you see, I wasn't. I
I'm
was
just
like, I'm
naming
not gonna
backup
name
fours.
her.
You
Not
feel
not
me?
too not too much on Izzy, Demo.
I'm just
Not too
naming
much.
backup
Not too
fours.
much. You know what? She on your team
That
now. I'm gonna let
yeah,
y'all.
So when I
exactly,
said
Let y'all
exactly.
Dolson,
And
sit
I'm
That's
a,
our
down.
I'm a
girl.
Dolson, that shit was
Nah,
That's
cricket.
exactly.
our girl
Demo is a
now.
I said
line.
Dolson, that shit was
Demo
cricket.
is a line ass man because Dawson isn't even a four or a backup anything.
Yeah,
She is a backup.
she's
She
not.
is
She's
what?
she's the starting center on the Mystics.
She's not a good starter. She's better as a backup. Cut
She's
that
still
out.
a starter
Cut
though.
that out. Y'all know
FN.
what I'm saying.
She's
Cut it
still a
out.
starter.
Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. If Dolson is your starter, you're not making the playoffs. Oh,
Well,
oh.
she's on Washington, so they would
She
Almost
never
won
make
it.
made
the
it.
playoffs.
So
Um,
She
she so
almost
so so
made
wait
it.
wait wait. So out of the 12 teams in the WNBA, she's
13.
the 11th best starter.
I don't know
That's
that.
That's what I'm saying.
Man, there
That's
was
what
a
I'm
huge
saying.
chunk of time Christy Wallace was a starter. So
She's not a center or a forward.
Demo, I'm with you. She was on my team.
That like come on y'all, cut it out.
nah. Listen,
Becca, you already know.
listen. If it's green light to slander people who are useless on your team,
That's
I'm gonna
all.
say what I'm gonna
I'm
say
just
about
saying
Izzy.
Listen, I'm not gonna
positive.
say anything. Listen, I
wait.
just know she was on my team. So
It's,
I have
Demo.
a
I,
question for
I,
Damo.
I'm saying if we're projecting Maddie to be a backup, she only
Damo,
has to
I have a
be as
question for
good
you.
as Dawson.
Yeah, what's up?
We will give you Mariah Jefferson if you give us Marquisha Davis.
Yeah, no, I don't think I like that.
I mean,
Samuel
y'all don't
loves
utilize her
Marquisha.
anyway.
That's her girl.
Becca's
That was goat.
stupid.
wait. So
So
who's
no
Like
one
what?
wants
saying?
Mariah Jefferson. This is
Not
crazy.
for Queen? That's crazy. Queen is shooting 73% overseas. You think I'm giving that up? Absolutely
So
not.
you giving up Jalen Sherrod?
I don't know. Yeah, I ain't the GM.
Absolutely not. No, 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 no. She's not going anywhere. That's my girl. Absolutely
Y'all
not.
do not have the
I think
space for all these people. They cannot all make the
Well, we
team.
yes,
do.
yes,
We'll
we
find a
do.
way.
Listen, I know 3 people off rip. If you go to the Liberty app, the 3 people without a picture is not making the team. So that's first and foremost. I do think the Benija Laney situation is a little bit different. It just depends on whether the Liberty choose to suspend her contract or not. So that's something that they have to look at.
I don't think
But
they will.
no, I don't think they will either. Yeah, I just don't think they will. But I do think Esmery Martinez, y'all gotta tap into her. Like she's one of those ones. She didn't make the team last season, which was obvious because we just didn't have the room. But I think she has a good chance of making the Liberty this season. She's been playing overseas. She's been cooking. So yeah, y'all should look into her too. So I don't know. We have so much depth this season. Like training camp for us is just gonna be crazy.
Look,
I don't
I
know
just
who's
feel
making the team.
like yeah, I just feel like y'all have 17 people currently signed, and
I can tell you
Izzy,
right now, we got 14 because 3 of them ain't making it.
y'all got 14. So you have 14 people. Um, Izzy is not currently signed. She's on training camp,
I'm
right?
Not
just
Izzy.
so
Izzy's
happy
go-
that
Izzy's gonna make
woman.
the team though. Izzy's gonna make the
Right.
team.
So that kind of rounds out your 12. No?
Izzy is making the team.
Yeah, just like they were trying to convince me that Natasha Cloud wasn't starting. I don't know what people think this is, but like that was
I'm
the
just,
craziest thing ever. Like
I'm just
I don't know where people
trying to
got
get
that
the
from
edit off.
when she
Izzy's making
started her whole
the team.
career, which is crazy to me. But yeah, I literally was arguing with people on the timeline. They're like, "Oh, will Natasha Cloud start?" Well, why wouldn't she?
But like,
Like they
how
got
did you?
Natasha Cloud to help Sabrina. Like why that was the they specifically went and got her to help Sab in the backcourt. So like why wouldn't she start? Like I don't get where people were coming at with that. That was insane to me. Will she start? I like is the grass great outside? Like that's one of those questions. Like what are we talking about?
You know, people don't
So
touch grass.
I mean, shit, they probably don't know what the color of grass is because that literally was insane to me. Like you should have said I was on the timeline fighting for my life because I'm like where is this coming from? Yeah, just a couple of weeks ago she was a starter to y'all, but now that she's on the Liberty, she's not. Like I don't get it.
I think the only way you like get from the people you want on your team is like either you suspend Bet Night's contract or you let go of Kennedy Burke because if you're what at
Bird
10
can go.
No,
Candy Bird can go.
between Bet
Becca's
Night's
stupid.
okay,
But
Bet Night's
Burke is
Sabrina,
not going because we like she provides not on the offense, but she does provide she rebounds for us and she provides great defense for us. So
right,
and this season she's gonna actually get to play her actual position. She was playing the four last season, which is not her position. She's a three.
right. Okay, so if you have Bet Sabrina, Natasha, JJ, wait, why is Bet listed twice on here? What the fuck? Um, Markeisha, Leonie, Stewie, Niara, Kennedy, and Izzy. That puts
Marine.
you. That puts you.
Sure.
That puts you at
Marine is
10.
there.
Wait, hold on, because that puts you at 10. Everybody listed after that, because you can only pick two of those people if you're keeping everybody listed above. Is Jalen Sherrod, Esmeree Martinez, Beck Gardner, and Marine Johannes. So which two are you keeping?
Beck and Marine.
I was just gonna say probably back in Marine.
Yeah, Beck and Marine. That's who we'll keep. But you gotta understand a lot of those people we signed for Eurobasket. Like they may not make the initial roster, but you'll see them in June because
Hmm.
you'll see them on 7 days. So even if Jalen Sherrod doesn't make the final roster, you'll see her again in like June. Esmery you'll see in June. Those are all of our Eurobasket replacements, to be honest. If we're keeping it 100.
Hmm.
Yeah, the way that like I almost could figure out what the Liberty's final roster is going to be, just like I did last season, just based off of like I know like how Sandy likes to coach, and I know how like the GM likes to run like construct the team. But I do think the last two, if you name it all of those, is 100% going to be Marine, and it's a and I think Beck is a lock too, and they honestly been promoting Beck Gardner like all off season, and so
So y'all
yeah.
releasing Jalen Sherrod, and somebody could sign her.
We're actually not.
So
We're
somebody,
staying
so
with
I
team.
don't know,
You
but
are releasing her.
it's
You
a
have to.
possibility. We don't know that because we don't know what they're gonna do with Benage's contract. Either they're gonna
Huh.
keep her and then expect her to be back by playoff time, or they just suspend her for the season. We just don't know. So it's she could make the team, just like Esmery could make the team. We don't know if there's gonna be an extra spot due to Benaja or not. But yeah, like we just have so many options. It's kind of hard. I'm glad I'm not the GM, honestly.
Better to have too many options than to be
That's what
struggling to
I
find
that's what I
people.
said. Like some
Yeah.
teams, like we're in a great position. Like it's good to have this kind of situation, whereas other teams they don't have the depth. They don't have options to choose from. Like we have so many options that we can even with Benaja out, we do have enough depth to like make up for it. So it's like it's honestly I think it depends on what they do with her contract and
Yeah.
who will fill the role. So like that's why when people ask like, "Are you worried?" I'm not worried about anything. Like we have the most depth on the team, like on the like in the W, regardless. Like we have so many options to choose from. So, but yeah, we'll
Why
see.
did you see?
Work her out.
Bet on Leone.
You'll have to cut a player. So You'll
Yeah,
have to
we're
look
gonna have to
over
cut a
look
few players. We're gonna have to cut like 5 of them. And I can honestly tell you, like, there's like 3 people I know off rip is not making the team.
no, but I mean
Hey,
like
Shawnee,
a,
you got FanDuel?
do I have FanDuel? Not directly. Why?
Hey, I'll put a few bucks on Leone Fibich, most improved player. There is some great odds, so you ain't got to put
Um,
that many dollars. I don't know
I
who put
don't think
Navarro.
I don't think
I
she gets
It's
Leo
nowhere.
Leo
I think
and that's I
stop.
think Leo was
Damn.
snubbed from sixth player of the year last year.
That's why I'm like,
100%.
bro, you feel me? And now that she's starting, her splits are already gonna look crazy. But then it's like, what I feel like,
I
but
but she's already like a really I don't see how
I
Angel
gotta
improves
look
her
and
field goal
see.
percentage and maintains the rest of her stats and doesn't get that award. I don't see it.
I want to see. Yeah,
Or
I was
Leah
just gonna
Edwards
say
even. I
it would be hard for me to imagine the skyscrapers not getting it, or Aaliyah Edwards is a good one too. I didn't think about her because I'm assuming she's gonna have a bigger role, but it's hard for me to imagine anybody getting it other than Angel and Camilla first and foremost. Like
yeah.
somebody else will have to really like at like a 10 point statistical jump or some shit like that. But I really think it's gonna be one of them two.
You said
Yeah.
Angel for most improved. I could
Yeah.
see like I could see Angel could get it, Camilla, Aaliyah. I do see Leo getting it. For the simple fact that Leone will be a starter at the top of the season. You know, half of it. And what's crazy is that Leo was in a running for sixth player of the year. When she started half the season, she was benched. Like she was benched like she came off the bench like the first half of the season, and she was still putting up those kind of numbers.
Hmm.
So imagine what she could do in the whole season starting from jump. So like yeah, her numbers are gonna look a little like way like better, like much better this season
Like
because she's gonna
there
start from jump.
the numbers would be higher, but I don't know that the percentage would be higher. Like enough to push her above
I think it
anything
will
else.
though. I think her percentage is gonna go higher too because Leo takes smart shots. She doesn't just shot chuck. She takes like they literally run a system where they set her up for plays that are designed strictly for her. And you gotta also understand we signed Sonia Ramon as our assistant coach who specializes in offense.
No, but
So
that's not what I mean. I mean like her going from being a really good player and still being a good player. It's like the volume is increased, but the like percentage of being good isn't a huge jump.
They
but
still
basically
give people
I
the award, but
she's
I
just gonna
feel that.
average what she did in the playoffs, though. I believe in the regular season now on a bigger like what I'm gonna say like a bigger like
talking
Bigger
about
sample
what?
size?
yeah, sample size. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, yeah, like a with a bigger sample size, which I think is gonna be impressive because, bro, the one bookmark tweet I have from the finals is some tweet talking about how Leone broke the record for most points scored by a rookie in
Yeah.
in the
Yeah, she
playoffs.
Like
did.
like she already has a
She had fun.
47.8 field goal percentage and shoots 43% from 3. So like with the samples with like the volume of it increasing, I just don't know how much those numbers go even higher. They're already high.
Yeah, but if you watch her play, yeah, I feel like it could go slightly higher, honestly, because like you gotta understand, Leonie Phoebus, she's like a perfectionist. Like she literally does not take bad shots
Yeah.
at all. Like and we're playing more games this season. Can't
Yeah.
forget that. So I don't know what
Yeah.
like, but I know for a fact like she literally doesn't take bad shots. Like she just won't let herself. Like we want her to shoot more, and she just won't. She won't shoot. She'll pass. She's a pass first type of person, but when she's open, she'll shoot.
I
I
mean, I could
particularly want her to
see
shoot
I
more.
could see Leone being in contention for it because I mean, if we look
Right.
at the example of Dejanay, literally it's gonna be like here's the thing: the Dejanay, her game played went up by 7. Her minutes went from 17 to 29. But here's where it gets into what y'all have been talking about. Her field goal percentage went down by
Mm.
1%. Her 3-point percentage went down by 12%, and she got the award. I feel like the commentary about why Leone would not get it doesn't really make sense based on who just got the award the last season. Leone Fibich would be one of those players that we would put into that they could these the person getting the award is one of these few players. Leone Fibich is going to be one of those players. The The comments
My
about
let me
why she wouldn't be in contention don't make any sense based on who just got the award and looking at the season before and the season after.
I think Leah's going to be in contention, but in terms of Dejanay, it's not just about her offense. Like her overall game as a player and her on court impact, I need to see all of her metrics from
Well,
Okay,
season
Leonie
but
before.
Fevich averages a plus in all of our games that she's on the
I
court.
mean, but
Yeah,
again,
because
Like
she's a great
we
player.
her
literally,
field goal
yeah.
percentage went down by 12 and she got the award, so could it not be flipped that Leonie Fibich's numbers may not change, but her usage does? Like I don't really get why there's not there's a
Demo,
doubt that she
Whose
would
we
be.
background is
can't
that?
hear you.
I don't really get why
Demo.
there's a doubt that she would be one of those people to look at as well, because it doesn't make sense based on again who just won the award. And that's not to say anything about Dejanay. That's not to say anything about her. I'm not, shitting her or nothing like oh boy, stop. I'm not shitting her or nothing like that. I'm just saying that this commentary about why Leonie would not does not make any sense.
So
I was
I
more
don't know.
so saying that I think that Angel and Camilla would win it.
Yep.
But I do agree. I think that, to be honest with you, it's more realistic that her percentages go down with increased usage. It's actually more realistic that like she doesn't shoot 40%, right? Like it's more realistic that she shoots 37% from deep, right? 49% from whatever. You feel me? From two. Those are still good numbers. You feel me? And if she goes from whatever it is, 9 points a game to 19 points a game, right? Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, I definitely see her in the conversation of it. I just think there are other players who are going to bring a lot with improvement to their game to the next season that I wouldn't see her beating out those players for it.
No, no, no. I
Like,
get that. I get that. I
they
I
write
just
down
brought
four
up.
names, right?
Yeah. Oh. Sorry. What'd you say?
I don't like they write down four names for that one, right? So
No, I was just bringing up for like for the gamblers out there. If you put a little 20 ball that wins you back a stack right now, and really, I think with the conversations we've had, I think we can all agree Leomi's going to be in contention for it. That's why I was just saying like the odds just don't really make sense for somebody that's going to be at least discussed. Because Demo made a great point with Angel and Camilla, but the funny thing is that they're actually the two favorites to win the award. So it's like Demo's right on the money. I was just throwing something out there that doesn't line up to the actual probability of it happening. But yeah.
mm, trying to trying to highlight what do they call that? The great value play.
A value play, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Because you could really put 50 bucks on that right now to win you back 3 grand. In about a month or two, it could come down to Leone and Camilla or Leone and Angel, and you could just bet the other player and guarantee yourself profit.
You could even let it tail and cash that like post All Star once she's halfway
That's
through the
true.
season.
Literally, yeah.
Well,
Hey, isn't it crazy that Flage still hasn't announced and I'm
She
not
doesn't
saying
have
that.
to say to us, but I'm sure she told the league by now
No,
that she
no, no, no.
was
I
gonna.
agree, of course, but for as much as that, her brand is about interacting with just being on social media and stuff. I'm surprised for her mom. I'm not trying to even troll. Like she didn't drop a song or there wasn't a graphic out or her mom didn't say any because I do get she doesn't have to say anything to us. I just felt like I'm kind of surprised that she whether she is staying or not going. I'm kind of surprised she didn't say something publicly or somebody in her camp didn't say anything publicly.
I know she was in the. I think she went to the studio. I think I seen them post. I think like she was in the studio recently.
So what, she might drop something on Friday or something.
Who knows? But like I guess whoever's declared by now is going to tell already communicated that with the league, and then
Well,
everyone else is just kind of making it public now.
well, Ghost, what you just said, and don't know what you just said. If she is dropping a song, then yes, it would be Friday because all artists drop songs on Friday for the whole tracking timing. So
shout out
if a
Beyonce.
song has to do with her declaration or whatever it is she's deciding, if a song has to do with it, it would have to be Friday, No other day makes sense. But that's if she's actually dropping something for it. Like, you know how some people like,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah. Yeah. Man. What wouldn't it be so crazy if she just she declared? Oh my god! Because like I'm like kind of like everybody else. I'm under the assumption that she's going back, especially after the Olivia stuff. But it's like,
Wait,
man,
under the
come
assumption
on,
that
like,
she's going back to school?
yeah,
I thought the
yeah,
assumption
like
was the exact opposite.
I don't know. Man, I've gone back and forth. Right now, I'm thinking it's like assumption she's going back because like. I'm thinking about like if Olivia's getting some type of a crazy NIL package, there's no way LSU's not gonna give Flage that like this like you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man.
But
It's
like at that
I've been
point,
overthinking this shit.
she's going back to LSU and like for what? Like they're not in a
Yeah.
she wanted to declare after she won, but she's not about to win next year. So it's like she didn't win this year and she's not gonna win next year. So it's like what is she holding out for?
A championship. Maybe she thinks LSU's team next year can win a championship.
I mean they lost Anissa, right? The Smythe Smith just entered the transfer portal. Poa just entered the transfer
Oh,
portal.
yeah. Hey, what if they get Tanaya or something though? They gotta get somebody in the portal.
They're definitely
I
gonna
do
get
think
some.
that she's declaring, to be honest. I think she's declaring.
Oh my
I think it makes
But
more
gosh.
sense
If
to
she
declare than to
declare.
go back.
Yeah, I mean, I hope
yeah,
she
like,
does declare,
what's there to do?
but and I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I feel like if she was gonna declare, we would have already like Alexa Filippo or somebody would have been able to like have that information, like got that information or something. Because I don't think Alexa and them and Shams get like have a like a plug. I think they just get information from whoever the league office is. Oh yeah, hey, we've been notified. She's blah blah blah. So I don't know. Maybe like I said, bro, I've been overthinking this because yeah.
I mean,
Because I do want Flage to come out. I do want to state that I do want Flage to come out. I mean, because
gotta see.
she goes too, right? She goes too. Everybody agrees if she comes out, she goes too.
I'm
I
picking
need
Malonga,
I need
regardless.
to hear from the Malanga
That's
people about what they would say.
Wow. Wow.
She's
No, I'm
lottery.
sorry.
She's lottery.
Oh my God. Go.
But
What?
I,
What?
I would take her too. Um, especially for what Seattle. I feel like that's a little bit best of both worlds between like we need a two guard and we want like top talent. But
Man.
I'm not a GM, so
My thing, yeah, but my thing that would just shake up everything that I wouldn't know, like, because I'm at like I honestly don't know if Seattle will take her at two because there's no way I'm gonna think that Seattle knew that Flage, if she does declare when they traded for the pick, that they knew that she was gonna declare. Maybe. I don't know because we don't know. But like that would be wild. Because I'm just thinking about all the like. But I guess you could say that the draft would be just back to what it was, or do we think that Flage is a better WNBA prospect than Olivia? That would change. No, I don't know. I don't
I
know.
think she
Maybe it's
is.
just.
yeah, I
To
think
be
so.
honest, she is.
Well, you think Flage is a better WNBA prospect?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Okay. So then I yeah, that would make the draft even better than it was before when Olivia was projected to come out. I guess. Yeah. Man, see that's what. Man.
If she comes out, Seattle's gonna have a
Seattle might
tough
trade
choice
that
to
pick,
make.
man. Yeah, no, I think there might be a team that comes in aggressively trade. Like I could see. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like from an outside perspective looking in, if Flage comes out, it's like Washington has all the ammunition to make the choice whether to get her or not. Because like
They have a million
they could
picks.
on yeah, and they could just trade with Seattle. Hey, we'll give you our 3-4 for your two, or like just some bull, like some BS. Oh man, I don't know.
But that would tell
I just,
you that would tell you who Seattle really wanted.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Some way, somehow, I just hope we find out or they like communicate to us, whoever the pick is that that's who they wanted. Like if they can just communicate to us in the public that word for word they traded the two pick for said player, that will just make me happy. That's it. Whether it's Malonga, they end up picking Flage or Sony. Just
I mean, when they do the little like behind the scenes of when they're in the decision room, that might be where you find out.
that's true. True, true. Um,
Before the Karlan just shared something to the jumbo. Does that mean he's about to talk?
I've no idea, but I see what he posted with about Benaja Laney Hamilton's injury history. What's crazy is that they actually it's not crazy, but it's just like interesting to go back and remember that they were trying to trade Laney in that pick. Um, I don't know. Remember, I
We
don't.
don't know
It
how
was
true that
actually.
is. We
Oh,
don't know how
okay,
Yeah,
true
that was
that is.
rumored. I don't
okay.
know.
Yeah, that was
Oh, okay,
rumored
okay,
that
okay.
the Liberty didn't come out and say anything like that. And also about the number 7 pick was that I think a reporter, I gotta find a tweet. We were just talking about this the other day in our Liberty chat. That I think a reporter came out and said that they were looking to trade that number 7 pick. And I kept saying it, like they were never going to keep that number 7 pick because they didn't go to any games like they did last season. Like I think they were just using it as bait. Like they didn't get who they want, so their goal was to always trade it. I don't believe any of those rumors that they said that they weren't trying to trade it. Like they showed no signs that they were going to draft anybody at all.
You were saying that it was basically Sony or nothing, right? With that pick,
Yeah,
if they were,
basically, yeah.
and that's what's so crazy. I mean, and
But I think
oh
what I
wow,
do think though, um, it was either going to be her or nothing, or I think they were just going to like draft somebody just in case. But I think Cloud. I think the report said that Benijah B got surgery the top of March, right, beginning of March. We didn't get Cloud until the 16th. So I do think like her injury did influence them to like kind of force their hand to trade it because if they weren't gonna get Sonya, there I do still feel like they were gonna draft somebody. We just don't know who yet, but like I think it just kind of worked out in their favor, um, to get Cloud. Even though I think that one reporter did say that they did try to offer the 7 in a future round and they did Connecticut turned it down. So and then it looks like they circled back on it. And I also think it's because Cloud made it clear that she wasn't going to play for Connecticut. She sat out in 2020, so I don't think she was opposed to doing it again. So they probably were just like, well, instead of her sitting out, let's try to get something for her. So I think they revisited the trade with New York. I think that's how that worked out.
She also went on she went on a podcast and straight up said, "Oh, I'm not staying there."
Yeah, 2 times on 2 different
hey,
podcasts. She did it on the OGs and the Pivot podcast. She basically that's what I'm saying. She straight up told them like,
um,
I won't be playing. That's it.
hey, and real quick, the Top Shot Cloud has all the power in the world to do that as one of the best players in the league. But that just reminded me when Lexi Brown tried doing that shit after Todd went on those podcasts, and then Lexi was kind of like, I was surprised. Like, okay, I'm not trying to go in too much on Lexi, but like she was basically trying to have the same message that Cloud was giving out, but Cloud just dropped 33 in her last game as a Mercury, and Lexi was like, what was your role? Like, you know what I mean? I don't
Yeah.
know. It just didn't equate, in my opinion, for them to be both.
And
When she
and to
said that,
go back off of what this person had said that Lainey's injury was the motivation, I started seeing rumors way before March that Cloud was coming to the Liberty. And that was from people who quote unquote like that was like I seen it on Reddit, people who said they had insiders and everything that Cloud was coming to the Liberty. So I literally do not think that was the thing. I think we always wanted Cloud back from 2019. Natasha Cloud, they tried for Natasha Cloud in 2019, so that was always the plan.
I think they were trying for her
So
in that Satu trade as well.
yeah, they been wanting Natasha Cloud since 2019, but Cloud decided to resign with the Mystics, and she won her championship. So like it was always like they were always trying for her, but I don't think that Lainey's injury like influenced it at all. Because like I said, I heard back in like when Cloud was first traded to Connecticut, I started seeing like reports and stuff that she was gonna end up in on the Liberty way before Benaja's injury.
Yeah.
So like I said, I think it just like it kind of worked out because Connecticut did decline the trade. They really did. They 100% did. Remember because they put up the post.
Yeah, and and Rosati said y'all were bullying her basically. Y'all were
Not us.
bullying him. Y'all were bullying y'all
It was
GMs
it
bullying
was
that.
us.
Y'all were bullying that.
That was Marina's agent. That wasn't us.
Oh wait, no, because she's Rosati said there was a GM that threatened work
Shit.
like
Listen, my GM's innocent, all right? He ain't do nothing wrong.
And
But, you know,
so basically, what they did is they just ended up trading the first round pick this year that they weren't trying to trade, and that's what got the deal done.
well, I think the Liberty's more interested in the 2027 draft more than anything because they also gave Connecticut the first round draft for next year, which is not too crazy because they're gonna pick up free agents for everyone's pretty much a free agent in 2026. So like I said, we have the smartest GM in the whole W. Like he knows what he's doing, and he has his stock from overseas though. So I don't think he was interested. I think he's more interested in the 2027 draft. That's the draft. That's why I don't understand why Phoenix traded traded their pick in 2027. That's the draft you want to keep.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. That's a great point.
That's the
Because
draft
because
you want to
okay,
keep.
wait, because what what did they give up from 2027? Their first round?
Yeah.
Insane.
Oh my god! And
I
wait,
no,
wait, and
I
where'd
don't
it
think they
go?
I
Where'd
don't
it?
think they I think they
It
either did a swap or they gave it up completely. I gotta fact check it.
might be a
But
swap.
to Connecticut,
Yeah. I'm on the computer. Let me look that up.
yeah, I don't know what they did with it, but I don't think they have a pick. I think they did something with their 2027 pick. But yeah, I don't think the Liberty is too concerned about next year's draft because everyone's pretty much a free agent. You get pretty much who you want. But the 2027 draft is the one that you're gonna want to keep because that
That's
draft class
true.
is gonna be like 2024's draft class. That draft class is gonna be crazy.
Oh wait,
I
I
think
just looked it up. So Phoenix, let's see,
that
Dejanay
they
Ty.
swapped third round
So
picks.
Nalissa Smith and the rights to a 2027 third round pick from Indiana. Let's see.
Okay, so they still got their first round then.
Dallas receives the rights to Kiki Herbert Harrigan in the 12th pick in the 2025 draft from Phoenix. Dejanay Carrington, Ty, and the rights to a 2026 second round pick swap from Connecticut, and Nalissa Smith and the rights to a 2027 third round. Okay, so they have the 2027 third round pick swap from Indiana. So Dallas and Indiana will be pick swapping their third round pick if Indiana has the higher pick.
And also, the reason we ended up with the 7 picks is because we had a pick swap from that Marina trade. So like Liberty been eating off that trade for like 3 years now.
I mean, the fact that y'all got Leone, I feel like was the best come up in that in the whole damn thing.
Yeah, for sure. And that pick swap, honestly, what's crazy is if Phoenix would have lost a few more games, we could have been in the lottery. We could have been had like the number one and number two pick. That shit is crazy, right? Like if they would have
Hey,
just tanked this season, last season.
we got a question for the panel.
Ghost, that's not a question for the panel. Please be serious.
Okay, okay.
What's the question?
It wasn't a question for the panel.
Oh,
What was the comment?
It wasn't anything that needs to be said, Ghost. We can move on.
Heard.
Are you talking about this poll?
Yeah.
No.
Boo.
Moving on.
Crazy
That's bait.
narrative.
That's bait. Okay.
Okay, I see a post from like an hour ago. It's talking about Nice versus some other fours that are her height. I think those fours are a little bit taller than her, but I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Honestly, I know everyone wants Nice to go high. I would love for her to drop to number 9 and go to the Sparks. Like, I feel like that's a team where she's gonna get the playing time and just be so useful to the team. But
The Sparks? I don't know.
yeah, there is no backup for
Okay, for
her,
sure, for sure. Because I'm trying to think of her as a starter, but you're right. She probably would come right off the bench.
and would be like a great backup for Dearica,
No, facts.
and she would get the minutes.
That's what I'm like. I don't like her coming. Like her being a six woman would be easy. It's only a couple of places I think that she would start. Because I just even though there are 100 power forwards on the roster in Golden State, I think she's better than all of them. But yeah, anywhere else, yeah, I don't know. She would just have to find her way into that rotation.
Yeah, because I'm
Who?
like Anissa.
Oh, for what team?
Because if she goes to the Sparks, for coming off the bench, like she can be the 4. Like she can play Dearica's backup because she'll have Azare.
And Ricky at the 3?
Yeah. Who's the 3 off the bench? I don't know because Ray plays a 2 and Rakia plays a 3. So I'm trying to think of who the hell the backup 3 is. If they're even at, what is this? What does the roster look like?
I don't think Anisha fits on the Sparks. I think the two spots for her either would be the Valkyries or Connecticut. Like I feel like that's where she fits best at.
I don't know. I see it. I think it makes sense.
Where the Sparks?
Especially like, yeah, especially having Odyssey as her point guard.
Do
Who
they
knows
not?
what?
They don't even have a pick in the first round.
The Sparks? Yeah, we have the number 9 pick.
Oh, you had 2 picks? Oh no, you swapped. You swapped.
No, it's off the
No,
storm.
no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you swapped.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they completely traded the pick.
It was just a swap, but it was a crazy swap though that was unnecessary.
Yeah, just to not only swap out of the lottery, but to swap that far down,
With the Uru, with
crazy.
Uru, and they gave Uru with the two.
I
Bro,
heard that they try
robbery.
to I don't know if I read this or somewhere they were trying to throw in add Rakia to the trade or something.
No, the Storm wanted that, and
Yeah.
the Sparks said,
That's what I'm
"Hell
saying. The
no."
store tried to add Rakia to the trade.
They sure did, and they're like, "That was just never gonna happen." But Rakia's a player they wanted for a long time, and I was like, "Y'all can keep wanting her, because that's just not
Yeah.
gonna happen." Um, yeah, I don't know. Off of the current roster construction, no, the roster construction does not make a lot of sense. The
I just
starting
don't
lineup
think
makes
Anissa
sense.
go last until 9. I feel like she goes way before then.
Same, like top
No, no,
five.
I said I know we all want her to go high because she should off of the talent. But if she drops, I would not be upset to see her on the Sparks.
I feel you. I
If he
feel you.
drop, every GM that passed on her should be fired. I'm sorry. Like
Hey,
did we not do this with Angel? Like people
hey,
got to start being for real now
with
at
the
this
liberty
point.
of taking her, with the liberty of taking her,
She
if
was
she fell as
projected. I mean, when I'm looking at the mock draft, she was projected to go there. But we honestly desperately needed a guard. So I can't say for sure.
okay.
Because Sabrina is our only point guard before Natasha. So we had no other guard.
Jalen's a point guard. She played some good minutes when she has to.
Yeah, I haven't heard no talk about Sherrod. What's the plan for her in year 2?
Listen, we gotta see she's making the team first. Liberty
Listen,
got too much
that's all
talent
I'm
to get
saying. I'm talking
contested.
about I'm talking listen, it's not listen. I'm being so honest right now. Like we this is 2023, we had Dolson, We had Marine on our bench. Our bench was just wasn't good. Okay. 2024 we upgraded. Yeah, we did, but we also lost like KT. So you could say, Benija for some time. Um but I think this year is the one year that we have like depth at every position now. So like it's going to be hard like for somebody for like the people who are not guaranteed to me. And it's about 10, you could say 11 people that's guaranteed for me. You know what I'm saying? So like, and then you have to battle it out with like six other people. So like training camp is going to be crazy because this is the first year where it's just like we have so much talent, even the people in training camps, like that I just don't know what the final roster would be. Like it's just like this is the first year where it's just like, yeah, I don't know what the end is going to look like. So that's why I'm not really saying too much on Jalen Shaw because I honestly don't know. I'll be sitting here lying if I say that she's guaranteed to make the team. I don't know if she will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
the Sparks would need Anissa. I'm sorry. They would need her. I'm looking at this roster again. Oh my gosh. It's oh my gosh.
Hey, is
I'm
is
happy
is
about
Cam fully healed? By the way, like, is Cam ready to go for the
Um,
He's
season?
here.
Probably not the beginning of the season. I don't know. But I think
Damn.
you'll see her this season, I feel like. But I don't watch her podcast, but I think somebody told me she spoke about it a little bit on her podcast. So maybe you should check that out and see what she's
She's not
talking
ready
about.
yet. She's probably gonna miss
Yeah.
some games.
Yeah, maybe by like July, she should be okay.
Yeah.
'Cause that
Like
could
after
be
All Star,
no before.
before All Star.
Yeah, because right around like top of July is I think when she got hurt in the first place. So that'll be coming right up on a year.
This guy bugging out in the comments, dog. I'm crying.
Oh,
Wait, saying what?
I think Carmen just put it up there.
Oh, he basically saying that the injury made them a little bit more aggressive
Did we
in
not say
getting.
that? Did we not say that though? We
Yeah.
did. We did said that.
that's literally exactly
Like
what
I
she
don't
said. Yeah.
literally.
That's what Dama was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
I,
we can move on now because this is not a conversation. We said this.
Hey,
let's not go
Damo.
on.
Okay, wait. Let me ask you something. Heading into 2026, how, like, from Liberty fans' perspective, how many of those players do you guys actually think you're going to retain? Like, have a good chance of retaining? When I
Now
know,
I know we got Niara Leone. Anybody that's on a rookie scale is gonna be on the team, right? Now, what I don't know what's gonna happen in 2026. I know the goal is to retain JJ Stu. I think they really care about just retaining JJ, Stewie, and Sabrina. Now, when you look at the renderings from the practice facility, right? And they show in the part where it says like the player suites, who's those are the three numbers you see. So I'm assuming the plan is that they're still going to be there by the time the practice facility comes, and that's what I'm working with, and that's what I'm running off of until I see otherwise.
So
wait. Who were the three players? What were the three numbers?
The big three that we have:
Okay.
Sabrina, JJ, and Stewie.
so
Oh shit.
in this
Okay.
upcoming not only free agency but double expansion draft, it's the big three.
Oh, I forgot about
The
that.
big
Yeah, I
Yeah, we're
forgot
three
just
about
gonna.
that.
I mean, we're
is
obviously protecting those three. I mean,
yeah, big
Oh
three
wait,
Leo Niara and leave it up to a prayer for
well,
everybody else.
them. Yeah, basically. I mean, Niara, Leo, Stewie, JJ, and Sabrina. They're gonna be protected, but I think we could do six. So
Cloud, Betnaja.
maybe Cloud and Benija. Yeah, it depends. But if Benija's suspended, I don't. If her contract gets suspended, I don't think we have to like protect her. I don't know.
if Benaja's contract is suspended, it's going to be what's happening with Jordan and Nika because they too were injured in the off season with something that was not WNBA related. Benaja's contract would not count against the salary; it would just be in a suspended state, and they would hold the rights to her.
That's some aces
Yeah.
shit. That's so
So
bogus. That's so
But we
so
bogus,
don't
man.
Benaja
know
That
got
right
business
waived
now,
for
system.
honestly. But let me make something clear. The Liberty did not say they were suspending her contract. So as of now, she's on
Yeah, they
payroll.
technically have a decision to make because, like you said earlier,
By
with
the
the time
15th. Yeah.
frame, it would be the playoffs, so she could play in the season. But the difference between Benijah and Jordan and Nika have season-long injuries that there's no chance of them coming back at all. Even if their teams made it to the finals, game 7, they would not be able to play this year. So that's the
Exactly.
difference.
Mm.
And Benijah, like I said, it's up to the Liberty on what they want to do. Do they think by the time, because by the time Benijah comes back, it's playoff time. Do you think she can contribute for one, or do you just not want to risk it and take up another player? You know what I'm saying, for the 12, but also considering she will not be getting paid for it because it wasn't a WNBA injury. So it's
They
something that the team has to really sit and think about. What do they see for the future? Which is why I also said Jalen has a great chance of making it at the team. Esmery Martinez has a great chance of making a team. I don't know what they're gonna do.
Wait.
But
What
even
is
with
it? What?
a
Wait.
hold
Time
on.
out. What does it mean that it's a non WNBA
It
injury?
happened in a rival.
Yeah, and Jordan got hurt in
Wait.
AU and Nika got hurt overseas. They did not get hurt in something that was WNBA related.
They
That's
didn't get
the
hurt during the season,
the
so the
CBA has
W season.
jargon that literally stating if it's not WNBA related.
But
So they don't get paid.
even with those no, they don't get paid. Even
They
with those
don't.
Wow.
contracts suspended, those teams still own the rights, so they would have to protect the rights in an expansion draft.
Yeah, so we still do we still own the rights to, like, if they weren't to suspended, we'll still have the rights for Benijah. So she can't, nobody could just like pick her up. Like, so we'll still
So
have that. But
No, they could if you didn't protect her.
I
yeah,
mean they can, but what I'm saying is, like, if we suspend the contract, like she still even if they don't take her like in the draft, I didn't want to say like belongs to, that sounds crazy. But she still, the Liberty will still have a right. So like, say like if she survives the fantasy draft is what I call it, and she
Mhm.
comes back, then she's, the Liberty will still have those rights. Like
no, she would
no other
have to be
team.
protected. Like her
No,
rights.
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like if she survives that, after we protect her and she survives, oh well, say like we protect her in the draft, right? And you know how
Mhm.
2026 is also free agency, like we'll still have that,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But we'll see what they do. It sucks because she won't be paid for it, but like I don't know, that's a decision that Liberty have to make.
I
I
honestly
mean,
think
I don't know what they're gonna
and
do.
that's the decision she made by playing, joining Unrivaled and playing like on some real like.
I honestly think it'll be less than 6 to be able to be protected, just because it's a double expansion draft. I don't see how they let every team protect 6 people,
Yeah, no, I agree with
and
you,
like
Shawnee. There's no way
both
it's six
teams have
again.
to fill out.
But why can't we? Why can't they? I don't understand.
So
I
with
think
this
they would give
You-
Ain't
more.
nobody, first of all, nobody asked for these teams, okay?
with this
Like,
expansion having one more player coming out of the teams, like 2 per team, I feel like they're gonna bump up the protected list to maybe 7 instead of it.
You think they're gonna bump it up?
I mean, I don't know.
we don't know the
Like,
rules yet. That's how I'm not really
yeah.
like, I don't really know what's gonna happen because the W hasn't released the rules. They could just change the rules from last year to this, because since it's
Oh yeah.
two, we may get like an extra person that they could protect.
Yeah. Or might be one less.
If
Just for
it's
the
one
sake
less,
of
that's
like
if it
having
Yeah,
no,
I
if
think
more.
it
it's
might be less. I think it might be
no,
less.
if it's one less, that's terrible. That's
It's
I think
only
it
terrible.
would
terrible
have
for
to
the
be because
Liberty.
there has
It's
to be
only terrible for the
Honestly, I
Liberty.
don't really think I don't really think it matters because everyone's a free agent anyway in 2026. Like I
that's
dead don't
facts.
think this matters.
It
Yeah,
only
it
Like
really actually
Oh, that's a
they
good
it
really
does
point.
and
could
it
just
doesn't,
take it away
right?
at that point, like you said, because yeah,
there's
there's
no
not going to be a lot
CBA,
of.
and when the season ends, after we run it back and win the championship, like there's no CBA.
Yeah.
Like
So
so,
it doesn't matter, right? Because the expansion draft's going to happen before free agency starts, but if they don't even get any pieces to try and pull people for free agency, they're going to be a little bit cooked.
But the negotiations for the deadline is October, so I mean, are we even going to make it to the draft?
That's a very good
no, that's what
question.
I'm saying. Like the CBA ends when a champion is crowned. That's it. There's no more CBA.
Mhm.
Like until they sign a new one. Like at the end of the season, the CBA is clipped. It's done.
Yeah, I think the exact date is October 25th, if I'm not mistaken. Let
Yeah,
me
that's
see how
right
many.
after final.
Yeah.
That's right after final.
Mm.
So like I don't know what the rules will be because there's no new CBA stating, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't even know what's gonna happen. And this is why I'm just not even focusing on that. I'm tired of the CBA talk. Like I'm just watching from the sidelines because I don't know what's gonna happen.
One CBA
Hopefully
comment.
hopefully they could come to an agreement. I feel like each side has enough to agree on something and we'll see what happens.
One CBA comment someone made in the space the other night was that they should put it in there that every team is required to have a facility.
They should.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's literally speaking just to Connecticut. Every other team literally has plans except for Connecticut. All they have is, oh well, I'm sure by
Well, the Mystics too.
2028
The
all
Mystics
teams
have
will have
not said
a facility
anything.
by 2028. And it's like, well, you're the only team right now that literally has.
Well, Jen did say that every team will have a facility by 2028. So like they're aware, but I want to see some renderings. Where are the pictures? Like
Yeah. Gotta
show me.
put that shit in writing. Saying it is not enough.
And I feel like she
The
only said that for lip service because of everything that just went down with Marina. I mean, the commentary about that literally happened in the exact same interview about what happened with Marina. I feel like it's not
Oh,
genuine.
in
Like
the same
she never
interview?
said this before that Marina shit happened.
Yeah, she was just trying to get off some good PR after giving off bad PR.
Right.
Yeah, yeah,
Same
yeah.
sentence
No.
telling us you got threatened. Oh, well, every team should have a facility by 2028 and, acting like you don't know why Marina don't want to play there. It's like you never said anything about a facility literally at all. Like you watched your starting five that dipped literally playing in the gym with Lil Timmy and his first birthday, and you didn't say shit about a facility then, and they were playing for the playoffs. That was a playoff game they were gonna play the next day while Lil Timmy was having his little birthday party, cutting his damn cake on the other side of the court.
The year before, they split in the floor with the yoga class.
And they had
so
no
look,
plans of a
somebody
facility, no talks. All we knew in terms of Connecticut was that the Mohegan Sun only cared about their casino. Now you want to talk about a facility when you're trying to make it seem like Marina has no reason to not want to stay there when the rest of your starting five dipped and made a whole new statistic in NBA and WNBA history for every single starter you had in your last playoff game is no longer on your team. And that has never happened in either league before, ever, in the entire inception of the NBA and WNBA. That is how bad Connecticut has gotten to, and I feel like they're really about to go on a PR run because it's looking really shitty for them right now. I mean, every other team is a destination, and Connecticut is just losing the race. Like they haven't even tried to even start the race at this point. Like they're just giving a bunch of lip service.
They have ideas to start the race. In theory.
2026 is gonna look real. Just people just wanting playing time. It's gonna look real ugly for them. But
And beyond that, now they really are the oldest franchise with no ring. Because Liberty got theirs. So what now?
I can't wait to that facility is gonna be nice. And they're opening up
The
a
cafe.
coffee shop. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
oh, the renderings look really nice.
Yeah, it's in a really nice part of Brooklyn as well. And honestly, it's better than the next practice facility.
Is it in
Facility.
Dumbo down there? Because it's on the water.
That's Greenpoint. It's
Greenpoint.
like yeah, it's Greenpoint,
Heard.
Brooklyn. But
Still,
yeah,
still a
it
beautiful
looks
area.
looks really really nice. I honestly like had no idea like that they were if you looked at if you listen to what Clara said after we won the championship, like invest in your team, like that whole speech she said, I guess you could kind of figure like what was gonna happen next. But I honestly had no idea. I was actually shocked. But I'm glad that they're getting it. They deserve it. But yeah. So somebody said Stewie and JJ both have been court twice. Does that help with protection? And somebody else also said that
Yes.
JJ and Stewie have been safe because they have been cored twice. The six to protect for expansion will probably be Sabrina, who will be cored, Leonie, Niara, Benijah, Cloud, and probably Marquisha.
Marquisha
Um,
sneak. Shoot, maybe
so
she might show out this season.
mm, so they would be hmm.
Marquisha over Marine.
Nah, I think we protect Marine. I don't
Well,
know.
no.
Honestly, what'd you say, Beck?
Well, absolutely not. My girl's not going anywhere. She is staying with the team. Like, what are we talking about?
So you're
I
protecting her
think
then.
that's what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
They didn't protect Quee this time. I'm not seeing them do it again. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like they didn't protect her this time. I think they had to choose between Niara and KT, and that's how you're not after what happened with Niara in the finals. Like, of course you protect Niara over KT. I
yeah.
get why they did, you know, but
Oh, okay. So mm,
I'm just glad KT got to win a ring on her birthday.
so technically the expansion teams could take them if they're not protected. Um they just couldn't core them.
Yeah, they can only
it makes no
core.
sense to.
Well, actually,
They,
wait, because hold up. No, because they're not on any type of like multi-year contract, right? Like they would be a part of that 2026, right? Like the
Yeah, yeah,
oh,
yeah.
okay, so okay, never mind. Because I thought they were on some kind of
We couldn't core them, but
extension.
I think I think the only person that who would be core would be Sabrina. She would be core like coming from 2026.
yeah. And any expansion team, unless they change the rules, which totally can, they can core one free agent out of whoever they're picking.
Yeah, it'll probably be Sabrina. But also we like I said, it's two drafts, two expansion drafts, so we don't know what the rules will be. I don't I think this is the first for them, like two expansion drafts like at the same time. So we'll see what happens. Honestly, they may just switch up the rules. It
Oh
could be
yeah.
less that you could protect. It could be more that you could protect. Making it less makes no sense when we got all these people that's a free agent.
Oh wait, you know what? Let me read y'all the
No, I think
paragraph about the unrestricted free agents from the rules from last expansion. If a player not signed to a contract for the 2025 season is selected, well, I'll just read it in regard to like this next expansion. I'll just change the years. If a player not signed to a contract for the 2026 season is selected, the expansion team shall receive whatever rights to such a player that the existing team would have had if the player was not selected in the expansion draft. The expansion team will only be able to select one player in the expansion draft who is eligible to become an unrestricted free agent following the 2025 season. The expansion team may choose such a player provided that the player has not previously played pursuant to a core player contract for 2 or more seasons. The expansion team may then designate that player as its one core player in January. Any unrestricted free agents not selected in the expansion draft and not designated as a core player by their current team may be signed to any team, including the expansion team, once the free agency period opens in February.
Yeah, that shit makes no sense to be real. But who did the Valkyrie say is their core person? Like who did they designate as a core player?
Wasn't it Monique? I could have
Oh,
sworn it was.
was it Monique? I thought it was KT. It's Monique.
I thought they cored Monique Billings, or I thought they picked her as their core player. Well, let me look at the. Well, let me just go to
the
Monique's.
rules the rules are stupid. Like we have all of these people who declare for the draft and doesn't make a team. Like why the hell are we doing an expansion draft from other teams? Makes no sense to me. That shit makes no sense, dog. Like pick one of these people who is not on a team, who didn't make a team.
Well, I think though they're gonna have to. Because it also will probably be in the CBA to expand the rosters probably to at least 15, especially with the expanded season and extended playoffs.
Not only
But
that, with the cap space they have, if you're gonna expand roster space, you have to expand the cap space.
right.
So like, I mean, I feel like I don't know. I just hate expansion drafts. Like, I just feel like there's so much like talent that's already out there, like that they just keep recycling the same W players. Like, go pick somebody new, bro.
I mean, there's gonna be a whole bunch of overseas people, a bunch of people we ain't seen in a while, pop back up. Mostly, I'm just like Kaiser. What team are you gonna be on? Because I don't see her not being on a team. She gonna be on a team. Can't tell you which one, but a team.
Who, Kaiser?
Yeah.
I think Kennedy needs to be on a team. Aerial Powers, like what's going? I wonder what's going on with Aerial Powers. Like, I wonder where
That's
she
what I'm
ends
saying.
up.
I thought she would have signed by now. So I was like, what's going on? Like,
I don't know, man. But she's a bucket too.
also, if she had gone to Seattle, I'd been like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So
Aerial Powers is fun to watch, but I think the league grew out of her. Like I think her play style is kind of like Carmelo
She's
Anthony
funny as
ish.
hell, man. Yeah, it'll probably be Sabrina. But also we like I said, it's two drafts, two expansion drafts, so we don't know what the rules will be. I don't I think this is the first for them, like two expansion drafts, like at the same time. So we'll see what happens. Honestly, they may just switch up the rules. It
Oh
could be
yeah.
less that you could protect. It could be more that you could protect. Making it less makes no sense when we got all these people that's a free agent.
Oh wait, you know what? Let me read y'all the
No, I think
paragraph um about the unrestricted free agents from the rules from last expansion. If a player not signed to a contract for the 2025 season is selected, well, I'll just read it in regard to like this next expansion. I'll just change the years. If a player not signed to a contract for the 2026 season is selected, the expansion team shall receive whatever rights to such a player that the existing team would have had if the player was not selected in the expansion draft. The expansion team will only be able to select one player in the expansion draft who is eligible to become an unrestricted free agent following the 2025 season. The expansion team may choose such a player provided that the player has not previously played pursuant to a core player contract for 2 or more seasons. The expansion team may then designate that player as its one core player in January. Any unrestricted free agents not selected in the expansion draft and not designated as a core player by their current team may be signed to any team, including the expansion team, once the free agency period opens in February.
Yeah, that shit makes no sense to be real. But who did the Valkyrie say is their core person? Like, who did they designate as a core player?
Wasn't it Monique? I could have
Oh,
sworn it was.
was it Monique? I thought it was KT. It's Monique.
I thought they cored Monique Billings, or I thought they picked her as their core player. Well, let me look at the. Well, let me just go to
the
Monique's.
rules the rules are stupid. Like, we have all of these people who declare for the draft and doesn't make a team. Like, why the hell are we doing an expansion draft from other teams? Makes no sense to me. That shit makes no sense, dog. Like, pick one of these people who is not on a team, who didn't make a team.
Well, I think though they're gonna have to. Because it also will probably be in the CBA to expand the rosters probably to at least 15, especially with the expanded season and extended playoffs.
Not only
But
that, with the cap space they have, if you're gonna expand roster space, you have to expand the cap space.
right.
So like, I mean, I feel like I don't know. I just hate expansion drafts. Like, I just feel like there's so much like talent that's already out there, like that they just keep recycling the same W players. Like, go pick somebody new, bro.
I mean, there's gonna be a whole bunch of overseas people, a bunch of people we ain't seen in a while, pop back up. Mostly, I'm just like Kaiser. What team are you gonna be on? Because I don't see her not being on a team. She gonna be on a team. Can't tell you which one, but a team.
Who, Kaiser?
Yeah.
I think Kennedy needs to be on a team. Aerial Powers. Like, what's going? I wonder what's going on with Aerial Powers. Like, I wonder where
That's what
she
I'm
ends
saying.
up.
I thought she would have signed by now. So I was like, what's going on? Like,
I don't know, man. But she's a bucket too.
also, if she had gone to Seattle, I'd been like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So
Aerial Powers is fun to watch, but I think the league grew out of her. Like I think her play style is kind of like Carmelo
She's
Anthony
funny as
is.
hell, man. I'm not gonna
No,
mm,
no, in real life she a bucket. She
yeah.
she was more
Signed
like
in the
video.
draft, but she was not designated as a core, but they had the option to core her, but they just signed her.
Monique.
Yes, that was the person, that was the UFA that they picked in the expansion draft. They
Oh, okay.
had the option available to designate her as a core player, but all they did was just sign her.
I'm not surprised. Okay. No change in Mo. I don't know if they again whatever. They picked up a million forwards. They had like three guards on this team.
I think Ariel Powers is like funny. Like she is so funny to me. She has like she's like a dog to me. Like she got that spice of fire like you need on a team. She funny as hell. I'll never
So
forget when she recorded Cheryl Reeve switching the seats on the airplane because she wanted to sit next to her. Yeah, I remember that or am I bugging? Did that happen? Like that shit is hilarious, son.
oh, but okay, now that I'm rereading what happened with Monique Billings, I'm re-remembering like cuz I had it down packed during the expansion of like understanding, the UFA coring thing. Okay.
Mhm.
So to answer that question that the person asked the panel, yes, JJ and Stewie being cored twice. Wait, Stewie was cored twice, right?
Yeah.
Or is it, no, this
Yeah,
was her
she
first
scored twice.
court.
Yeah.
No,
I
it's her
thought
second. She
this
was
time
scored
was her
last year.
second core. Yeah.
Oh, she got cored in 2023?
2024 season, yeah, she was scored.
No, I mean, but that was her first coring, was it?
Last year, and this year was is her second core.
Okay. So, but JJ has actually been cored twice, right?
Yeah.
Yes, by
Okay.
Connecticut.
So they're exempt from being protected.
Okay, so yeah, as long as well, yeah, the Liberty's going to core Stewie again. So yeah, JJ being core twice and Stewie going to be core twice will basically make it to where yes, it protects them because they, even if let's say that let's say they just don't protect either of them. Um they would still be UFAs that can't be cored. So they could still just go right back to the Liberty. It would be completely useless for an expansion team to pick them up because they could just go right back. They have nothing that would keep them in the expansion team at that
I don't,
point.
but they can be
Yeah,
picked up. Like once you've been
they
cored twice, you can't be taken, and you can't like
No,
they
what
can't
I'm
be
but
protected, and
they
you
don't
saying,
can't.
have to sign a contract. There's
no,
nothing making them sign a contract.
yeah, that because that's
Mm.
the thing with Monique. It's like she could have been cored, but they
Mm.
did not core her. So she had the option to not sign with the Valkyries because even though she was a UFA, they could have cored. They never cored her. They never put that core tag on her. So Monique was actually free to do what she wanted because she was still an unrestricted free agent. If they had
Mm.
cored her, then you're there. You're at the Valkyries. And it's up to the whim of, if they keep you or trade you type of thing. But if it was JJ, she could just leave because they can't core her.
Right. Mm. Who is? Sorry, I'm looking at the Valkyries roster. Who is the starting five over there? Like, is Julie at the one? Tiff Hayes at the two? Is Kate playing the three and KT at the four, or
Oh,
is
honey,
Kate
we
coming
don't
off
know.
the
It
bench and KT is the
sounds
third?
crazy over there right now. I think I would have to wait to the draft to see. I honestly don't even know who's on the team for real.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and I was like, what? I would love to know what was the vision.
But the GM, she was, she was our assistant GM for a long time. And then she got, Valkyries. But she said that she's having a hard time like getting people to come play for the Valks. And and I understand why it's like a shock because it's like they have a whole practice facility, they got everything over there. It's something new, new locker room. Like, why don't people want to come over there?
And y'all tickets sold out. Like Warriors
Exactly.
fans
And
pulled
still
up.
players didn't want to come there. I think they tried for Plum too.
I see. I thought that was the initial plan. I was like, oh, KP a Valkyrie, and then she was a Spark instead, and I was so confused.
Yeah, she I think they tried for Plum as well, but then she came out and said like, you know what, they just accepted like that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is at that point. I guess that's what she was just like, well, we just accepted that nobody wants to come to the team this year, so it is what it is. But I
Yeah.
actually was kind of shocked too. I thought people would run over there.
I think the thing about it is, it's like you are choosing to go to a team that you know for a fact is not going to be in playoff contention. Because, or at the very least, even if, let's say, they somehow do, it is going to be a harder path because you're going to a team where every single person has like no experience with anybody on the team from the previous season, whereas like Kelsey went to the Sparks where everybody basically on the team played together last season. There's at least some cohesiveness that you're just adding to the cohesiveness that was there. Even with wavings and all of that, it's not like it's a completely brand new roster. I mean, even with the Chicago Sky, with as many people that Jeff did not bring out, there's still more cohesion, even on like a team like Chicago, where it may seem like the whole roster was gone. There was still enough people where there's cohesion there. Whereas the Valkyries, you don't know what you're walking into. There's nothing, and even if people had played together, it wasn't from the previous season. It had to have been some other season outside of 2024, and there's still not a from year to year cohesion where you can actually say, I feel confident that I'm adding to something that I can build off of. You're going into the Valkyries blind, or you're going there for money. Like for example, Tiffany Hayes, she went there for they're paying her a lot, whereas you know if they weren't paying her that much, she wouldn't be there. Type of thing. It's either the money or well, for her it was the money because she chose to. Well, no, she didn't choose to go there. Well, I'm sure she did because like Natalie came from the Aces. I'm sure there was background conversations. Like I'm sure there was some kind of background conversation there because it's not like it was she was on a whole different team that Natalie was never a part of. So um
The money and the minutes.
I also think Aces was insane for not protecting K Martin.
yeah, I think that
Like I thought that was kind of crazy. Like,
I thought it was gonna be, the kind of big four and the rookies. Um, but then like a lot of people pointed out that even on draft night, like Natalie was the one pushing for Kate. She was like, I think we pick Kate Martin. So
oh, so okay, they really didn't want Kate Burrow, the Aces.
I don't know if they didn't want her, but like, because obviously like she was great when she got there, but Natalie is like she's gonna be the one. So I always feel like Natalie was like the one primarily in her corner to be like,
Okay,
I
got
see it in
you.
this.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, it makes sense why she's there.
And honestly, Becky was like, I gotta blow this shit up anyway, so might as well just let it rock. So she guess they were gonna get Kitley back, and I don't know.
Yeah, Kitley's gonna be. I think Kitley's gonna be good though. She's gonna be a good backup to Asia because they still who's on their bench for the Aces.
the bench. Let me go to the roster. Let me look at it again. Uh, the Aces.
Kitley, Dana, um,
Let's see. Probably Crystal. Kirsten's on their bench. I don't.
KB still on the team.
Who?
KB still on the team?
Yeah, Kirsten
Wow.
made it through some strength.
I mean, she's a low contract. You don't really give that up. You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, I think her being on the team, it takes a roster spot, but also it's low cap.
Megan off the bench. Oh man, yeah, Kia's still on the team. I have to imagine Kia's coming off the bench. Like, I'm sorry, but like
She has
I
to. I think Cheyenne Parker Tyus is going to start.
yeah, I just don't
Yeah, but again,
her start.
they seem like they're top heavy again. This is the third year in a row where they don't really have a bench.
Yeah, I just like, how many people is this? This is 14 people. They would just have to cut 2 people, and the 2 people I feel like are getting cut. Um, I've never seen Elena to I'm not going to pronounce her last name. I've never seen Elena play. So I don't know, to be completely honest, about her. And then it would need to be one more person cut. Yeah, I mean, it's close enough to 12. Like, if I look at this, like, I don't really know.
They only got 12 people.
No, they got 14 right
14.
now, but I don't know about their bench. Even with these 14 people, like, if I look at them all and don't, in my mind, cut anybody, like, I don't know about their bench, man. Like, their bench squad.
But this is the third year in a row where their bench is not that great.
Because they kept KB and they kept Kia, and I was like, I can't believe you kept them both. That's actually
Another problem is that they got Jules' contract. So that kind of takes away from how much you could put on the bench.
Oh yeah, because I guess that's why they're waiting for these rookies. They might be trying to. I mean, they already technically have 2 over the limit, but yeah, they're probably going to try to put some rookies there, because how much cap space do they even have left? Let me see. Her hoop stats.
I feel like Tiffany Mitchell was a good pickup for them.
Oh, I forgot they got Tiffany Mitchell.
But like outside of your starting 5,
again, it's gonna be like Becky doesn't really play the bench at all. Like, so I mean, she's gonna have a couple pieces off of there, but like, like she still has issues building a bench. Really.
Yeah, another year of Asia's back hurting from carrying, I guess. But I'm gonna say Asia and Chelsea. I'm gonna say Asia and Chelsea, because Chelsea is like, full form back, as we saw from Unrivaled. Like, the jump coming back from injury to what we saw in the
But
off.
there's 44. Another, we got to take into account. There's 44 games. Like, people are going to need their bench.
Yeah.
You know, I think the Lynx have a great bench. We have a great bench. The Liberty. I think the Fever is filling out their bench. And as far as I'm not sure of any other team when it comes to like their bench. To be honest, I
I'm gonna
mean,
throw the Sky in there.
who's on the bench with the Sky?
Because outside of the forward position, like the backup for Angel, because I feel like we're just gonna be looking for people to compete in training camp in the draft. But let me read it out to you. Hold up. I'll just read out the full roster, because I mean, I have an idea of who's starting, of course, but this is who we have. We have Rebecca Allen, Ariel Atkins, Rachel Bannum, Arella Guirantes, Mariah Jefferson, Kia Nurse, Courtney Vandersloot, Alex Wilson, Morgan Birch, Kayla Davis, Michaela Onyenwere, Angel Reese, Elizabeth Williams, and Camila Cardoso.
Okay, so we know Angel, Sloop, Camilla, Ariel. That's 4 people starting. Who's the 5th?
I think it's going to be Rebecca starting at that.
All right, so that's
So you
5.
probably
So
got Mick coming off the bench. You got
Kia Nurse
Kia
coming off the
Nurse
bench.
coming off the bench. You got
Yep.
Elizabeth Williams coming off the bench, and
Rachel
Bannum at minimum, right?
Ariella, she's really really good.
She might make the roster. I'm not sure if she will, because we still have draft
I
picks.
wish she would, man, but like,
I would like Alex Wilson to make the roster.
To be honest with you, we're looking for a backup forward, and I think Morgan Birch is that. She's played in Chicago before. She's never had crazy like minutes, so her numbers don't look that good. But if you look at her percentages, she could shoot the three, she could shoot the free throw, and she rebounds pretty well when she gets minutes. She doesn't always get those, but I think she'd be a solid backup for her. She's played in Chicago before. She did good with us last time she did it, so wouldn't be mad at that if that was our
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, I see it. It just really just depends on who you guys put on. Who's your starting five? I mean, I do feel like the bench in your starting five overall is better from last year. So, um, yeah,
Progress.
I'm interested to see who's the starting five though. I wouldn't mind Beck starting. Only thing with Beck is, um, I just hope she, can actually play the full season this year. She's battled with her injuries, things like that. So we'll see. That's the only if I would have to say that would be the only reason why I wouldn't start her. Um, but yeah, hopefully she has a great season where she could play the full season for her. Because when she's on, she's on. Like she's really good. She's a great defender as well.
Yeah, she is.
And
But
honestly,
yeah,
like, if need be, and her and Mick need to switch, they can. If it's needed, I would prefer it not to be because I think Mick plays so well off the bench. But
you think Mick plays better off the bench?
yeah,
Yes. Ooh, yes.
I don't think I've seen a game where she started.
Oh,
Well, maybe.
like I
I
promise
mean,
you,
she played
night
in
and
she played
day.
in New York for a while, but
It was
in
night
this
and day
guy,
in Chicago. It was
yeah.
night and day. Like I promise you, like you'll be looking at those games where she started, like
even
what's going on, the turnovers, the defense, and hell, like. But
the
it's like
foul.
different when she's coming off the bench. It's like completely different, and I'm just looking like you would think there shouldn't be a difference, but there is a difference. Like she is really a spark off the bench, like for real. Like when you think that that's her off the bench though, like not starting. I really don't want to see her starting to be completely honest.
It was
I
like when she started, it took her a long time to catch up to the pace. But when she was coming off the bench, she was just jumping right into wherever the game was. She was just more locked in.
Yeah, I do think you guys have a much, like I keep saying, and I will continue to say it, and if I'm wrong in the end, I'll stand on that and I'll eat that. But I do think Chicago is I've been seeing takes where people are trying to tell me like they won't make the playoffs, but I feel like 100% they're making the playoffs. Like, you know, I think the roster is just overall better. But I do think the Aces have one of the weakest benches right now,
Agreed.
yeah.
literally.
That's how you know Karlan is nowhere near his phone because having all this aces talk, he ain't said a word.
He ain't even trying to defend his team, but it's the facts though. But if you look, like for the past 3 years, they've had like the weakest bench in the league. I mean, they added like Dana and who else they have over there?
Tiffany
Um.
Mitchell.
They got Liz. I mean, you could
Yeah.
say it's an upgrade from last season, but it's still like they're very top heavy.
Yeah,
And
I would say like with the Aces, the person that excites me the most about who they got is Crystal Bradford. Like I really feel like Crystal is going to be really great for that team, and it would be crazy if she did not make the final roster. Like that would be a mistake. I don't know what Becky got to do to make all that work, but that would be a horrific mistake.
I was gonna say I
yeah,
forgot they picked her up.
I watched her in AU. She was cooking.
I
So
wanted
Yes,
her in
and
Chicago to be honest.
because she was the guard that was next to Camilla before Arella Guriantes. Her and Camilla were cooking, literally cooking in China. Like it was just like
Crystal
you could
Bradford
yeah,
was a
tell.
solid
Like I
role
know
player in the
that the
W. I
whole
want to say she got hurt.
yeah, because I know, like, with, people have, like, their thoughts about China and da 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 da, but I mean, that still doesn't take away from your eyes. Like, I don't care about the opponent they're playing. It doesn't take away from what my eyes are literally seeing. And, like, it translated over to AU. I've seen her play before in the W. So it's like, Crystal's a bucket. She's literally a bucket. And I just feel like with the quickness that Becky snatched her up, I really feel like she's gonna make the final roster. Like it would have to be
Honestly,
something crazy.
I'm gonna agree. She'd be crazy. Like Becky would be crazy not to have her on the final roster because of what I've seen. Like this past season at AU, like yeah, she's a hooper for
To be
sure.
honest,
Do you guys think Deasia Fair deserves another chance on the team?
yeah,
Yeah, because I feel like wasn't the whole issue just her height? Like, wasn't that the whole reason that she got cut? Wasn't it literally just her height?
basically.
Oh, you know what? I'm not even sure because the Aces drafted her. I'm not sure, but I
Yeah,
think you could be right. You could
Yeah,
be right about
because
that.
she was
I'm not
the
But
shortest
100.
person in the W. She's 5'5". Like, isn't the next tallest person 5'6"?
Yeah, but that's also part of why they said that the Aces drafted her because Becky was a short guard, and they're like Becky's gonna know
yeah, Becky was 5'5".
exactly how to like let her thrive, basically. And then she got waived. So
But I
I don't
seen
know
her in
what happened.
AU this past season. Somebody better pick her up because the girl's she could score. Like I don't care how short she is. Like
Yeah,
She can put ball in the hoop.
she's no, like seriously. Like if you need a quick like 5 points off the bench real quick, like that's who you put in.
right. And who? But the thing that's so crazy and like, it's. I think I said this one time a couple of months ago. And then it's just starting to look like more and more accurate. Like they're like even with this expansion team, there is really not enough spots. There's still not enough spots because of how many people internationally got signed across all the teams, but mostly with the expansion team. Like
Yeah.
you would have thought you would have been seeing like a whole bunch of people from like AU or something, but like it's like almost a full roster of international people. And I'm not saying that that's bad. I'm not saying that that's bad because of course like pick who you want in terms of like, team fit and scoring all that, X, Y, and Z, but it's like I know people are saying the W is expanding too quickly, but I mean there's still not enough spots for all the
To
talent.
be honest, it's only it was originally 144 spots. It's probably 160 now. There's only so many people who are good enough at their size, at their position, to even
To
be in the
play.
W, right? So, and then you got to think about people who are like actually available and like willing to like travel, make the sacrifice, who out the BAM. Like, let's say I didn't make the cut first time around, and I live in Idaho, right? There's no WNBA close to me, so like even when they expand, it's like, well, I'm good enough to play pro, but it's like, damn, how am I gonna get from Idaho to San Francisco for them to see me play basketball? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just it's a lot. You
I
feel
mean,
me?
but those people should be going overseas or doing AU or
Oh no,
That's
facts,
what I'm
facts,
telling
facts.
you. Like the like GMs are getting smarter. Like overseas has a lot of talent that has been turned a blind eye on for years. So and honestly, I would like to say like the Liberty has set that standard when it comes to international players. Like
I was gonna
there's
say
there's
James
so much
Wade. I didn't want to give him any credit, but nah, yeah.
he he I mean he did, but he didn't keep the people
nah.
for real.
After reading the
Like
article interview with Leone, we not giving James Wade no
No,
props
we can't
for
give
that
him no
because
credit,
the
not
way
for real.
I
he
mean,
said
it
the
was
guy
the
was done.
Sparks.
He
Let's be real. The Sparks drafted
he
Leonie,
he
and then she ended up on the Sky.
he found
And then
Becca Gardner and Julie Alamon. I want to say she was in the league already, but I think she was almost out the league before James Wade got her.
James Wade had
But
a talent to scout. He had a talent to find talent,
but
but at the same time,
yeah,
like he was
I don't want to
also
give him his
like,
tens because of how he did us.
But I
yeah,
will
he
say,
kind of did y'all crazy. He did.
but I will say though, Connecticut and the Valkyries are catching up to that. They're the two teams that stick out the most to me in terms of catching up with that because the GM that was selected for the Valkyries, she literally speaks 6 languages,
Mm.
and then the coach that was selected for the Connecticut Sun, the Belgium Olympics team head coach.
Hmm.
Like they literally pinpointed these people. I'm
On
literally, I
purpose.
want to
Yeah.
say I'm 95% sure that they picked these people because it's going to be a lot easier for them to pull in international talent. When you have a coach that is the Belgium national team coach and he was a head coach in the France EuroLeague, like for French teams. So he has literally two different teams that he literally was head coaching overseas that he can pull players from and easily get someone and when he talks to them actually know, okay, when you tell me you're coming over, you're really coming over because
That's
I know
facts.
you like this. And then the GM from the Valkyries, like reading that Leonie Fibich article, it really just drives home the point that they want to feel seen, they want to feel heard, they want someone to literally speak to them and not just be leaving them like in the dust, like kind of how she felt.
Hmm.
Like that's like it was really just like a gut punch. Like we really could have had Leonie if you just
We
fucking
we really
picked up a
could
phone
have.
call.
Eh,
Leonie
So
said
like,
that they drafted nobody called her after they drafted her for 4 years
right.
until the Liberty got her rights in 2023,
that's
and they actually
crazy.
flew her down to an Aces
That's
game that we
crazy.
played at Barclays. They flew her down in 2023,
I feel
and
so
that's how she
bad, like
got.
being like,
Yeah, like
you feel because like
she
we drafted her. I want to say, didn't we?
no,
No,
the Sparks drafted her, and then you guys got her rights in a trade, I believe.
yeah, it
Type
was.
shit. And I don't think we planned on using her at all. Like I think whatever we use that trade for, we use that trade for. But like that's crazy.
She
Yeah,
said she was so excited, like the whole country, Germany, everyone was excited, the articles, and then it was nothing for years.
yeah,
And then when the Liberty got her rights, and what's crazy is because the Liberty GM, John Kolb, said that he wanted to draft Leone in 2020. He wanted to draft her, but the Sparks ended up getting her. And he said he been wanted her rights and everything. And he said the moment it became available, it was automatic. He
Yeah,
was grabbing
and
her.
yeah.
then
And so,
yeah,
yeah,
the
it was like the whole country was excited and nothing for years. And then, yeah, that shit's terrible, dog.
It
Like,
yeah,
what's called it's crazy how that happens because like um and again shout out to y'all GM because I seen Maureen Johannes play basketball like 5 years ago and just didn't know who she was, bro. But she was raw as fuck. She was absolutely killing whatever German league or whatever the fuck league that shit was. I didn't know what language they was speaking. I didn't know nothing about it. It was just this girl with a ponytail killing everybody. And I'm like, bro, who is that? And like 6 years later, it was her. I'm like, bro, nah, that's crazy. But I say all that to say, like, them GMs be finding them players, dog. Like, it's and shout out to Europe because they do a good job of developing players. Like not American players necessarily. Like usually those players go overseas developed already. But like young like EuroLeague basketball, like 16 to like 19 U, and then like them 20 and up leagues, like they really do a good job of teaching them fundamentals, teaching them the game, letting them be creative. They be understanding sets, plays, the defense. Like it, you see a lot of crazy stuff when you watch those basketball games in other languages. I'm not gonna lie to you.
but I will
yeah,
say,
EuroLeague is very fun, man. I wish the W kind of picked up that kind of play style a little bit. Like it's so fun, like watching EuroLeague, because you be like, yo, that's enough. Especially watching Marine, like she dropped 29 points today over there. Like, and some of the shots she made, I'm like, yo, like I can't wait for the season to start.
See,
and I
like
will say too that like the GM for the Valkyries, like her speaking six languages, it's like when you make these players feel comfortable, like when you already are doing that one initial step of you can speak their literal language, like it just makes them that much more comfortable to actually come out. Like I really feel like, it people don't really understand how it's the little things, especially when you're literally asking someone to leave their continent, their country, and to come to America to play. Like it's not like you're asking someone to move from like, you know, LA to New York. Like you're literally asking someone to move entire continents. So it's like I really feel like people just skip over how it's the little things that matter, like a phone call to Leonie Fibich, a flight to let her see a game. But it started from that phone call that, she made a point to say, I got drafted and no one ever called me for years. Like that's how hurtful that was. The lack of a literal phone call. And you drafted this girl. Then her rights are traded. Next team still doesn't call her. Now another team has her rights. Oh, here's a phone call. Oh, here's a flight. But I'm sure it was the phone call that really did it for her because she just went through nobody contacting her. And like you said, if her whole country was making noise about it, and they're still seeing her down the street for years, it's like that's got to be embarrassing. Like that's got to be like even more hurtful, adding insult to injury. Like my whole country went up and nobody did shit. That's crazy. Mm.
Also, the Valkyries GM was a Liberty's assistant GM for a long, long time, for
Oh,
years.
oh my goodness. Here we
So
go. It's
she,
all originated from New York.
yeah, so she's very familiar with the talent, like how to like scout from overseas, all of that. Like she was our assistant GM for a long time, up until she got the job with the Valkyries. Like during the finals, she was in Barclays during the finals. She was there. So yeah, like yeah, she's been around for a while, and she learned like from one of the best GMs in the league. So she knows exactly what she's doing. She knows how to scout, and yeah, she's very good at what she does.
Yeah, she really is. And yeah, I really feel like, I really feel like the Valkyries is going to be, them and Connecticut are going to be those teams where you see, like, when they sign an international player, that player's coming. Like, you'll see
I
more.
kind of think I kind of think Connecticut was kind of forced to go international because they don't they don't nobody really wanted to go there in free agency, to
Oh,
be
well, yeah.
honest.
Yeah,
Yeah, so like right now
but,
their hand is kind of forced to take overseas talent. I do feel like they should give like the other people a chance though.
but I
Um,
will say that probably was also another driving force for the coach that they got because it's like you need to convince international people because that's who you have to go to because you don't have anything to offer people that are fully familiar with the Connecticut Sun. But if you get a coach that coached people overseas and then he could just convince them to just come over, give them lip service about a facility coming their way and like that'll be it type of
yes, so he is a good ass coach. I'm not gonna lie. He almost beat Team USA ass so many times.
thing.
Like if Stewie didn't get that putback, you guys know what game I'm talking about in FIBA. Um, if Stewie didn't get that putback, man, that shit would have been crazy. I think we were gonna have to go to overtime, but yeah, Belgium. He coached Belgium. He coached the hell of a team, man. So
Yeah, and
he's a
he's won
great ass coach.
championships in the Euro League as well. Like he's a winning coach. Yeah, like that. I'm very curious to see how Connecticut is under him. Um, I think he's going to be a really great coach.
I remember when Tina Charles signed in for free agency, everybody was like, "What?" That shit's funny, dog. Cause I thought Tina wanted a ring, man.
Yeah, I thought the same thing too. Yeah, because I don't know. I really don't know what to think in regard to Tina Charles' decision to go back to Connecticut. Because I have to wonder, like, was there just too many teams where you burned the bridge and you had less options than you would have had those bridges not been burned? Mm, I don't know. Like I feel like I don't know. Let me go look at Tina Charles's past teams again because wasn't it like four of them?
Yeah, she was a Liberty.
And I know she was in Phoenix. Let me see what.
Yeah, she was in
I
Phoenix. She
want to
was
say she
in she was
played for
in
like six of the
Atlanta.
teams out of 12.
like for half the league.
Yeah,
Tina is a special talent though, man. Like
he
that's
plays
somebody who is
for.
just like if she wants to play for your team, you kind of just gotta let her rock, man. Because
Wow, y'all, she literally has played for 6 teams. And like, here's the thing, these are all like contending
And she
teams.
put up numbers. I was gonna say
Connecticut,
she was putting up numbers
New
on
York,
teams.
Phoenix, Seattle,
She was an MVP candidate in Washington.
yeah.
She
So it's like, well, not all of them were contending, but like, a good bit of them were. So it's like, if you burned your bridges
Sorry.
with New York, Washington, Phoenix, Seattle, you left Atlanta, where else were you going to go that needed a center? Because
I think
where
I
you were
think New
going to
York would
start.
have. I think New York because the last game of like the regular season last because I was at the game and I still got the video. Like they inducted her into the New York Basketball Hall of Fame. So like at Barclays. So I don't think the bridge is all the way
I
like
was gonna say I don't think she
if
necessarily
you will.
burnt
I don't think it's
bridges. I think the only
yeah.
place
She
that
just
like realistically she burnt the bridge was Phoenix. I think everywhere else was
yeah
like a
Phoenix
mutual
yeah.
parting.
Oh, not even Washington. I don't know why. Thought I heard someone say something about Washington too.
You know, Tina's from New York, so I thought maybe this season, maybe we were like, I think we were talking about it like in
I
our
think with
Liberty group
Washington
chat,
she
like
just
maybe she
wanted to
would
be on
come
a
back.
contending team, and her free agency was coming up, and they weren't sure what was gonna happen with Deladon. They weren't sure what was gonna happen with somebody else's contract, so she wound up signing. I think that was the year she signed with Phoenix. You know what I'm saying? She wanted to be on a contending team. So like at that point, she was just kind of like, um, it was a mutual parting. You feel me? Washington obviously still wanted her because she was putting up like 20 and 10. But but yeah, it was like she wanted to be on a contender, and Deladon had just like that was like right when she got injured. Meeseman left. Some Tolliver retired. So the team was just looking like it was gonna be a rebuilding team. So she just, I think she just didn't want to resign.
Oh, but you know what's crazy?
Tina was ring chase. It's okay to call it what it is. Like certain people, they're ring chase.
She was
Like
ring
Chris Hayes
chasing
is
for
ring
sure,
chasing.
because like especially the teams
Like
that she was going to at the times, like
you know, some people do that in the W. They just ring chase.
she's like,
So
look, I
like
done
by the
did
time you're
everything
on
else
like
in
your
my career. Why not?
yeah. So but right now, I just honestly don't think she cares anymore. It's about the money for her. So I think she kind of just accepted like I'm not gonna get a ring, but I will get this bag though. So.
Yeah, because there's no way she went to Connecticut to ring chase. There's literally no way.
No, at this point, yeah, I think she's done with it. I think she's just trying to get bread.
I thought she was gonna go. Honestly, I would have. I thought she was gonna sign to the Aces. I'm not gonna hold you
I thought
because
she
I
There
was
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 seeing.
probably
going to the
talks,
Lynx.
but like I don't think the Aces had a lot of free agent money.
That's what I'm saying about their bench. When people ask why is Kirsten Bell still on the team because that's what they could afford.
Yeah, there's no way they could have afforded.
like
If they got Tina and kept the same amount of people they have right now, they would have had $18,000 left. They could not afford Tina
They couldn't
on
afford
that
health
team.
care for the team.
Like,
but that's the Aces problem. Like, see, if I'm looking at it, but I got what the Liberty did was like and which is why I say our GM is the smartest GM ever, right? You sign everybody to qualifying offers. You put people on training camp, which is just honestly it's just CBA jargon. It's not a guarantee, but like you put people you have to put the words training camp. So that way you only have to sign them for the minimum, right?
Hmm.
And it's like it's you shouldn't have to do that, but like that's just what it is because of cap space.
That's the way you
So you
circumvent
sign
this
your
cap, though. Yeah.
it's not really circumventing though. It's
You know what
within
I'm
the
saying?
cap. It's within the cap space, but it's up to the player. The player don't have to accept it. At the end of the day, they don't. But like you sign them at vet minimums and all minimums and rookie scales, right? And then now you could sign like what we did. We got Cloud, which is a really big contract, $200,000. But also we got like three people now making $200,000 on the team, which is Cloud, Sab, and Stewie. And JJ makes like 195, so she's like 5,000 away from 2,000, 200,000. But everybody else is on minimums and rookies, right?
If I want to
Now with
cheat
the eighth,
on Madden and make a really good team and not have to worry about cap space, I'm gonna do the same shit. I'm gonna draft a whole bunch of good rookies and put them on 360 deals, right? You feel me? My first round, second round picks, they gonna get a lot of money because they first round, second round, right? Third, fourth, fifth, and they mess around and be good players. You on a contract for like 8 years, $1,000 and shit, and like it is what it is. You signed, you're a rookie.
like
And
like it,
honestly, if you're a vet
but
coming in,
with the Aces, like they got really big contracts with no when everyone even on their bench is not on rookie or vet minimum.
yeah.
So
Like
that's how like they don't have enough for their bench. Like, cause you got Asia, I don't know what Asia's making.
200,000,
Right, and then you got Joel Lloyd making what?
249,000,
God damn.
And then you got Chelsea Gray making what?
196,000
Okay, so that's the three, but also Jackie Young.
is making 169,000.
Yeah,
The Aces
that's
really
not.
did one of them Twitter challenges where you got to build a team with $10.
No, for real. No, but that's okay. That what I'm seeing is okay, right? But then you go to the bench. Like, what is the bench making? I know Liz Kitley's on a rookie scale.
Yeah.
Kirsten Bell is still on her rookie scale.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got Dana. What is Dana's contract?
89,000
Okay, that's not too
That's not too
bad.
bad.
And then yeah, it's not too bad. That's like a yeah, she's a vet you could call
Hmm.
more or less. But what is Kia Stokes making?
103,000.
Too
And
much.
that's the problem
That's
right there.
egregious.
Yeah.
But you know what? She got a big contract because she played well in the back-to-back championship like playoffs. I can't even
A
say
hun-
regular season
Who,
for
who
real,
Kia?
a
but she
hundred
played
thousand
good
dollars for
defense.
quadruple zero stats.
You know what I'm saying? Like this, like it's crazy how that happens. Like you play yourself into a big contract, you get your big contract, and then you stink. Like I don't know how.
But that's what happened with us in 2023, right? You look at we had some like I don't know, we were kind of like 2023 was a crazy because yeah, everyone got their money, right? The starting five, right? But then you get to the bench and you had somebody like Dolson who was on the bench making $160,000. So it's just like you see what I mean by like
Yeah,
how you have to even the money out. Like your starting five is going to be your starting five. Well, in our case, Leo's still on a rookie scale, but in a regular team, your starting five, whatever. But your bench, you kind of have to like spread the rest of the money out. So like you're right. If they would have got Tina Charles, they would have only had less than 20,000 to spend, which means that they only could carry like 11 people.
yeah,
Mm. I mean, I just want to say, like, an upside of New York, I think, especially as a vet, even if you're on the vet minimum, like, yeah, I'm on a minimum contract, but I also get to live in a nice ass apartment in a nice ass part of Brooklyn
no
in
cap.
a great market. So, like, even if
Yeah.
the actual salary is not super high, hopefully y'all have some kind of endorsements, but like, I don't want to live in Barclays. The fuck? That's such a nice
J-
ass part of
J-
Brooklyn.
JJ said she's make the most money in her career by playing in New York
I can see that. I can
ever
see
in
that.
her whole career.
I can see that. New York is the marketing capital of the world, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely the states. So one, if you win there, you already like legendary off rip, right? But like two, that's where all the market is, right? That's where the whole market is. You feel me? So no, that's valid. That's actually valid. I can see that. I can see that.
So that's why when people say like New York doesn't market JJ, like, and yes, people do say that, but I'm like, you could ask JJ herself. She's made the most money she's ever made in her entire career just by playing in New York.
What you call it?
And we're not talking about like what she gets paid like in
Like,
for her salary. We're talking about marketing,
Hmm.
endorsements,
And,
things like
and
that.
people also got to remember too that they don't live on the East Coast necessarily. So like if you don't live on the East Coast, you're probably not gonna see a JJ commercial. You know what I'm saying?
Fact.
I'm gonna see an Angel Reese commercial and a Caitlin Clark commercial before I'm gonna see a Sabrina Ionescu or a Asia Wilson commercial.
I don't know. They run JJ and Ellie's State Farm commercial a good bit.
No, I'm sure. I'm sure. You feel me?
No, we're talking about local,
You
local.
feel me?
Like, of course, State Farm is gonna be that. That's because it's on
That's
a
national.
actual
You
big
feel
network.
me?
Yeah,
Right, but
But
I mean,
like
like State Farm has like 10 commercials, right, for
I
different.
want to say there's a clothing line that sponsors JJ. I don't know the name of it, but I seen like tweets about it. Right? If they have commercials in New York, I wouldn't see those.
like when she I feel like the Liberty does a really great job of marketing all their players. Like if you go down to like on the side of Barclays, like during the W season, obviously because they share an arena with the Nets, but you could literally go down Flatbush and you'll see a billboard of them. Like they invest money into them and marketing wise.
Hmm.
Like they're all like you'll see them on the train, on the subways, you'll see them in the like even in the boroughs, like on the we have these things called like links NYC, like where you could like charge your phone and shit like that. Like they're on advertisement bus stops, like the Liberty owners pay for advertisement. But like you said, Demo, like if you don't live here, if you're not in the tri-state area, Jersey or Connecticut,
Hmm.
like you're really not gonna see like a local commercial or like a local JJ interview. You get what I'm saying? Like, but yeah, they're really like, and especially too, like JJ has like a really big like part in like Brooklyn, specifically for Juve, like so, like with the Labor Day parade, which we call it here,
Yeah.
like because she is Caribbean, so like apparently she's supposed to actually have a float this season. I mean this
Yee,
time,
that'd be
so we don't
fire.
know.
She have a
I feel
Juve
like I feel
float.
like
Oh my gosh, give her
Chicago
some
could do a
tea.
better job of marketing all of their teams, but the Sky specifically. So like when I be looking at teams like New York, Vegas, even Atlanta, I feel like does a good job of marketing their teams, even though they don't always give them a good product. I,
No, I was just there in Atlanta like a couple weeks ago, and I was listening to the radio station, and all you hear is, "Oh, we got BG down in
you
Atlanta."
feel
I'm
me?
like,
Like
like,
they don't talk about
I
the
was
Sky.
like,
They
okay,
talk
hear
about
it.
Angel Reese a little bit more now that she's here, but like even when Candace Parker was on the team, like I had to tell people that Candace Parker was on the team, or like they heard it through the grapevine. They'd be like, "Oh, damn, that is a thing, huh? Yeah, bro, come to the games." And then like that's how my WNBA journey started. But
Yeah, but yeah, the marketing could be better across the league, period. But again, that's up to like the owners and stuff. Like, are
facts,
you gonna pay for the marketing?
facts.
Are you gonna put those billboards up? Like, it really comes down to like the owners and stuff like that. Like, I by 20, like when they asked Jen about the practice facility and for Connecticut, and she was like by 2028. That was an insane answer to me. Like, what do you mean? Like, I feel like they should sell the team to Boston.
Immediately, right? Like that's what I heard.
Like, I'm not understanding. Like, they can have so much more if they went to Boston, and it seems like Boston wants them too.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like we're at a point where like women's sports they can't deny it anymore. Like they can't deny its impact anymore. So like okay, it was cool to put them in Unksville 20 years ago when wasn't nobody watching that shit. That shit not cool no more, bro. Like yeah, every team has to be in a major or at least a mid market city, bro. Like that. Come on, bro. We have neighborhoods
Mohegan
bigger
Sun
than Unksville.
has fans though. Like they had like I don't know what their attendance average was, but I think Connecticut Sun lasted so long because of UConn.
Yeah, I think so. It's like I want to say
I
that's a
honestly
quick
think
drive, isn't it? I'm not 100% familiar with the geographics of Connecticut, but
ain't nothing in Connecticut, which is why they're I don't I think that's the only major pro team that's there before the hockey team moved. I think Connecticut Sun is their only major sports
the
team.
Yukon Huskies.
No, no, I'm talking
No, I
about.
know.
I'm crying. I'm weak.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a friend who moved to Connecticut for a job, and she doesn't know shit about sports, but she knows about the Huskies.
Facts.
Like that's honestly what the consensus is from anybody I meet that's from Connecticut, and it's not that many people either.
I was like, Connecticut's a small state, so like I be talking shit about it, but it's what I'm saying. It is what it is. I'm
I
sorry
was
to all my East Coastians.
it is a small state. It's not a lot, and it's really nothing there. It's nothing there in that state. To me, I call it a pass through state. Like if you just driving
Niggas from
to the next
Quahog.
state, you just pass through. Yeah.
Niggas from Quahog.
No, but yeah, UConn got that. When it comes to basketball, UConn got it on lock.
No
But
facts.
yeah, Connecticut Sun should 100% move to Boston, man.
Wouldn't be mad at it.
And
They
I don't
should,
even like
but
Boston sports, but I feel like the girls deserve better.
and they're racist as hell. But if they can sell out TD Garden, play in the Sparks, like,
You
come
feel
on
me?
now. But the owner doesn't want to let go of the casino money.
That's what it is, huh?
You have to walk through the casino to get to the arena. Like,
One eight
the amount of
hundred
extra revenue
gambling.
that.
Isn't the Fever playing the Sun in Boston?
They are this year, which is
I'm
ooh.
crying. They better whoop their ass.
We finally
The
got games in the United Center, baby.
listen, if the well, let's see what the roster for the Sun looks like. Whoever doesn't win, prayers for them black people. It's gonna be some very nasty words going on, but
Yeah, I hate Boston sports. Period. From the Red Sox to the Celtics, can't stand it.
it's just especially
So
once I had the Celtics parade, and I was like, "Do y'all have jerseys on lynch crosses in the parade?" That was good.
I just never liked like being a New York sports fan. I just never rock with Boston. Period. Like ever. And I'm sure when the Sun moves there, they're gonna be my biggest op for real. But I do want them to move there. You know, I feel like they deserve better.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they deserve a major city. Like all jokes aside, all racism aside, because racism is not a joke, but um, sports related racism is kind of funny to me. I can't lie because black people are in every sport. So like
Every single
it's
one.
kind of hard to be racist and like turn it off for the players that are on your team and then turn it back on for everybody else. So like sports related racism is a little delusional and that delusion is funny to me. But no, racism is not funny. But
I mean, I know. I'm interested to to see if Tatum would have a part in that because he did want to like put up money towards the WNBA bid. So I wonder if he would want to be instrumental in bringing the team to Boston.
I
that
don't
would be
think I don't think
fire.
Boston has a problem with buying it. It's the tribe that doesn't want to sell it. That's the thing, and
Ah,
they don't
Yes,
want
but
to get
I'm
up off
like,
the team.
I think Tatum might have enough money to just force the hand.
same.
I don't know, man. I
The
don't
NBA
know.
money hit different.
Listen,
Have you guys ever been to Mohegan Sun?
nope.
No, unfortunately, no.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird spot for a professional team to play. I'm not gonna lie.
Hmm.
I've been through Connecticut, but that's about it. I wave at it from across Long Island Sound, and
The closest I've been to Connecticut is Baltimore.
so not close.
Yes, that's not close at all.
You said a 7 hour
Close enough
drive is
to
the closest I've been.
it's close enough to I was in the army. We were stationed in Maryland, and I did some fun stuff in Baltimore one time. And again, closest. Well, I guess is New York closer than Maryland?
Yes, it's much closer. It's like an
I,
hour.
I, all right, then in that case, I have been to Brooklyn. That's the closest I've been to Connecticut.
Okay, yeah. Like, depending if you can get on the right train, maybe like an hour, hour and a half. But that's
Yeah.
like, yeah. They have a market for women's basketball, but like, if you're trying to be on a market nationwide, Connecticut's not the place to stay.
That's kind of where it is with me. Like, and I don't know. I guess they can grow, right? Because Vegas didn't really have a big basketball scene, and now they do. So, I don't know.
But the Connecticut Sun's a much older franchise than the
It's
Las
much
Vegas
older,
Aces,
right? Right?
and the Aces are way bigger. And they both those teams have been to finals.
Also, their owners invested into the team.
They've definitely invested into
They
them.
paid for the marketing.
Yeah,
They gave them a facility. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like I
that
just felt
facility
like
looked nice too. Y'all seen them pictures and videos, boy?
for the Aces facility,
Hmm.
Yeah.
yeah, that's nice. Looks pretty cool.
They always got the filter on it to make the contrast pop.
You feel me?
Yeah, I think the
What's
Fever's facility is gonna be nice too.
what's called it?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm expecting them to do nothing but the best.
Y'all, I want our facility to be one of the best as well. But yeah, I think you in
Yeah,
Vegas, y'all got the best too. And Phoenix got a nice facility as well.
Yeah. I'm
yeah,
trying to see
Phoenix
what's
got a
popping
nice.
with Lil. little content room, the little TikTok room they're talking about. I was like, listen, when Camilla gives
Y'all
us the
facility,
play,
I don't remember seeing the pictures of what y'all look like, Demo.
there aren't any.
All I've seen is a building picture. Like I haven't seen what the insides are
The
gonna look like.
inside.
Yeah,
They didn't give like any features on anything. Like what's gonna.
they listed stuff that's gonna go in it, but we haven't seen any vendors or anything.
We haven't seen any like measurements or nothing like that. But the building that they're using, like the space that they're using, it's a big ass building. So like I'm assuming they're gonna be able to put a lot of shit in it.
Is the building already like built, or is it they got to build the actual building for it?
So there is a building there. I'm not sure what it's being used for. Like I know there are buildings in the area that they used to do like AAU tournaments and stuff, and I think the building that they're using used to be one of those. But there's also a lot of factories in the area, so I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, okay. Well, listen. The main thing is that Chicago finally is getting one. Indiana
Hmm
is getting one. Phoenix has one.
And
New
the
York
facility
is
is
getting
not
a new
far
one.
from where they play the game.